I know that I'm a gay fish. Gay fish, yo. Motherfucking gay fish. I'm a fish, yo. Going on a gay fish. It's alright, girl. Making love to the gay fish. All those lonely nights at the grocery store. In the frozen fish aisle, feeling like a whore. Cause I wasn't being true, even though everyone said that I had to make a switch. Now I know that I'm a gay fish. Gay fish, yo. Motherfucking gay fish. I'm a fish, yo. Going on a gay fish. Now where I belong, girl. Making love to the gay fish. I used to be scared, denying who I was, acting straight, but then going out to the gay fish clubs, dancing with the mollies, making out with all the snappers. I take a salmon home and work that caudal fin for hours. But now I'm out and I'm free to love what I want. Be it yellowfin or bass or them trout in Vermont. I slap that marlin ass, make that group of butt shake. I'll come to your house and have an orgy in your motherfucking fish tank. Fish tank, fish tank, fish tank. I'm a fish, yo. Going on a gay fish. Now where I belong, girl. Making love to the gay fish. I really get it. When I say I got crabs, I mean it literally. I was eating. Hello. Good morning, good evening, good night, go whatever time it is for you. How are we doing today? A merry Monday mood to all. I am doing things slightly differently today, just a little bit. Hello, Niv, how are you? Yesterday was my cleaning day, right? And I love coming on a Discord whenever I have chill time, but like the gaming chair has been like really been hurting me because of the compound sitting, and it's been hurting my tailbone. I almost broke it when I was a kid, so like it's just been hurting. So I was like, let me sit in the recliner all day yesterday. Can you guys still hear me okay? But I was like, let me sit in the recliner, and then I just didn't feel like moving it. I was like, this is kind of a vibe. So then I could just sit back here and chat with you guys. There is a slight variation in the second camera. Let me move this. I'm hoping that, well, like, Tater will most likely either sit with me, or I'm hoping that he'll go to that chair that I kind of set up. Wait, you can't hear me? Wait, hello? Wait, you can't hear me. OBS is definitely catching it up. I think you might be tripping, because Ducky ain't even here. I think you're tripping, Nif. He's trying to pull a fast one. Oh, you said you can hear me? Why would you point out that you can hear me? I'm used to people pointing out that they can't hear me, so my brain's automatically like, what? Because my microphone does that shit like all the time. There's random mornings it just decides to like, OBS just decides to not know what microphone input. Wait. Oh, right. Ah, that's right. I did, because I was back a little bit. But then I immediately leaned forward again. Like when I'm back here and then I was moving shit. My brain didn't register that I actually asked that question, huh? I was just kind of like thinking out loud. What's good? Maybe I need this. But yeah, it's Monday, okay? Nobody can judge me. Nobody can judge me. I'm sweating my ass off already because of this poncho, but I refuse to take it off because I'm obsessed with it. I probably should wash it soon, though. I'm thinking I need to get one of those, like, delicate laundry bags and put this in there so that I can wash it. But yeah, how's everybody doing? What do you guys got going on today? Tell me what's up. What's good? I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to set that right in your guys' way, but I have so limited space right now. Well, that works, because then if Tater does sit there, then he won't be in the way. But we gotta do our morning cheers, you guys. We gotta do our morning cheers. Dude, this sea feels so strange. I have, like, so much real estate, but I feel so short. Balance it on my head? The poncho? No, I'm not taking it off.
You were probably talking about the torch. Woo! Good morning to me. Good morning to thee.
Smoke weed every day.
Oh, everything's so far away. Why? Woo, we got the dab sweats going now. But yeah, I actually I did my makeup today, as you guys can see. Sorry, I need a little bit. I'm dying. The heat has gotten to me. But yeah, I don't know. I was determined today to put on makeup, and here we are. But I don't know why I'm leaning far like that. This fan is so big that it's kind of awkward to hold. I feel like I'm just pulling on it in awkward spots, and it's gonna break sometime. But yeah, so there's a couple things that I'm like willing to do today, and I'm not quite sure how I feel. I was kind of thinking of a bitch and stitch, because I was having a fun time crocheting yesterday. I felt like it's been a couple days because I've been playing Stardew so much. But I started another hood. What do you guys think? What do you guys think so far? I'm scared that this one's just gonna be, like, it's gonna be just as obnoxious as the other one, but I'm hoping it won't. I'm hoping it won't, but this is what it looks like so far. I really like it. I'm, like, really liking how this yarn is laying out. You know what I mean? Yes, I'm excited to see how this turns out, and I kind of could definitely keep going with this, especially because I got this big recliner out today, and it'd be comfy, but I also don't know. I could definitely play a game too, and so we could continue working on my Schedule 1 status and trying to be like the big multi-millionaire that I'm trying to be in that game, or we could hop on my solo Stardew, because I was kind of thinking about it yesterday. I've been playing Stardew with random, so it's been really fun, and I've like had the itch to hop in my solo world, my solo farm for a little bit and check that out and maybe play a little bit more of that so I can keep getting that itch. But yeah, I'm just kind of like, what did I just do? Did the thing just fall out of my pocket? So, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Nif, what do you got going on today? Are you off work? You chilling for the day? See, I feel like I need to sit crisscross applesauce today for this to work. Yeah, I like that. I need to put on my lipstick too. Do you guys care? You guys are gonna be here anyway for it. Cause I'm gonna do it anyway. I need it. Should I put these on? Nah, I feel like that's too much. Because like I'm gonna get too warm. It looks so good when I have like a bunch of crochet stuff on, you know what I mean? I feel like it completes the look when I got more of the digs. But yeah, I feel like I definitely need my lipstick. I do that after the dab anyway. But yeah, what do you guys got going on? Anybody feel like doing anything? Like, because Nif is around, I don't know how much time. It'd be cool. We could maybe hop in a game for a little bit. Other people got like Monday ship going on, I feel like, so I will most likely be switching to like some sort of solo game. But yeah, I kind of want to chat it out. What do you guys think? What are you guys feeling? You haven't shown me your puppy? Show me right now. Right now. I'm going into the pets category already. You show me that bitch right now. Where'd my little mirror go? Alright. I'm gonna put this on. Why is my bangs are pissing me off? No, they don't even look bad. They're like catching the light or something. Anywho, But yeah, I will be fixing up my face, and I will be awaiting patiently to see the dog. He might do it. Oh, Tater. Oh, and then I think I forgot to tell you guys that I ended up putting a new tongue ring in because my other one fell right down the freaking sink drain. It was big sad, big sad. But now I have like I have a boring piece of jewelry in it again. So I'm all boring and silver. I don't have anything fun anymore. I mean, I do like silver, don't get me wrong. If I'm gonna have jewelry, I want it to be silver. And she's not a bitch. I know I didn't mean she was a bitch. I just mean show me the stuff, show me the goods. That's so cute. Oh my god. What's her name? What's her name? Oh my god, Precious. Oh, she's a shredder. I can see that surgery she did on that turtle. She found a spot. She opened up a seam and started busting it right from there. She just ripped that shit open. Freya, aww. Aww. That's so cute. Like the Norse Vanir goddess. Yeah, Freya. I've definitely heard that in mythology and of course in media because yes. Oh my god, okay, wait. Sneaky Pig isn't even. She's not in chat right now, but. That's so funny. Hold up. Precious. Precious. That kitty picture is so cute. Alright, but yeah, what are we feeling like doing today? What? So, Nif, do you have time to play a game? Are you interested? Or are you only, able to kind of like lurk in and be in the chat today? I am very glad for your presence. Yo, what's up, Mother Mystic? How you doing today? Here, let me sit back and show you my poncho. I love this thing. I made it. Bitch, I made this. It's like a little off-center. Hold up. I've been moving around a lot. Yo, what's good? Oh, you know, just another week. Same shit, new day. Look at me, I made this. But yeah, I love my poncho. I'm wearing it. I'm gonna be wearing this all the time. Thank you. Yeah, and I decided, normally my recliner's over here because it's Tater's throne. This is my throne today. Oh, that's so sweet. We're all gonna watch a show together. Woo. That's fun. That is so fun. Well, guys, don't hate me. I just like making decisions has been just so fatiguing lately. So I'm like, oh my god, what do I do? I kind of want to bitch and stitch, but I feel like you guys won't be able to see what I'm doing very well. But it'd be kind of fun. It'd be kind of fun, and I need assistance in not zoning out. Because that's definitely what's gonna happen. Play your Pretty Little Stardew or crochet. Ooh. I am kind of feeling like crocheting, I'm not gonna lie. I want to finish this hood. Not even just because it's like, you wanna know what's funny? It's like, it's not even because I'm like, I want to gift it to this person as soon as possible. I just want to finish it because I've just been having so much fun making it. I just want to keep going. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just want to keep going. But yeah, I don't know if, this is the hood I'm... Okay, fine. You guys have talked me into it. Did you guys enjoy that intro song? Did you hear the Gay Fish song that came on? I was dying. I was like, yo, I'm so happy that this came on when we were still in the starting soon screen. I was dead. You did hear it? I turned it up, not gonna lie. I was like, you guys have to hear this. It's so fucking funny. Okay, so what I could do... Oh my god, do you guys see? You can barely see the taters there. Let me adjust the camera. Let me adjust it. My desk is like an absolute mess right now. There's too much shit going on. There's too much shit going on. But I digress. I don't even know where to put this. Just setting it on top shit. I need this is a two-hand activity. This is a two-hand activity. Oh. Overcompensate. Don't accidentally bump it. You cleaned your desk Saturday? I cleaned it last week. Yesterday was like my cleaning the house day, so I was like doing the kitchen and the laundry and the dishes all day and shit. Fuck, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so I cleaned it last week, but then the point was that I cleaned off this other desk too, so that I would have a specific spot for crochet, because my computer desk was getting a little cluttered and claustrophobic. And then I was like also like trying to separate the two areas, because I was like, I want my gaming area to be like my gaming area, and I want like not all of my crochet shit to like intertwine and just take up a bunch of space. But then I realized that I just spent all my time on my computer anyway. Like, I'm socializing, I'm in Discord, I'm watching movies, and like I want to do the crochet activity while in voice chats, while doing blah 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 blah, while I'm just sitting here and stuff. So it's just starting to find its way back here. So I need to figure out, like, I should probably just, like, instead of having this little table that I have in the corner, I should just probably put some sort of shelving or something. I don't know. I gotta find some sort of fix, hopefully without buying a new product, because I'm so tired of capitalism. I'm so tired of them them creating problems for us so that they can sell us a solution. Yo, Shaki, I hope you're having a good Monday. What's good? What's good in your hood? See, you guys can see baby boy. I do think he's gonna spend a lot of time on my lap, though, soon here. Like, I'm on this chair. It's gonna happen. Alright, I need to find a spot for this so it's not in the way. I don't think it'll be in the way there. Oh, word. So I started listening to Dungeon Crawler Crawl. Oh, hell yeah. I do enjoy listening to podcasts. I really like listening to this Morbid podcast. Are you guys down for that? You know me. I need something to like go along with it. We're too neurodivergent here. So we had to have like a couple outlets. I gotta do something with my hands, I gotta do something with my mouth, which is chatting. And then I've got to do something with my ears, which is gonna be listening to something else. I don't know. I'll even put up I'll put up that YouTube video, or I'll put up the Duck Simulator or something that we can also watch while we're chatting. I love having just like idle things. Yeah, I love Morbid. I love Morbid so much. It's such a great podcast. That one's my favorite. So like, I do appreciate people telling me about which podcast they like too. I'm not trying to be rude. I just know I'm not going to listen to them because I'm listening to Morbid if I'm listening to a podcast. Like, I'm going to be real with you. Morbid's the one. That's the one. And I don't even care if I've listened to it. I'll listen to it again. Get these girls more funds. I want funds so I can give them funds. Do you know what I mean? But I ain't got no funds. but I do enjoy Morbid a lot. So we could chat and crochet and listen to a Morbid podcast, and then the question is, do we want to just have like, I could put up the YouTube video where there's like the lava lamps and colors, or like some sort of animation that we can also have assisting, or do you guys want to look at the ducks? Why not do everything? Because I want to choose one thing for the screen. I'm pretty much choosing everything else. You wanna know what I could do? What if it seems like a silly thing, but what if I just like what if I was chilling in my Schedule 1 game and I just did like a little bit here, a little bit there? Because it's kind of a boring game to me now, but I really want that net worth. So what if I just kept it on the screen and I'll turn on my... Here, let me press the magic button. Where'd it go? Wait, why is my technology tweaking all the time now? Why do you hate me? Just chatting display. Yeah, shouldn't you be like that? Device not connected or not? Why does OBS just decide to do shit? Why do they just decide that after I choose a display, and it's been like that for like the whole time? The whole time. And then just randomly it's like, which device what are you talking about? You're not connected to a device. What do you mean? Ridiculous. Technology hates me. Okay. Try number 2. Is the button gonna work? The magic button! The timing of that in the song was pretty funny. I'm sorry. I don't think you guys can even hear it. And I think that's this thing. If I did that, can you guys hear it a little bit more? Was it even audible beforehand? Like low-key. So Stardew while crocheting and listening to a podcast and have a lava lamp in the corner. But I don't own a physical lava lamp. I do have this little Zelda light that I could put right here. And then I can have that fading, because then there's also a dog. But I'm not gonna lie to you, getting in and out of this chair is difficult. So let's hope I can reach it without getting my poncho in my paraphernalia. Look at how I had to grab this. And get my paws all over it. Exactly. She dirty. Anyhow. Where's the little controller for the light? I mean, like, I can just do this, but I want the controller for the light. Where'd it go? It's somewhere amongst this mess. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I got a bunch of yarn all over my table, okay? Okay? There's a lot of stuff to deal with. I don't know where I be setting shit, and I be throwing shit on top of it, okay? Oh, there it is. Don't worry, I found it. We found it. Alright, what color? We can have it. I like the fade a lot, but I'm pretty sure it was already doing that. But it's too bright. It's at its like max brightness. And I can't turn it down when it's in this mode for some reason. Is that good enough? Well, I don't know about Stardew. Stardew, like, if I play Stardew, I'm playing Stardew, you know what I mean? That's not a game you idle, because you're wasting time, and time is money. So, but I'm definitely willing to waste time in Schedule 1, because there ain't shit going on besides me buying seeds and shit. And soil, and I can, you know, I can take a break, and I can do everything at the 4 a.m. glitch, and then I can move on. And then I can keep crocheting. So if I think the game options, if I'm gonna crochet and have something up, is gonna be either Schedule 1 or the Duck Sim. and it just depends on if I'm willing to like pop in and out of the game. But I've been obsessed with the vibe of my room. I've been making my room in Schedule 1 pretty legit and chillax, and it got the jukebox, and I think it'd be kind of a vibe. It's a vibe. You want a vibe? How's that? Is that close enough to a lava lamp? I know it's not the same. I wonder if there's like a widget I can use. I feel like I need to optimize my OBS though one of these days. There's too much shit going on. Alright, I think I talked myself in Competitor and we played Terraria all day. Listen, 100%. As long as you're not bullshitting me, if you come hang out for the whole day, Tater will be all over you. At first, he'll probably be a little hyper, but then once he gets comfortable, he does not understand boundaries. And he'll probably get all over you. I think he's low-key, I don't mean to expose him or anything, but like he is way more bi than you think. He is way more into guys than you think. And he will hump you, I'm not gonna lie. Be prepared for that. If you're willing for it. If you don't give a fuck, I just need to warn you though. It's happened to a couple of our male friends. He gets really obsessed and he just like wants to be all over them. I also think it's them getting a little bit... Because he likes to grab people's arms with his paws, and it looks like he might be starting to do that, but I think sometimes he's just trying to climb. And a lot of people like to assume it's that. But I don't disagree that there are some times where he's doing that. I just don't think every single time it's that. But hey, what are you gonna do? So, I think that's the move. I think I should not be sitting on my foot anymore. See, okay, so if I sit up, I can still reach my controls. It's not too bad. And plus, I can even, like, put a challenge on myself. I don't think I have my posture corrector thingy. I think that's upstairs, like upstairs, but yeah. Okay, so it's raining. That's sad. It's really warm where I'm at. It's kind of unbearable at times, but hey, it's nice. It's nice, but it's unbearable at times. I like the fall weather. Of course, of course. So we're gonna continue. Do you guys think I should make this screen bigger? I should definitely change the category. Because I feel like I don't want people to not know what I'm doing. There's a little bit of both going on. I think I added the Schedule 1 playlist. Oop, I added the Schedule 1 playlist to this playlist, so I feel like it'll be pretty legit at one of these points. Oh, and then there's still the laundering of the money. I'm gonna go do that. Oh, it's probably still going. It's too early in the morning. But yo, this is my room in the mansion. I think I'm gonna buy a gold bar just to put it there. You know? Because I got my weed here, you know? So, like... the way I'm crouched is ridiculous. Isn't it?
Time to stretch.
Time to stretch,
Get
you're
up.
right. Good
I
morning.
said get the fuck up and stretch, bitch.
Let's start with some arm circles. Stretch the shoulders. Make sure your core is engaged. Ooh, I'm gonna start stretching. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm stretching and engaging some muscles really quick. Just let me put these things down. All right. Stretch my like chest and shoulders. And then my arms upward. Ooh. My hair gets caught on everything. Alright, that's nice. Did you guys also get limber there? Gotta keep your muscles a little limber so that they don't go stiff, you know? That's no bueno. You know, I said this was supposed to be chill. I was supposed to be not, like, caring about anything, but I'm, like, here I am caring about stuff the second I open up this game. Let me sit my ass down. Let me sit my ass down and... Let's continue the work and progress that I am doing. So what's good, you guys? Happy Monday. I hope work is going well for anybody who is there. I know a couple people are... Oh, I forgot to move these weights. They're gonna be in my way. Ooh, should I eat? I should. I'm gonna put my compression glove on because honestly it helps so much. I'm scared. I think I need to get a new pair soon because these are... They still have the compression, but there's just like some of the seams like by the fingers and stuff are just getting like a little worn. I just did that the wrong way. Yeah, some of the seams in like the fingers and like the thumb is getting a little worn. So I wonder if... See, because I feel like if I turned it into a sleeve instead of a glove... Oh, I got the finger holes. Then it wouldn't hold very well and it probably wouldn't do what it needs to do. Because it probably needs that pull, but I don't know. I know they make sleeves. I just probably need to like at least hem it to a degree. Which I might actually... I want to start learning how to do basic sewing again. I feel like there was like one very short time in my life where I could do like a basic fix something type sewing stitch. But I don't know. I don't think I have any more. Which glove? This is the wrong glove. Where's my other one? Oh no, I think it's all the way upstairs. Well. I'll get it when I get up next. I'm gonna take another sip of coffee too. We're gonna really get cozy here. This song is like boring as fuck. It gives YouTube intro and like sometimes it's nice to have in the background, but then when I notice the song is on, I usually change it. When I like actually hear it. Good morning. Alright, what are we doing? So... Yo, what's up, Kenzie? How are you? I am doing pretty good. I can't complain too much. It's a Monday. We're doing kind of like a kitchen sink of things right now. So we got my bullshit makeshift lava lamp is just this light that's gonna be fading through colors. We got Puppy Cam, we got Schedule 1. We're chatting, we're listening to music, and I'm crocheting. We're doing all the things. Also, I'm sorry not sorry if you guys think this looks fucking nerdy. I'm not risking permanent neck damage so that because I'm gonna be staring straight down at the work. So it's really nerdy, but I don't care too much. I clip these things on my glasses. It looks so fucking nerdy. It looks so nerdy. But it's fine. We're fine. It's fine. But yeah, I want to crochet, so fuck it, we ball. God, look at me exposing my dorky ass sides. Oh, I fucked up. Sorry, hold up. I don't know what I'm doing. This needs to be this way. Oh my god, no, actually, I just don't know what I'm doing. I'm having a moment. We'll get to it. We'll get back to it. So I think this one, we're just doing the one. Okay. No increases. You should totally get a pair, Kenzie. See, also what's kind of fun is that I can look at chat. I'm just like, but you guys can't tell that I'm looking at chat. And I love that. I feel like I need like a pillow at my lower back though. You should. It's so helpful. See, yeah, no, I'm not like, otherwise I'd be like this, you know what I mean? I'd be looking straight down for hours and hours. See, now I look like a fucking nerd. This makes me want to put my hood on, I'm not gonna lie. This makes me want to put my hood on so you guys don't see this shit, but oh well. What do you mean? I thought you liked me! I feel like I need that as a soundbite. What do you guys think? What do you mean? I thought you liked me! If you can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. Let me say that right fucking now. If y'all can't handle me at my dorkiest, y'all don't deserve me at my, I don't even know, stereotypical society attractiveness. I don't know what the opposite of nerdy is. I don't know. That one didn't work as well. So let's just go back to the original. If y'all can't handle me at my worst, y'all don't deserve me at my best. Yo, I think taking that sip of coffee and puffing on my vapes it made my head so shaky. Okay. Deep breath. Calm down. Caffeine is a good thing.
It's time to drink water.
I guess it's time to drink water. Be looking like a bug eye. So does this mean that I have 6 eyes now? You know what I mean? Like how they call people who wear glasses 4 eyes. Am I 6 eyes now? I have opened my 6th eye and y'all just don't understand this plane of existence. Fucking get at me. I have evolved past 4 eyes, you plebeians. Y'all don't even know. I want to be like, yeah, I can crochet an assassin hood in 2 days because low key, if I'm just chilling and going for it, I could. That was a bad time to drink water, apparently. I'm so sorry. I swear, I get you a lot when you're like, I feel like I have a good timing with that, but bad timing with that. Specifically, the amount of times that you're like, that was a bad time to drink water, a bad time to drink my thing. Like, or, yes, that's the other one. I was like, I swear there was another one, but I couldn't think of it. Yeah, like, that's a bad time. I pretty much make you cough indirectly. Just accidentally choke you out. Might be. Actually, the force is just too strong with me. I'm sorry. I can't control it. I'm the one of legend. I'm the chosen one. A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away, Naboo was under an attack. Anybody Weird Al fans in the chat? Because I fuck with that. You say 40 pizza rolls? That sounds like you are so satisfied now. Hell yeah. Your body needed it. There was a time where I could eat 40 pizza rolls. I think I struggle with like 20 now. But there was a time. I feel like that's not a bad thing though. That for me personally on my food journey, it's probably good. Wait, didn't I say? Oh my god, we weren't even just gonna listen to music today. We were gonna listen to the podcast. We were gonna listen to Morbid. What am I doing? Y'all, how did we all forget? This isn't just my fault. Actually, let me take off the glasses. This is not just my fault. No one... I know y'all probably didn't want to be pushy, but yo, I would have forgotten. I 100% would have forgotten. She's like, well, I'm fucking high, so I was the one in the circle who we should have trusted. Listen! And you think I'm any better? It's Freya's fault. It's just too cute. Okay, listen. If nobody stole cookies from the cookie jar, then... Oh, I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. If I hit... Ooh, it's only 7 until 8 p.m. in the game. What do you mean? Okay. I almost forgot what I was doing again. I got distracted. I was looking at Discord and I was looking at the pet pics again, and then I was like, aw. And I was just taking a second to go, aw. And then I was like, I'll turn away and do the other thing, and then I forgot. So let's go. Sit up straight. That's not the right thing. See, now they're gonna make me expand my library and search up podcasts so that I can see it faster. Okay, so which one do we want to listen to? With me. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll down to... I'll try to find where we were the other time. Right, because that was in like 2025 in the podcast. Maybe. Oh. August. We gotta be nearby. There we go. So we listened to that. The Paris Catacombs, Haunted Accordions, and more with Josh Holm. The Bombing Galaxy 629. I feel like this one was really interesting. Okay, well listen, there's 3 good ones in a row, so that seems like pretty legit, right? And I'm so prepared for this today, you guys. Not in the sense of like I was planning for it, but last time that I did the podcast situation, I really wanted some sort of fix for the ads, so I wasn't having to like pause really fast and run to it. So now I have a couple of my keyboard hotkeys set up to automatically mute Spotify for you guys, not for me, so that I can still like hear the ad and then like skip through it, and then I can give you guys the ears back, and or I can just turn it down a little bit or up to turn it back. But anywho, long story short, let's get it going, but we'll keep it quiet for right now because we want to skip through these ads. Okay, so let me know how the volume is.
Hi, honey. How are ya? I'm good. This is where we chit chat a little bit.
Yeah, you better get used to it, okay? This is where you fast forward if you don't like the banter. We
Exactly.
just talk like that the entire. If it's a
understand last name.
She's so funny.
She just,
This is where we
it's my
fast forward if
youngest,
we
and
don't
she
like the
throws
banter.
things off like it's nobody's fucking business.
You gotta say how she came down the
Yeah,
stairs.
she comes.
Throws her head. I
Yeah.
left just in time. Like crappy, and she walked in and she said, "I have a headache and my tummy hurts." And I said, "It was so good to see you guys."
You
Alina,
just-
So good
and
to
Leah,
see
I
you
just know
guys.
her. I just know it's like it's a mama thing. You
Yeah.
just know. You know in your gut.
just her vibe too.
Yeah.
I said, "I'm getting the fuck
It
out
was
of
just
here."
off. Yeah. It's,
Don't judge me.
and I'm gonna like I don't know.
I
how,
didn't put
like,
hairspray in
fellow
today.
people
I'm
who
trying to
take care of other
think.
people feel because this can be of any age and any persuasion.
Mhm.
But
So yeah,
like,
so
it's
if
one of
I'm
those things
chatting and
that, like,
stuff, can you
you
guys
fear
hear me?
as
I mean,
when
I'll
you
try my
have
best to
kids,
pause it and stuff.
it's like that. You're like I have to take care of someone else's puke. Like,
So like if I have a lot to say, I'll do my best to pause it. We can go off on tangents and things like that. So I don't want to like talk over them all the time, but if I say little quips and things, I don't want to pause it for every single little thing. So
that's scary. If
Can
don't
you
if you're
still
not good
kinda
with
hear
that
me if I
stuff,
go,
that's a fear.
If you don't like puke,
I mean, no one likes puke. But like, some people are just
This
not
bitch-
fazed by it
Ah,
really. Like, which
I'm
I
sorry,
envy.
these are just
weirdly,
random ad
I'm
libs.
not.
Random ad libs. I can hear you, but not the podcast super well. Oh, interesting. Okay, so let me turn down like my headphone volume.
That's the thing. Like,
I mean, I don't have kids.
I don't like it. Like, I don't like watching it in a movie. I don't like watching it anywhere. It immediately
You
makes me
guys
feel
can't
nauseous.
hear it that well.
And so, but then you have kids, and I'm still in that place where like
Should I
yesterday,
turn it
as she was not
up?
feeling well, I was like, oh no, she's going to. Like, I get very nervous, and then
Yeah.
like John's the calm one,
Yeah.
and then as
Wait,
soon as it happens,
This is a lot
I'm
better.
totally fine.
Yeah.
Like, I can jump right into like
Sorry, I don't know
console,
It's
clean
just
up.
the like.
It's the anticipation
yes,
of it that
yes.
is the worst part for me.
Yeah.
And John can handle that anticipation so well, so I think
Yay!
it works very well because he's
That's
able
good.
to chill with the anticipation, and I can go like full into while it happens.
Yeah, I've been here for other ones, and usually, like, there's been times where they're like just with me and like you're doing something, and I'm like, oh,
Yay!
they
Okay,
yacked,
cool,
Yeah,
like,
you're just like,
cool.
"Ugh."
and I just start cleaning it.
Yeah, you're like, oh, here we go.
I like, yacked a lot in my earlier days of
But
partying. So my friends yacked, and I helped
don't
them. We were all
want
yakking
to
together.
Yeah, everyone's just
this.
I'm used to yak. Here you are.
So, here we are. It's been shitty this week. I think it might have.
Wasn't, and we're so lucky to have AC. September,
Yeah,
because
I'm
I
just-
like my not working
no.
like properly.
I just June right now, so that's good.
Once you get to July 4th, summer's halfway over.
There you go. So that's
Well, it's
in
gonna
so
be
many ways.
seriously
Please,
amazing.
when-
Seriously,
When does
it's
it
gonna
end?
be.
Again, there's no hate.
I can't wait.
I don't
Can't
want
wait.
to sit through 9 minutes of
So,
banter.
Yeah, we were watching. I think we we might have been to other place. I think we did it before the
You
episode.
think I'm lying,
Been
but
to
I'm at
sit
9 minutes right
in a
now.
room that's completely decorated for Halloween and fall.
Oh, and I'm gonna be so basic. I want a fucking
Most of the
pumpkin
time
spice
it's
I
like
latte.
want to be
11
wearing
minutes.
a Halloween sweatshirt,
Yes.
and I want to have a cozy blanket on me.
Halloween. Want it.
I've never
Spring, but in my mind,
Yeah.
it's summer.
Yeah, what a
because
noise.
they're very delicious. They
She's
look like
thick.
the first. She's thick, and they look like the and everything. So
I'm in the market for new bookshelves.
well, maybe I'll see
In
you
the
guys in
market for new
August because maybe we'll
bookshelves.
do a couple of events. For the book.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I do.
You
I'll
know.
tell you later.
You know, I know. They just don't know.
You don't know,
But we
I
could see
know.
ya. Maybe.
If you know, you know.
Who knows?
And
so
if you don't
make
know,
sure
you
you're
don't know.
pre-ordering the paperback.
It's
of the
as
book
simple
at
as
the end.
that.
Anywhere.com.
You can get it
/the Butcher
anywhere.
Internet.
You know,
ABC.
you get books. You can order books.
Easy. It's
You know.
1, 2,
Go
3.
do it. I'll love you forever. I will.
Time I order a book on
Please.
Amazon, I have a new problem app, and then I just got for our book club book. I ordered it, and I got this like weird small edition that's like so small that I'm like, what is
Hello?
wrong with me?
What the hell?
I don't know. What the heliante?
What the heliante? You just
The
got you gotta
heliante.
really read that description.
I
before
guess
you buy it,
so.
I
Maybe they
guess.
should make that fucking part bigger.
Yes.
there you go. That's-
exactly, Quinn. That's exactly what I've been saying this whole time. Because like I don't mind. There are some times where like I actually want to, like if I'm like cleaning and stuff, and I'm not like in it just for the content. I want to have something playing. Then like I actually don't mind when I'm listening to their banter while I'm like doing dishes and shit like that. There are definitely times where I like hearing the 12, 13 minutes of it, but when I want to get to the good stuff and start listening to the good stuff and do something else, it is rough. It is rough.
Big
That one
friends.
bigger.
It should.
And so I was
That's
like,
We are
crazy.
at
what is going
13
on?
minutes right
What?
now.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know if mine is available in that. Or...
Oh, and like unlikely.
that's all like the good stuff.
Hello?
That's all happy stuff. You're flying.
Yeah, you know what to do.
No,
No.
wonder this
And
episode is
this
an hour and
does,
48
just to
minutes.
Make it, so you already know going into this. Trigger warning: we're talking about a plane crash.
Yes.
Okay.
I
think we're at the good
going
stuff
through
now.
it a little bit right
Am
now.
I gonna-
But I have a fear of flying.
Yeah. You know what?
Okay, I
think,
did-
I think most
everyone
people
in
Move
the
it back
collective
like 30
nation has a
seconds.
fear
Yeah.
of. I have a fear of flying right now.
Here's the thing: it's
I
still
think we're
very
good.
safe
Yeah, totally.
You know, like it's still,
I think
you know,
we're
we're
okay
going
right
through
now.
it a little bit right
Am
now.
I going to
but
do it? No.
Am I going to do it anytime
Am I going to tell
soon?
you what to do?
No. And this does, just to make it, so you already know going into this, trigger warning, we're talking about a plane crash.
Yes.
But it's not a crash in the sense that it just crashed, it exploded.
Oh.
Because of a bomb,
Oh.
obviously, because it's the bombing
Because
of.
of
Yes,
Obama.
yes.
This was also in the 50s, the
Okay.
1950s, when
Less protocol.
less protocol, but it was still very safe. It was still a very safe form of travel in comparison to everything else. So
Oh,
like,
yeah.
that'll give you a little, like, I need to tell myself that all the time. So I'm just telling you that in case you also are fearing things right now.
That's
You're
fair.
trying to help me and I'm trying to help you. Also, again, I've said this every time that we've talked about plane crashes and I talk about my fear of flying. Follow pilots on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
Follow them on TikTok. They will make you feel better. They will explain things about noises and everything else. And when a plane crash happens, so many pilots, maybe I'll find some names and I'll give you some, will
Oh.
update you to tell you why that happened. So
Yeah.
you can feel a little more in the know and
And why
understanding.
it's rare.
That's
and why
so
it's rare.
cool.
So again,
That's
if you have a fear of flying, I'm
reassuring.
with you. I feel you. So let's start.
Okay.
United Airlines Flight 629 started out in New York on the late morning of November 1st, 1955. It was stopping briefly in Chicago just for some minor repairs, which, you know, planes need to do.
I
It was
don't
like a
care.
propeller part. And then it was moving on to its scheduled stop in Denver, where it landed a little after 6 p.m. The plane, which was called the Mainline Denver, was a Douglas DC-6B, which is a 105-foot piston-powered passenger and cargo plane that was pretty popular with the U.S. military, actually, before the end of World War II.
Oh, wow.
And that's when Douglas started retrofitting them to be part of like commercial airlines,
Mhm.
essentially, like compete in the travel market. The model was typically operated by 3 to 4 crew members with an additional 1 to 2 flight attendants and could accommodate up to 89 passengers.
That's a small plane.
So in 1955, air travel for just leisure was just starting to outpace train and car travel. It was really not a big thing before this. It was becoming a little more affordable than it had previously been, so people were starting to be able to take planes places.
Yeah.
As a result, many of the passengers on Flight 629 were taking their first ride on a plane that day,
Oh.
including
That must be
Yeah.
wild. Especially like everybody takes a first plane ride at some
Yeah.
point, obviously. But you think about taking that first plane ride when plane rides are a new thing.
Yeah.
That's fucking terrifying.
That's terrifying. Like that's a whole different.
Because you have, at least when you take your first plane ride now, you can kind of like know what to expect a
you have
little
a whole
bit.
history of like
Yeah.
safety protocols and technology and
You can watch a
upgrades
video
and
about how it fucking happens.
you can hear a pilot tell you how it all works out.
Even the first time I like was cognitive and flew, well,
Mhm.
I was cognitive as a 2-year-old, but you know, I had more cognitive ability as a 19-year-old or
Yeah.
no, I was 14. Anyways, when you start fucking barreling down the runway before you take off, I remember being like, are we supposed to be doing that?
Oh, I've been on how many plane trips, and every time I ask, are we supposed to be doing
Yeah,
this?
like it's scary.
and then when it lifts off, I say, am I supposed to be doing this?
yeah, and then you're just floating in a fucking tube in the sky. Obviously,
Yeah.
I know you're not like floating, but
No, but it's just
it's wild.
the whole time you're like, are we supposed to be doing this?
Yeah,
That's
that
my original
initial
point.
takeoff
I
usually
cannot
always has a
imagine
big
doing that for the
wolf.
first time with absolutely baseline zero information.
Yeah, like that would be a lot.
Yeah.
So these passengers included Patricia and Gerald Lipke, who were flying to see Patricia's sister in Portland, and also James and Sarah Dory, who were on their way to see their son, who they hadn't seen in 9 years.
Mhm.
James
Dang.
Dory had been sick for some time, and the couple decided to take the flight after his doctor warned him, quote, his bad arteries might not last long enough to make the trip by car or train.
Oh,
So, like, this was
Aw.
like their last ditch effort.
yeah.
Others were taking this plane to connect to longer flights, like Helen Fitzpatrick and her 1-year-old son, James.
Oh god.
They were going to visit his father in Japan. And Daisy King, who was traveling to Seattle to catch a connecting flight to Alaska, where she was visiting her daughter.
Mhm.
When you
Wow.
really put all that, that's what always kills me about these like plane crashes and these kind of things is like when you start looking into like the actual people on board
And why
and
they
they're
were
doing such
traveling.
like normal things. Like I'm going to see my daughter, I'm going to see my dad, I'm going to see my sister.
Yeah,
Like these kind of things always just like, oh, they tear me
it's heavy.
in two. They
It's
really
heavy.
do. Now, at the time, the Flight Engineers Union were 8 days into a strike, protesting United's recent change in
dang.
regulation that required all future flight engineers hired by the company also to be qualified as pilots.
I feel like that's
Um,
kind of fair.
It feels right to me, but
feel like
I'm
I wouldn't
not in
strike that.
situation. With a significant number of the airline's flight crew out on strike, the company had to scramble to find a crew that could take the flight. Finally, they settled on pilot Lee Hall, co-pilot Donald White, and flight engineer Samuel Arthur. Several passengers on the flight had been booked on other flights that had been canceled because of the strike.
Oh, that always hits so much harder with a story like
yeah.
this.
So it was actually relief to them when they got confirmation they would be flying out of Denver on flight 629.
Mm-hmm.
That always just sends me when they're not even
You
supposed
weren't
to be
even
on this.
exactly.
Or the people who just miss it, you know, like those kind of things are just like, ugh.
Those stories always send chills up
It's
my
very
spine.
Final Destination, and it like freaks me
Yeah.
out. Now, when the plane arrived in Denver, all but 19 passengers got off, with the remaining going to Seattle.
Right.
After the baggage had been loaded into the cargo hold and the cabin had been readied, the 20 new passengers started boarding, several of them stopping along the way to make a last-minute purchase of life insurance, which I guess was like a common occurrence.
Oh, that's
Oh.
interesting.
Yeah, it was
I
common
mean-
during this time period for those traveling by air to purchase short-term life insurance to cover their time in the air,
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
That is
which
pretty
you could
interesting.
purchase easily from a vending machine in the airport.
What?
Yeah,
I
Isn't
never knew.
that-
That's crazy.
I had no idea, and also that would send me into cardiac arrest.
That's-
yeah.
Having to purchase life insurance for my time in the air. No, can't do it.
That's crazy.
Can't do it, my friends.
Also, when you think about it, like life insurance is just death insurance.
It's wild.
like they really
yeah,
they
just
marketed
can't call
that
it
a much better. They all
That's
sat
all.
at that table and they said, "No, we can't call it that."
Yeah, they were like, this
Yeah,
is
we-
marketing genius to call it life
Yeah,
insurance.
ain't no way we
Damn,
can
Yeah.
call it death
vending
insurance.
Isn't that
machine?
crazy?
Yes.
Yeah,
Also, just
so-
like I can't imagine pressing A2, getting my life insurance, and being
Yeah.
like, "Let me happily board this
Let's
plane."
just jump on it, and it's like the passenger would.
Would you guys how would you guys feel about that? Would you guys comfortably get on a plane and purchase insurance for just your airtime and be like chill with that? It seems kind of crazy, right? I don't even know. Like I would probably do it every time just to be safe. If I had the money, I would do it every time. Like it does sound sketchy, but like if you're gonna be flying anyway, like I don't know. I guess it also depends on if they were like ridiculously priced for the time too, then it's sus, but like for me, like the I don't know what time frame was this again? What time did they say this was in history? 1955? Yeah. So yeah, that's in the 50s. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't trust it all the way. Like, obviously I wouldn't think that these people are making these things to fail, but I would also go, you know, life is life, and I would probably feel safer doing that. There is an ad that's going to start in like 20 seconds for those who have to deal with it. And so I feel bad because I don't want you guys to miss the story. So I might just like stall for 3 minutes, or maybe I don't know, go get something to eat or something, like throw something in the air fryer. I'm not even that hungry. Yeah, that's the problem. So I'm going to stall for 3 minutes so you guys don't miss anything because I appreciate you guys. So let's just talk about schedule 1. Let's just talk about drugs, okay? Okay. Let's talk about drugs. I gotta go launder some money. I need these people to not freaking see me though at the taco ticklers, and I find it very annoying that they like all huddle up there. Do you know what I mean? I probably could have just gone around, but whatever. Y'all, I'm tweaking. I should have put hairspray in. I wanted to try a thing. I tried this different spray and I was hoping that it would give it enough like texture for them to like all stay together. But it didn't. It's not. It was worth a try though. It's fun to do experiments. Don't you guys think? Oh fuck. Move faster, character. What are you doing? Walking. Didn't he like oh no, that's the other person. Yeah, see now they're there. I'm gonna wait till he moves. We got 1 minute and 45 seconds left. I don't know if there's anybody who's actually like in an ad break though right now. But I just don't want to take the chance of anybody missing stuff. And I don't think OBS is like fast enough with them numbers for me to know if anybody's missing anything from the ad break. Wait, so I laundered my money. I don't think I care about... Run! I don't think I care about seeds and stuff on this night. Should just go to my other place. The main lights aren't even on. These are all just these lights. What do we think? Do we think it's vibey? I think it's kind of vibey. I think I wanted to move the plant over. So I think I'm going to move the plant over there. Just haven't decided if I want to put a TV or something in here, or if I care. I wish there was a wall-mounted TV. I wish I could put a wall-mounted TV right here. That would make it perfect, I think. Especially if there was like a chair I could buy instead of a bed. Anywho. Okay, well, we got 10 seconds left, you guys. You're doing phenomenal. I'm so proud of us. Look at, we're fighting back on the short attention span. We are fighting for a right to party. Don't you guys agree? I gotta sow this butthole seed real quick. Wait, are you guys back? Are you guys back?
Just purchase the policy, sign the copy produced by the vending machine, then drop it in a lockbox to be collected by an agent at the end of the day.
Wow.
In this case, passengers purchase policies from Continental Casualty and Mutual of Omaha at 25 cents for each $6,250 of coverage, with a maximum coverage amount of $125,000.
This is wild.
Oh,
Isn't that like that
that is
blew my
wild.
mind?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, that really is.
Really
I wonder when
fascinating.
that stopped.
I know. I wonder that
They're
too.
like, hey, that's not the best idea.
So after being delayed several minutes by a late passenger, flight 629 finally took off from the runway at 6:52 p.m.
Those late fucking passengers.
Yeah.
Get there on time.
Get there. 4 minutes later, at 6:56 p.m., Lee Hall radioed the tower and reported they had passed over the Denver Omni Station, a radio broadcasting tower several miles northeast of the airport.
I kind of want to put
Several
it here,
minutes later,
though.
air traffic controllers at Stapleton Airport reported seeing a large flash in the sky, followed by
no.
2 balls of fire falling towards the earth.
Oh, God.
At the same time, a
Jesus.
farmer just outside Longmont, Colorado, reported seeing what he described as, quote, a brilliant ball of fire that he said he watched just tear through the sky for nearly 2 minutes before it crash landed in a field about 8 miles away.
Wow.
It wasn't long before authorities learned what those individuals had witnessed. It was the explosion midair of United Airlines Flight 629 and the immediate death of all 44 passengers.
Oh
on
my
board.
That's
god.
awful.
I'm going to read out the names of all 44 passengers.
Yeah.
So just sit tight.
Good.
Jack Ambrose, Samuel Arthur, Bror Breckstrom, Irene Breckstrom, John Bommelin, Frank Brennan Jr., Clarissa Bunch, Thomas Crouch, Barbara Cruz, Carl Deist, John Jardins, James Dory, Sarah Dory, Charles Edwards, Clara Edwards, Helen Fitzpatrick, James Fitzpatrick, Daisy King, Lee Hall, Goldie Herman, Vernal Herman, Elton Hickok, Jacqueline Hines, Marion Hobgood, John Jungles, Gerald Lipke, Helen Lipke, Layla McLean, Frederick Morgan, Suzanne Morgan, Peggy Petticord, James Purvis, Herbert Robertson, Harold Sandstead, Sally Schofield, Jesse Sizemore, James Earl Strudd, Clarence Todd, Minnie Van Vallen, Ralph Van Vallen, Donald White, and Alma Windsor. When you read
So
them
many
out like that,
people.
it really makes you
That's sad.
like it, you grasp how many people.
Wait, hold up. I need this. My heart goes out.
In the blink.
Yeah,
Like it sends chills down my spine.
it does.
And again, the youngest on board and the only real child on board was James Fitzpatrick, who
He's
was 1
one.
year old.
Oh,
And I
Oh,
believe
my
the oldest person on
heart.
board was Layla McLean, who was 80 years old.
oh,
I know.
live to 80.
yeah.
And that's how you go. That's awful.
It's awful.
All you can hope is that it was so
What a
fast.
light
I hope
out
that nobody
here.
felt
It's so
anything.
Yeah, I hope nobody even
dark.
knew.
Yeah.
Which, when you know what happened here, it feels like nobody could have possibly had any idea what was happening.
That's good.
You know what I mean? That's the only hope here.
Mhm.
Now, again, although they were more common in the past than they are today, airline crashes have always been a pretty uncommon occurrence.
Mhm.
Because again, and John's always telling me this, we see them on the news because they're so uncommon. So
Right,
it
they
makes
wouldn't be
us feel
reporting
like,
them.
yeah, it's like
all
if
the
we saw
time.
all the car crashes, you couldn't even have one 24-hour news station
No.
covering them all. It wouldn't even. So I know it's hard to think of it that way. Sometimes that doesn't comfort me at all, but it might work for some of you.
Mhm.
Ooh, okay, so now I can try out my thing. Well, no, I'll just do this.
Ryan Reynolds.
Their clothes are timeless.
They got me with that one. Her voice. It's still going. All right, I think I got it. Did I
But
need to
however,
turn
Flight
this up again?
629 was the second plane to crash in the region near the Rocky Mountain Range in less than a
Stop
month.
fucking with it.
Oh wow.
The previous crash was had occurred about 100 miles away on October 6th, after crashing into the mountainside and killing all 66 passengers on board. The crash of the previous month was the worst airline disaster in the United States until that period.
Oh.
And while the explosion of Flight 629 didn't surpass that disaster in, casualty number, it was no less tragic.
Yeah.
Unlike several other crashes, which were relatively well contained to the area where the accident actually occurred,
Mhm.
the explosion of 629 created a massive crash site, dropping large pieces of flaming debris, luggage, and rows of seats with passengers still in them
Oh.
into the yards and fields of the rural community of Longmont, Colorado.
That's crazy.
Conrad Hopp, a farmer who lived near the primary crash site, remembered hearing a big explosion like a bomb went off. And he ran outside to see what happened. And he said, quote, "I hollered back to my wife that she'd better call the fire department. Then I turned around and the plane blew up in the air,"
Oh God.
which is literally my nightmare.
Yeah.
That's
I have
terrifying.
literal nightmares of seeing a plane fall out of the sky. It's like the worst thing I can possibly imagine seeing.
Do you remember when my mom did?
Yes, like actually saw one.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
Into a parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd never recover from that.
Yeah.
Now, Martha Hopp recalled, "I ran outside and I remember all the roads were white with lights. Everybody was already out on the roads doing the same thing." And the Hopps were just two of a ton of local residents who were rushing out to the Weld County beet field where the main portion of the plane crashed down, hoping there was something they could just do to help.
Mhm.
That's when you see the
The humanity. in
humanity
people.
there, where people are just rushing to this flaming thing that fell out of the sky just to see if they can help.
Yeah.
Like that's something. But
That's people peopling.
that is people peopling. Because
Yeah.
there's people gonna people, and then there's people gonna people.
Yeah.
People
These are people
peopling.
peopling. But when Longmont Police Chief Keith Cunningham and the other first responders arrived in the field, it was pretty apparent that there was nothing that anybody could do to help. After just a few minutes of surveying the huge amount of wreckage in the field, a patrolman radioed dispatch to report no ambulances are necessary.
Oh.
What?
It was fall and the sun went down early at that time of year, so it was fully dark by the time a full team of state and local investigators came to the scene. Despite the lack of any real natural light, it became very evident early on that there was really going to be no survivors. Author Andrew Field said that they immediately went in there looking for somebody to help, but it was pretty quickly determined, like,
There's no
there's
way.
nothing we can do, which is so sad.
Yeah.
Law enforcement and fire officials,
Rip.
along with over 100 volunteers, spread out across the field and surrounding area to look for bodies and potential survivors. Because even though there was no survivors in this particular debris
You never
field,
know.
they were just hoping.
Yeah. And
You
again,
know,
it's
you
such
never
a
know.
large crash site.
Yeah. And the author Field said, as they would find bodies, they would station a man with a flashlight to indicate where the body was. So somebody would just stand there with a flashlight next to where a body was so that they could just find them all. Because
Oh
they were so
my
scattered.
God.
He said, and pretty soon the entire field was filled with little points of light.
Oh, that's such a
Which-
horrible visual. Ugh.
Yeah.
And obviously, this experience would weigh very heavily on anyone. And it really weighed heavily on Conrad Hopp Jr., the farmer who first saw it. He was just 18 years old at the time.
Oh God.
His father had seen it first, I should say. Senior had seen it first. The junior was 18 years old at the time. And he said finding a body was fairly simple. But later on, to try and pick that body up and put it in a body bag, that was the tough part.
Yeah.
Oh.
That will change you as an
Yes, it
individual,
will.
no matter what age you are. But
Oh, yeah.
18.
At 18,
That's
Yeah.
a lot.
as the Stapleton air traffic controllers had observed, the plane had essentially broken into two large sections, which tore 4 feet deep holes into the earth upon impact,
Wow.
and burned for hours after landing in the field.
Damn.
The nose of the plane, which had avoided catching fire, was badly smashed, which indicated that it had been the first part to hit the ground. Inside the cockpit, the bodies of the pilot, co-pilot, and engineer could all be seen still strapped to their seats.
Oh, that's haunting.
It's very upsetting.
That is very
Fortunately for investigators, the two main sections of the plane had landed mostly intact. They were super mangled, really damaged by, the seemingly unstoppable blaze at this point that is just keeps going because it's being fed by a steady stream of jet fuel that's leaking
Right.
from the engine. So it's just nonstop fire.
Right.
By 9 p.m., the National Guard had been dispatched to the scene to hold back spectators, reporters, and people wanting to
looters. Steal. Yeah.
Yeah. Giving firefighters the space, to finally extinguish
Rip.
the flames.
People are gonna people.
A short time later, electrical rigging had been set up, and the entire field was soon brightly illuminated, showing the full extent of the carnage. Jim Matlack, a publisher of the Longmont Times Call, said there was nothing we could do but cover up the bodies. There wasn't a sign of life.
Mhm.
Few places in the U.S. are set up to deal with this kind of disaster, this kind of large-scale disaster.
Yeah.
Least of all rural Longmont. Like, they were
Yeah.
just not ready for this. So the
Rip.
coroner set up a makeshift morgue in the Greeley Armory, which was a former National Guard training center, and it occasionally served as an event space, and they had to use it as a morgue.
Oh,
The space was inadequate,
I would
to
think.
say the least, but it at least provided enough private space for the coroner and local medical providers to try to work on identifying victims, while the local Western Union office worked late into the night contacting the families of those passengers through the manifest.
That's
Rip.
awful.
Yeah. In addition, managers from the Mountain States Telephone and Telegraph Company sent more than 40 technicians to the crash site with instructions to add as many telephone lines and equipment as were necessary for responders to complete all of their work that they were doing.
Mhm.
Essentially, volunteers and service providers just worked nonstop to build out a literal infrastructure to respond to this tragedy. They had to literally create the infrastructure
Yeah.
as it was happening, which is pretty impressive.
It is, and you think about like the time, the fact that this was
Yeah.
so unexpected.
This is
They had very
1955.
little resources. Like,
Yeah.
that's very impressive.
The following morning, representatives from United Airlines held a press conference to share what little they knew about the explosion and the passengers who died. The airline confirmed that by 7 a.m., all the bodies had been removed to the armory, and technicians had started examining the wreckage for clues of what the fuck happened here. The representatives declined to comment on what could have caused the explosion, saying that witness reports varied a little bit, some saying it exploded in the air, and others saying it exploded when it hit ground.
Right.
One representative said, "It's difficult for us to say what took place. That probably will have to be determined by the Civil Aeronautics Board." Although they were unwilling to identify what the hell happened here, United's president, W.A. Patterson, told the press, "All evidence now strongly indicates this accident resulted from an explosion in the air." Now, formed as a federal agency in 1938, the purpose of the CAB, which is the Civil Aeronautics Board, was to regulate commercial air travel in the United States. But CAB was also responsible for investigating accidents involving air travel, trying to figure out what the fuck happened, and to determine who or what is at fault
Yeah.
in these situations. After receiving the report about the explosion of Flight 629, CAB dispatched a team of investigators to the site, led by veteran investigator Jack Parshall. Now, the biggest challenge that Jack and his team faced was how fucking huge this crash site was and how spread out it was.
Yeah.
It was spread out for more than a mile, and it was like rural land that was an active farm. So to move quickly, his team employed a new technique where the land was mapped out in a grid, and every piece of debris from the wreckage was tagged with a label and marked on a grid map.
That's a smart way to go about that, actually.
Interesting, yeah. I thought that was really smart.
It weirdly makes you think of when you're, did you ever learn that in art class where you like map
Yes.
out a photo that
Yep.
you want to recreate and then you do it piece by piece like that?
piece, yeah.
That's what it made me think of.
I think it's the same idea. Like
Exactly.
literally the same idea.
Yeah.
Now, once everything had been tagged and mapped, the entire wreckage and every piece of debris was transported to a airplane hangar nearby,
Mhm.
where it was literally recreated exactly as it had been in the beat field, laid out completely.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
It's
because
like
they were
those
able to
TV
do that with the grid.
shows.
So yeah, wow, it really is
So
the
it's
same
literally
idea.
recreating. It's the exact same premise.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so strange to picture in
Right?
your mind.
Isn't it? Now, in his 15 years with the CAB, Jack Parshall had never seen anything like this. The plane hadn't just crashed into something and, mangled when it hit the ground. It had been shredded by what looked like a massive blast, and it sent the passengers and contents out across a 6-square-mile area
Mhm.
as it plummeted to the ground.
Yeah.
As far as Parshall knew, there were a few things that could have caused this kind of thing to happen. One explanation was that, and he said, it was possible that gas fumes had accumulated in a closed compartment, thus causing an explosion. but he said it seemed pretty unlikely that there could have been such a substantial buildup of fumes in such a short period of time.
Yeah, because it hadn't been in the air that long
No.
at that point.
And another possible explanation was that a structural flaw in the construction had caused the fuselage to break apart midair. But this also seemed pretty unlikely since the contents had been blown out across such a big area, which indicated that there was definitely an explosion happening
Yeah,
here.
of some kind.
The third and most reasonable explanation was that a combustible item, quote, negligently put aboard the plane in the cargo area had exploded.
Yeah.
Now, in 1955, the idea that somebody would intentionally bomb an airliner seemed pretty fucking wild to most Americans. Like, it was unheard of. This is not
so
something
crazy
that
because
happens.
I've gone my whole life
Yeah, my
thinking
entire...
about that every single time I get on a plane.
Yeah, which
Like,
is crazy.
that's not unthinkable in any way,
Mhm.
which is so it's so wild to think
Yeah.
that you would back
Well, there
then.
wasn't
Why
much
would they think
precedent.
that you would
Yeah,
ever
yeah.
have a time where you wouldn't be thinking of that.
Yeah,
You know, like I don't remember a time that we weren't thinking about that.
it's so that's so weird.
Yeah. Now, this is not to say like it had never happened before.
No.
Like in previous
It
years,
was unlikely,
a number of flights in other countries had been sabotaged and blown up.
right?
And in the U.S., there were examples of suspected sabotage that couldn't be confirmed, and so they were labeled accidents.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Hmm.
a 1933 United flight out of Chicago that exploded over Indiana. It killed all 4 people on board. But again, the idea that somebody would intentionally try to kill so many people, including a toddler,
Mm-hmm.
for any reason seemed completely unfathomable to
Yeah.
Americans, especially. So
Mhm.
that's why at this point,
Yeah,
they
I
were
don't
still looking at it as somebody
understand.
negligently put something that was combustible, not
right.
somebody planted a bomb.
All I keep picturing is dry shampoo, which obviously was not a thing back
Yes.
then. But that's all I can picture.
That's all you can think of.
Mm.
Now, fortunately, Jack Parshall wasn't most Americans. Parshall had been in the industry long enough to know an explosion when he saw one. And to him, the scene looked very much
Had
like the
all the signs.
1949 bombing of a Canadian airliner where an explosive device was detonated in the cargo hold.
Whew.
In that one, it ripped an
Ooh.
enormous hole in the side of the plane, killing all 23 people on board. Most significantly, the explosion on Flight 629 had ripped the metal of the plane outward at the cargo hold.
Oh,
Yeah, which suggested that something contained within the luggage section had indeed exploded.
yeah.
Also, the pieces of the wreckage that came from the cargo section smelled like sulfur,
Oh,
which forensic chemist
Yeah.
Charles Wilson determined to be residue from dynamite.
yeah.
Andrew Field said a lot of people described it as a firecracker-like smell that they could detect on the metal. Finally, among the wreckage, CAB investigators took small bits of metal and copper wire that they finally determined to be from a timing device.
So this was
Taken-
a straight up bomb.
Bombing. Yeah.
Yeah, straight
Taken
up
together, these
plan.
pieces of evidence all but confirmed Jack Parshall's belief that the explosion of Flight 629 had indeed been,
That corner was always so
and
annoying to get
intentional.
into.
which must be the last. I mean, I don't know. No answer is ever a good answer for why
No.
something like this happens. But then when you think of like somebody set out to kill all these people, including a toddler.
And why? And
Yeah.
everybody's gone. How do you investigate that?
Exactly.
That's like that must
It's
be so, difficult.
upsetting. Now, a few days after the investigation started, Chief of the CAB Investigation Division, James Payton, told reporters, "We found some things that appear unusual and are investigating the possibility of sabotage." And this was all confirmed a few days later on November 7th in a report released by United Airlines. In that, they stated that authorities discovered evidence of a bomb-type explosion in the number 4 cargo pit, which they believed to be the cause of the disaster.
Mhm.
The report said the side walls of the compartment were pushed out and the floor pulverized, and there were gunpowder-type odors on sections of the compartment. In his
Excuse
statement to the
me?
press, Parshall said, "We don't know what type of explosive it is. Frankly, we're going to have to await the results of the laboratory examination. This is the first midair explosion we've encountered in some time, and we're exploring it from every angle." After finding evidence of sabotage, James Payton, chief investigator of the CAB, brought the FBI in to determine if there had been a
Yeah.
violation of a federal statute and to conclusively determine whether the plane had in fact been bombed. Until that point, investigators had been basically proceeding as though the explosion was not, they didn't want to like, they kind of knew it was intentional at this point. Like that's what they were leaning towards, but
Yeah.
they couldn't definitively say it
Yeah.
until they had concrete evidence. So they were still proceeding as if it were an accident,
Okay.
as if something exploded unintentionally in the cargo hold.
But it's like what
Which I think
reeks
is-
of firecracker and explodes.
Yeah, and so they know, but I think it's the safest way to approach it so that you can, because I think it's better to go like too less than too much.
Well,
Well,
you
it's easier
need-
to add than pull back.
And you need all the information before you incite like mass panic.
Exactly. But with the introduction of the FBI, people were starting to be like, I'm thinking this might be criminal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
why
make
would
you
you
scratch
need
your chin.
them if
Yeah,
it
the first
wasn't an
hurdle criminal
accident?
investigators needed to clear was figuring out why someone would want to blow up this plane in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
The first and most obvious suspects were the striking United Airlines employees,
Mm-hmm.
whose negotiations and rhetoric had become a little hostile in the days leading up to the bombing.
That would be a big escalation.
That'd be fucked up. In fact, in the days following the explosion, a representative for the Transport Workers Union went so far as to imply that, quote, United might be criminally liable for the deaths.
Oh damn. Okay, sorry. I wanted to pause it for a second because I just want to let you know that I'm gonna start taking inventory of what things I have in what place because I want to do a whole switch around with everything in this game. Like I want to move all kinds of stuff around, so I need to start like writing it down and doing the things. But then after like the next little like ad segment in the podcast, because I just don't want to walk away and have you guys have to listen to the ad because we hate ads here. So after that little thing, then I'm gonna go run up to the bathroom. So just to let you know a little bit what's going on. And it's not like I'm afraid to chat. It's just I'm so engrossed in this conversation.
And suggested that all evidence be turned over to a grand jury, quote, for possible manslaughter charges,
Oh, fuck.
which is like bold.
Mm-hmm.
Despite all of that rhetoric, the union and striking employees cooperated very much with investigators and were very quickly ruled out as potential suspects.
That's good.
And they even established a $1,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of whoever did this.
Okay, so we
So
got to
they
go down
made
a
sure
different avenue.
we did not do this. The union's reward prompted United Airlines to establish its own fund for a reward. And a few days later, they offered an additional $25,000
Wow.
for a reward for information.
Which is like good.
So everyone did their part here. Like it wasn't the striking workers.
Nice.
If the union wasn't behind the bombing, which they were not, the most likely scenario was that whoever bombed this flight had done so to kill one or more of the passengers on board. Like
Mhm.
they had like a target.
Yes.
The passengers on Flight 629 were a very varied group in terms of age and background. But with the exception of a few notable businessmen, they appeared really not to have any reason that a death of any of these people would benefit anyone,
Mhm.
you know? Agents went through the full background investigations on each passenger. They interviewed family, friends, coworkers. They went deep to determine, who on the plane might have been a target. But their interviews turned up absolutely nothing of note, like nothing. So the theory that someone was killed for like anything really was kind of flying out the window because they even went forward and tried to see could somebody be killed for the insurance money. That went nowhere because only two passengers, Stuart and Suzanne Morgan, bought more than the minimum coverage.
Oh.
And they named their teenage daughters as beneficiaries.
Right.
So, yeah, they were the ones who were getting the money, so it wasn't. Now, while several FBI agents interviewed the friends and families of all the passengers, other agents conducted serious interviews with airline employees at every single stop along the flight. They went deep.
Wow.
Starting with its origin in New York and then moving on to the Chicago stop and finally the last stop in Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And it was while interviewing the baggage handlers in Chicago that agents got their first break.
Okay.
It turned out that when the luggage was being loaded at the airport in Chicago, one of the baggage handlers lost his keys and was certain he dropped them at the cargo hold. When the plane landed in Denver a short time later, baggage handlers at Stapleton completely unloaded the number 4 cargo pit and found the keys.
Okay.
But when they began repacking the cargo hold, only cargo from Denver was loaded into the number 4 cargo pit. So they're following this now. Based on the evidence, investigators knew the explosive device had detonated in the number 4 cargo pit.
Right.
And the testimony from the baggage handlers indicated that particular cargo pit contained only luggage from the passengers boarding in Denver, which
So-
meant that the bomb could only have been put on the plane at Stapleton Airport.
Right.
Fortunately, when agents checked the registry, they learned that only 3 passengers on Flight 629 had checked their bags.
Oh, shit.
And based on the recorded size and weight of the luggage, only one of the 3 could have contained an explosive sizable enough to take down the entire plane.
For a second, we just have to really think about the time period where we're investigating this.
Yeah.
That's impressive detective
You
work.
gotta.
Like, that
Like,
is truly,
yeah.
truly impressive.
1955.
Yeah.
That's like real investigator work right there.
wow.
Now, this
So
suitcase
who was it?
belonged to 53-year-old Daisy King.
I did not think this was going to be a woman.
So, in their initial interviews, FBI agents spoke to Daisy's son, Jack Graham. But that interview yielded really nothing significant. But now they believed her to be the one who brought the bomb on the plane. So they were like, okay, we have some different questions to ask Jack now.
Yeah.
From Daisy's son, Jack, and daughter, Helen, agents learned that life with Daisy had never been particularly easy.
I wouldn't think it would be based off of this
Yeah.
information.
Jack and Helen had both been born during the Great Depression, and like so many other families at the time, they struggled financially. Short time after Helen was born in 1923, Daisy's marriage ended in divorce, and her husband, Tom Gallagher, left completely, abandoned.
Piece of shit.
Her second marriage to William Graham followed soon after her divorce, and in January 1932, she gave birth to her son, Jack. Unfortunately, the older Graham died from pneumonia a few months after Jack's birth, leaving them destitute. Despite the depression, Daisy managed to find work with the local phone company, while her mother stayed home to care for Helen and Jack. But when her mother died in 1938, Daisy found herself again back to being destitute. Without any childcare options and already living on a meager salary, she enrolled her teenage daughter at St. Scholastica's, I believe it's called, which was a Benedictine prep school located a short distance away. 6-year-old Jack, on the other hand, was placed in the Clayton College of Denver, also known as the Denver School for Boys, an orphanage established 2 decades earlier.
Oh, fuck.
In 1941, Daisy married a third time, this time to Earl King, who was a wealthy rancher living in Topanus, a few miles outside Denver. Daisy's marriage to King dramatically improved the financial stability of the family, but despite all of this, she chose not to retrieve her son from the Clayton School. Instead, she and Earl essentially lived as well as a wealthy childless couple until Earl's death in October 1954.
The fuck?
And at that time, she inherited her husband's entire estate valued at $150,000, which today is about $1.75 million.
Fuck.
Jesus.
According to Helen, Daisy was the kind of person who could never be happy, even when things were going well.
Even with that much money, girl?
Yeah,
Obviously,
she was
money
just-
doesn't buy happiness, but damn.
She's just a miserable person.
Yeah.
She had struggled with
Rip.
depression and anxiety for most of her life. She was controlling. She experienced mood swings regularly. At one point, she had even unfortunately attempted to end her life by overdosing on pills, but was discovered by a relative and received medical treatment and saved.
That's sad.
Jack really had the same kind of things to say about their mother, adding that she wasn't a warm or motherly person. In fact, Jack told them she wasn't a person you could call mom. She wanted you to call her by her Christian name.
Oh.
The fuck?
You couldn't put your arms around her. You couldn't show affection like that to her.
Oh, that's really awful.
An asshole.
That's so sad.
Yeah, that is
And based on their
awful.
interviews with family and friends, agents put together a profile of Daisy where she was described as, quote, very generous in providing toys and money for her children, but spent very little time with them.
Yeah.
She appeared to
Aw.
have been quick-tempered, somewhat domineering, and not affectionate as a mother.
Not affectionate as a mother. Yeah, she placed one of her children in an orphanage and then didn't get him
And
when
then
she got the
rich
resources.
and never got him back.
Yeah, like what the
Yeah.
fuck?
They just lived as a wealthy, childless couple, even though she was a mother.
And she just went and got him back
Yeah.
at some point. Was like, oh, hey, how's the
Yeah.
orphanage? Like the fuck?
By the time Daisy re-entered Jack's life in 1954, he was 22 years old.
Oh, so he grew up in the orphanage?
Yeah.
She never went and got
Never
him
got
back?
him back. She re-entered. He was 22 years old,
Oh.
was married to a woman named Gloria, and they had an 11-month-old son named Alan, and they were
Oh.
expecting another child in a few months.
That's
Oh.
awful.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
gross fucking behavior.
Now, Jack's little family was happy together, but he was struggling to provide for them because it was a tough time.
Yeah.
Knowing this, Daisy offered to buy Jack's family a house in Denver, provided they renovate the home to include a basement apartment for her to live in.
No thanks.
She suggested that by taking the house, Jack wouldn't have to worry about money and could re-enroll in courses at the University of Denver.
Then she's gonna go ahead and hold that over your head,
Yeah.
honey.
Jack reluctantly agreed to Daisy's proposition because, he's trying to provide for his
Yeah, you
family.
got 2 kids.
And in December 1954, they all moved into this house in Denver.
Oh, here it is. Sorry, give me a sec. Ew. I get that they have also done like the ads that they can play, and I'm happy for them, but it trips me up so much when it's an ad from their voice. All right, I think we're back. Okay. And then I am going to go run to the bathroom, so I'm going to let this play now that there is no fear that an ad is going to show up at least anytime soon. There shouldn't be a Twitch one for like another 30 minutes. So I'm going to run to the bathroom, do what you need to do. See you in a few.
Just a few months later, after Gloria had given birth to their daughter Suzanne, Daisy approached her son with a second proposal she believed would help support them. She was willing to use a portion of her inheritance from Earl to invest in a roadside drive-in diner if Jack was willing to manage the restaurant.
It's a cool idea.
Although neither of them had any experience in running or owning a restaurant.
Yeah.
He agreed, and a month later, Daisy had invested $42,000 and opened the Crown, a drive-in.
Restaurants are known to be money pits.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's one of the hardest things you can do.
I think it very much is.
Yeah. So from the time the restaurant opened in May 1955 until her death in November, Jack and Daisy spent nearly every day together.
Wow.
In fact, it was Jack who drove his mother to the airport the day of the bombing.
And she just had a bomb in her luggage and he had no idea.
Yeah. And they asked whether he'd helped Daisy pack her luggage. Jack insisted his mother was a little quirky and she refused to allow anyone else to pack her bags for her.
Yeah.
Though
I love that was considered quirky
like,
back
pretty
then.
quirky.
I'm like, I don't need somebody to pack my bag.
Though he did recall that her bag seemed a little heavy when he carried it to the car, which Daisy claimed was probably because of the ammunition she had packed in her luggage because she intended on hunting caribou with her daughter in Alaska.
Can you pack ammunition in your fucking luggage?
I guess so. Back
Like,
then,
was that allowed?
I guess when they arrived at Stapleton, Daisy asked Jack to get 3 life insurance policies for her from the kiosk: one for Helen, one for Jack, and the third for her sister, each for the minimum coverage, which agents later confirmed with the insurance company.
Damn, she only did the minimum coverage knowing what she was going to go do
Of
on
course.
that plane.
Based on what they'd learned from Helen and Jack, investigators were beginning to put together a theory about Daisy and a possible explanation for the bombing. They knew she had a history of mental health issues and had even attempted suicide before. And they knew she had recently reappeared in her children's lives, bringing gifts of money and property that not only could be an attempt to make up for her past with them, but also secure their future.
So, yeah, set them up.
I think she was trying to, I don't want to say make amends, but like she was trying to
It does kind of seem
make
that
it
way,
a
though.
little better what she had done before she did what she was
Left.
going to do.
Yeah.
Given all of that, it was starting to seem possible that Daisy could have used the flight as an opportunity to end her life, and in doing so, further provide for her family financially.
But why are you taking
You took
43
other people who had no intent, who were going to see their families,
Right.
in a lot of cases.
That's
But if that were the case, again, and it's exactly what you just stated, why would she choose the absolute lowest amount of coverage?
Yeah.
And was it realistic to assume that essentially, like what she was described as by everybody else, a former housewife in her early 50s, would she really know how to make a bomb effective enough to destroy an airplane? Because like,
That's what I've been
where
thinking.
did the bomb come from? Like,
Yeah.
we can talk about motive all day, but like, where the fuck did she get a bomb?
She's just tinkering in the basement.
Yeah. So around the time agents were interviewing Helen and Jack, FBI agents in the Denver office received a call from Bishop Richard Hansen from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Denver.
The Mormons are back at it
And I was
again.
like, that call must have been like, what's up now? Now, according to Bishop Hansen, one of his parishioners thought he might have some information relevant to the bombing case, but he wasn't sure whether he should take it to the authorities.
Always. You should always take
Always.
information about the bombing case to the
Yeah.
authorities.
So Hansen actually helped coordinate a meeting a few days later where agents sat down to interview his parishioner, Lou Maservi. In mid-1955, Maservi was working as a potato chip salesman in Denver, whose route included the Crown A drive-in.
Potato chip salesman.
is
Her
the diner.
restaurant. Yeah.
According to Maservi, Daisy King was, quote, a fine person, but her son Jack was, quote, a little odd. Maservi told the agents a few months earlier, in September, there was a gas explosion at the Crown A that caused considerable damage to the restaurant. And although he couldn't be certain, he was fairly sure Jack Graham had caused the explosion in order to collect on the insurance.
That's
Hello?
crazy.
Maservi had no way of knowing it, but this wasn't the first time agents had heard the story of the explosion at the restaurant. Just one day before that, Richard Conley, a former coworker of Jack's from the General Adjustment Bureau, an insurance agency where Jack worked as an office assistant at one point, he had contacted FBI agents in Denver to let them know of the explosion at the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Conley had been assigned to the case when it came in that September, and he strongly suspected Jack was responsible for the gas explosion at the restaurant. But without any proof, he had no choice but to pay out the $1,200 claim.
Okay.
Oh.
One day after they interviewed Lou Maservi, they received another call about Jack Graham, this time from Charles McErlean, a director of United Airlines legal department. According to McErlean, Samuel Morris, a United Airlines flight kitchen employee who also owned a diner in downtown Denver, had conveyed his suspicions about Jack Graham to the legal department, but didn't want to speak directly with the FBI. Morris had sold some pieces of kitchen equipment to Graham just before the diner opened, and when he heard about the explosion at the restaurant, he immediately thought it was an insurance fraud thing perpetrated by Graham.
Yeah.
The statements about Jack's possible involvement in insurance fraud were very circumstantial, but agents decided to speak with local officials to determine what exactly happened at the Crown A diner in September. So according to Assistant Fire Chief, by the time firefighters got to the restaurant, the fire suppression system had extinguished the flames, and they could clearly see that, quote, someone had forced open the back door of the restaurant and disconnected a copper gas line near the chicken roaster.
I would go ahead and say that was
Okay.
intentional.
So when the gas leak reached the pilot light on the hot water heater,
Right.
it ignited and set fire to a portion of the kitchen.
That's pretty simple.
The arson investigator concluded the gas line couldn't have been disconnected without a wrench, meaning it was intentional. But he was unable to determine whether it was done with malice or fraud in mind. When he was interviewed about the restaurant by local authorities, Jack claimed he had no idea who could have done such a thing, but many of his former employees had been given keys. So it could have been any of them.
Where are my
In the end,
cars
fire
again?
investigators and the insurance company really couldn't do anything but label the explosion an accident, and nearly everyone suspected Jack was behind it, though.
That's rough.
With all they had learned
That's
about
rough.
Jack Graham in the days following their interview with Helen and Jack, agents were beginning
That's
to
fine.
reconsider their theory about Daisy and instead shifted their focus to Jack. On a hunch, FBI lead investigator Roy Moore sent several
Right.
agents to Stapleton Airfield, where the crash scene had been reconstructed, and asked them to go through whatever belongings of Daisy's had been recovered from the crash. Among the things found near Daisy's body in the field was her purse. It contained several personal items and an old tattered newspaper article from 1951 that identified Jack Gilbert Graham as one of Denver's most wanted fugitives.
You buried the lead.
Oh
What?
no!
According to the article, Jack had been working for a car company in Denver in 1951 when he was discovered to have forged nearly $5,000 in company checks. He used the money to finance a road trip that took him all over the Midwest until he was caught in Lubbock, Texas, after refusing to pull over, crashing through a police roadblock.
What the fuck? You made me feel bad for this boy.
I know. When they say, and again,
Ooh.
feel bad for the kid,
Yeah.
don't feel bad for the adult.
I felt bad for him. I was like,
Yeah.
damn, his mom moves in.
That's the
She's
thing.
being, not having a great time together.
Exactly.
Damn.
And that's the thing. When they were going through this, they thought, holy shit, this 50-year-old Daisy
yeah,
did this all.
I did.
But
As
then
soon
it
as you
all
said
just-
Daisy, I was like,
You
what?
said what? Well, after he
What,
crashed
man?
through the police roadblock, they searched the car and police discovered that Jack had been transporting bootleg whiskey in his trunk. He's just like,
He's got so many things
Yeah,
going
He
on.
does
he
have a
served
lot.
60 days for evading police in Texas and was extradited back to Denver, where he was tried and convicted for the check forgery.
Mhm.
In his pre-sentencing report, the probation officer wrote that Jack, quote, shows very little concern over the present offense. For the last couple of days, he led a wild life, spending most of his money on drinking, parties, and women.
What the
Hmm.
fuck?
At his sentencing, Daisy pleaded with the judge on behalf of her son,
Oh,
begging for leniency and claiming he had learned an important lesson from the entire situation.
never smuggle whiskey across state lines. Don't
Yeah.
crash into police brigades.
Yeah,
and
there's
don't
like a
steal
lot
money
of
from
lessons
your
here,
job.
y'all.
Yeah, she
All
also
valuable
offered,
lessons.
Yeah, valuable lessons. She also offered to pay the restitution on Jack's behalf.
Oh wow.
Moved by Daisy's intervention, the judge sentenced Jack to 5 years probation and ordered him to pay the full restitution.
It's crazy.
So he managed to avoid jail time. The more investigators got into Jack Graham's past, the more they were like,
Maybe
I think we
Daisy's
might
not
have been
so
looking in the
bad."
wrong direction.
Yeah.
They had assumed that the small insurance payout couldn't possibly have been enough to motivate someone to kill 44 people. But the more they learned about Jack, the more they started to wonder whether that could have been true, just on the different side. In the course of their investigation, agents learned that Jack and Daisy had always had a difficult
Fine,
relationship,
I'll
obviously,
go the other
which had
way.
become more so in the months leading up to the death.
Right.
Beginning in the late summer, the Crown A was having serious financial difficulties, obviously, which Daisy blamed on her son's bad management. And she was considering closing the restaurant. If that happened, Jack would have lost his job and all the money would have gone to Daisy. But if Daisy were dead and the restaurant were sold, the money would go to Jack.
Oh.
Agents went back to Jack's house to ask some more questions about the day he drove his mother to the airport, and he told the same story he had already told. Daisy had packed her own luggage, had been in a rush to get to the airport. She asked him to purchase the 3 life insurance policies, totaling $12,000. Then she checked the baggage and went to her gate. After Daisy boarded the plane, Jack and his son Alan watched the plane depart and stayed on the second floor observation deck until the plane had vanished from their sight and they returned home.
I'm stuck on the part where he took his son to go fucking watch the plane take off.
Yeah.
That's diabolical.
Yeah.
Bye, Nana. What the
Bye.
fuck?
Bye,
Hell
Nana. Yeah.
Like, that's so fucked up.
That is fucked up. Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
This story is wild.
Yeah, I did not. I didn't know what happened at all, but I didn't think it was this.
Right?
Holy balls.
So while FBI agent Roy Mischke spoke with Jack outside and his partner went inside and spoke to Gloria Graham, his wife, under the guise of needing a drink of water, they casually chatted and Gloria corroborated Jack's story, including the part about Daisy's quirky packing habits. But there was one thing she remembered that she'd forgotten to tell them a few days earlier. According to Gloria, just before they were planning to leave for the airport, she'd seen Jack carrying a box about 18 inches in length, which had been wrapped in Christmas paper.
Huh.
A few weeks earlier,
It's November. It's
Yeah.
early November.
Yeah. A few weeks earlier, Jack had talked about getting his mother a set of X-Acto knives she could use to carve jewelry. So Gloria assumed Jack had bought those. Although she couldn't confirm whether Jack had actually given the box to Daisy. Gloria assumed he had put them in her luggage so she would discover them once she got to Alaska.
She said, my husband's just a sweetie pie.
Yeah, this is a nice gift. At
It's
that
just
time,
a
there were only 2 shops in
gift.
Denver that sold X-Acto knives, and
be
neither had a record
suspicious.
of selling one in the previous month. Earlier in their investigation, FBI agents learned that the bag was significantly over the weight limit for checked baggage, and she was required to pay the $27 fee
I've been there, girl.
or remove some of the items.
That happens to me every time I go to the airport.
Yeah. The baggage clerk remembered
Rip.
their interaction with Daisy, and she recalled Jack insisting that they just pay the additional baggage fee rather than unpack everything in the airport.
Oh, shit.
If their evolving theory was right, that Jack was responsible for this, his having put the box in her luggage would have accounted for the additional weight.
Mm-hmm.
Also, their theory would have accounted for his insistence of just paying for the fee rather
Not
than taking
unpack.
out the stuff and having
Mhm.
Daisy discover the box that they believed contained the dynamite. Yeah. Andrew Field said if Daisy had been a little cheaper or a little more inquisitive, this never would have happened because they came very close to opening the suitcase.
Oh, that's awful.
Mm.
Based on the evidence and everything they'd learned, investigators obtained a warrant to search Jack and Gloria's home, where they discovered, among other things, copper wire very similar to that which they found in the wreckage and
Would
believed
you
to
look
have
at
been part of
that?
the explosive device. Also found in their home, taped against the back of a heavy bureau that was flush with the wall, was an additional insurance policy taken out the day of the flight, with a payout of $37,000, which today would be $434,000.
Oh,
And Jack was
damn.
listed as the beneficiary.
Damn.
Taped it behind a
Classic.
bureau.
He's like a criminal mastermind.
The agents traced the copper wire back to the store it was sold in Denver, where the owner identified Jack Graham as the customer who purchased it a few weeks
The
earlier.
way you set
Mhm.
this up,
Yeah.
I really didn't think that's where we were going.
Until that point in the investigation, the FBI had little more than circumstantial evidence and hearsay connecting Jack
But
Graham to the
now-
bombing. While the discovery of the additional insurance policy and the copper wire were not, they weren't the smoking gun, but they weren't like, it was pretty good.
Yeah, that's good evidence.
It's something,
definitely
but
enough
it's
to
not
convince the
the
district attorney
thing.
to issue a warrant.
Yeah.
And on November 14th, 2 weeks after the bombing, Jack Graham was arrested on suspicion of mass murder.
It's also crazy that it only took them 2 weeks to get this all together.
Yeah, they
Wait,
went.
I need
to
they
take
went
this to the
hard
dark.
for
And
this.
just to think that they went out there initially to talk to him and they're really following this
Yeah.
lead of Daisy. And then you look back and you think they were sitting on that house and the copper wire was sitting somewhere
policy
the
was right
policy
there.
was taped to the back of the dresser.
Yes.
And he knew full well,
Yep.
but was sending them down the
Down a
trail of his
totally
mom.
different path.
Like that must
Mhm.
as an investigator, and it probably happens so often, just the amount of times you, once a case is solved, sit there and think, and I was sitting in that house and that thing was right over
Yeah,
there.
and he was right there.
Like that's
Mhm.
crazy. And sitting
that
down
would
looking
haunt
at the guy who
me.
did it.
That kind of
It's
shit
very
would
And I
much
was
haunt me.
only going to find out like a week or
Yeah,
two later.
it's very much like the Clarice Starling Buffalo Bill
Yes.
moment of like you're just sitting there talking to him in the house and then you see the
All right.
moth flies
Hopefully
on
we
the
don't
thing.
forget
Yep.
that
It's like,
this is
what
here.
the fuck? I'm just standing here with this person?
Yeah.
Now, at first, Jack stuck to his story. Just as Gloria had said, he had bought the X-Acto knives for his mother, and that's what his wife saw him carrying.
He said, yeah, there's no fucking record of that, my guy.
And the copper wire they'd found in his shirt pocket at the house, that was something they commonly used at the restaurant. And the insurance policy, he didn't remember getting that one for a higher amount of coverage, but things were chaotic.
And he also didn't remember taping it to
Oh wait, did I just?
Pretty chaotic as I was trying to get Daisy on the plane, so maybe I made a mistake.
and taped this document to the back
Yeah.
of my fucking dresser.
He had a dumbass answer for every question until one of the agents left the room and returned with several boxes of ammunition Daisy had supposedly packed for her trip. In response, Jack told them he must have been mistaken about how much ammunition his mother had packed for the trip, and she left some behind. So he just had an answer
dumbass
for
answer after
everything.
dumbass answer.
The interrogation
Oh
went back and
my
forth this
goodness.
way for hours until finally, just before midnight, lead investigator Roy Moore flat out accused him of lying. At which point, he just gave it up.
That's always so interesting to me.
What it
too.
takes.
That's the thing, exactly what it takes,
What's
and
that
how
thing?
long are you willing to go for before
Yeah.
you just give it all
What's
up?
the moment that like he literally is just like, "You're a fucking liar,"
And he's like, "Yeah."
Jack literally said,
Yeah.
"Okay,"
Yeah.
and then he took a sip of water and said, "Where do you want me to start?
It's always that. It's always that.
Where do you want me to start? At the beginning, maybe?
Yeah,
That would be
like,
great."
At the
I would
point you
like all
decided
of
to
it.
commit a fucking mass murder,
Mass
you
murder?
piece of shit.
You killed 44 people, including your own mother.
Not only that, like that, very much that.
Yeah.
You watched that plane take off with,
With
your
your son.
child. That is
Yeah.
disturbed on a whole different level.
You made your son complicit in
Yeah.
this whole thing. Like, now, according to Graham, it had all started about 6 months earlier when his mother had pinned the blame for the failing restaurant on his poor management. But it actually stemmed from something much older than their business affairs.
Oh,
Jack
wait.
admitted he hated Daisy for sending him to an orphanage.
which is fair.
When
that hatred is fair.
and he said, and this part, you think of the child and you say, wow, that's sad. Because he said when she got married to Earl King, he naturally assumed she would come and get him.
That's heartbreaking.
And her decision to leave her son in the orphanage for what he considered to be selfish reasons was just something he could never forgive her for.
And here's the thing. Don't.
You don't ever have to forgive
No,
her.
there's plenty of people, though, that get abandoned
Yeah.
and don't reconnect and send their mom on a plane with a fucking bomb committing a mass
to
casualty.
not only kill her, but kill innocent people.
Exactly.
And also, like, was
That's
your mom a good mom?
No.
Who was she? Like, was she super
No.
shitty for your whole life?
Yes.
Absolutely. Does she deserve to die?
No.
No.
Absolutely
That's not the answer.
And it's
man.
not for you to decide. That's
exactly.
not,
And it's not for you to decide that those other people have to die too. Like, what the fuck?
You move on with your life, dude.
Like you
Yeah,
can,
bro,
you
what
can
the hell?
compartmentalize the fact that you can say, yeah, that's fucked up.
Mhm.
That you were put in an orphanage, and then when she got financially stable, she just fucking left you there.
Yeah, she's a
that's
piece of shit
fucked up
for that.
And yeah, I agree with you. You never should have forgiven her for
Mhm.
it if you didn't feel the need to.
But also,
So you go your separate ways.
you're a grown man.
Yeah.
You're married and you have 2 children. So why would you not do better for them?
exactly,
Now their dad's a
That's the
murderer,
thing.
a mass murderer.
Yeah.
And you made that choice.
exactly. Like that's the thing. So, but still, he said he moved on with his life. He left his mother in the past.
Apparently
he got
not.
married. He had children and was doing his best to be a decent father. And then Daisy came back in his life.
Oh.
But
Tell
it's
her
like,
no.
okay, then you let her leave her. Which
Yeah,
again,
make a
like I
boundary.
know this is a complicated situation on like a
boundary.
familial level,
It is, but
but then you take it to the level it got taken to, and you say nothing leads to that.
Here's
I
the
can
thing.
understand it being chaotic and
Yeah.
feeling like your life is a little in turmoil when she comes back,
Yes.
but you deal with that and you figure it out. You either cut her out
Yeah.
or you figure out a way to deal with the present. Here.
exactly.
But you do not take it to this level. There's no validation for
There's
taking
so
it to
much
no
organization
justification
that I
for
need to
doing what you
do.
did.
There's just not.
Your
This is
story
gonna
is
take
sad.
forever.
Like,
It's
that does
sad.
not lead to this.
So many people have sad stories.
Yeah.
I have personal experience being abandoned by multiple people who
Yeah.
were supposed to take care of me. Never have I ever thought of sending them on a plane
That's
with a
the
bomb
thing,
to
it's
kill other
like,
people.
You can
I've
sit
moved
there
on with
and
my life.
say that his life
Mhm.
story, sad.
Super.
Sad as fuck. No justification for this whatsoever.
And if anything,
Those poor
do better.
innocent
Do
people
better.
too.
Do better.
Like they
All
were just
I want
there.
in my life is to do better.
Yeah.
And prove to everybody that ever like fucked me over
Yes.
that I'm better than them.
Yeah.
Do that.
Because, see, as far as Jack was concerned, his mother's return and then her generous offer to buy the house, invest in a business with him, all that was just another selfish act. A seemingly benevolent gift that was really just an attempt to basically soothe her own guilt for being a bad parent.
Which I can understand.
Which I get why he thought that.
Yep.
And maybe that was it, and maybe it wasn't.
No, you don't know.
Maybe Daisy went into this. I'm just saying, like, maybe people evolve. I'm not saying you have to forgive people even when they do evolve.
Well, and especially the older people get and the closer they get to the
Maybe she
the
started
end.
thinking about her life.
Yeah.
And she said, and maybe it wasn't for purely selfish reasons. Maybe she just said, I
Mm-hmm.
just want to do better.
And it could be both.
And again, I'm not saying
And it
that
could
you
be
have to
both.
accept that.
No.
And that you have to be forgiving and that you have to allow that person back in your life. But if that's the case, if you don't feel you can do that, one, you're perfectly, you can do that.
Yeah.
If somebody's hurt you to
That's
that
your
extent,
right.
just because they have become a better person doesn't mean you have to accept that.
No.
That's
I've gone to
perfectly
therapy for a
okay.
long, long time. You know what that's called? Protecting your peace.
See, and that's okay.
Protect your peace.
But you let that person go.
Yep.
Or you choose to work forward with them.
Mhm.
Those are your two choices.
Yeah.
You can't cause mass fucking tragedy and take other people from people they love because you are upset.
Here, this is clearly not a well man.
Ugh,
No,
Tremors.
This is beyond. So he figured this was just trying to soothe her own guilt. In fact, it quickly occurred to Jack that the gifts his mother offered weren't the nice, generous acts, but just another way of just controlling him. That's how he felt. Jack and his family may have occupied the majority of the house, but it was still Daisy who owned it. And he may have managed the Crown A diner or drive-in, but it was Daisy who owned the business, and she could do with it as she pleased.
Mhm.
So he felt controlled.
Mhm.
When they started having financial troubles at the restaurant, Daisy announced to Jack that she was planning on selling it, and he started to panic. If he sold the business, she would recoup the investment and maybe even make a profit, but all Jack would end up with was unemployment and an uncertain future for his family. So it's exactly what the investigators thought.
Yeah.
But if he got rid of Daisy and made it look like an accident, Jack would end up with a significant portion of Daisy's estate and the life insurance payout.
And the restaurant.
So he started coming up with a plan to kill Daisy and make it look like an accident, which is so fucking scary.
It is.
He explained that he'd constructed the bomb from several sticks of dynamite, a 6-volt battery, and electric caps. Just before they left for the airport, he affixed a simple 90-minute kitchen timer to the explosives and wrapped it in the box Gloria saw him carrying, which he packed into his mother's luggage after removing the ammunition that she had packed.
Hmm.
He wrapped it in fucking Christmas paper.
We've covered a case like that before. It was
Yeah.
something that happened on a subway.
Mhm.
And remember, it was the camera that was
Yeah.
an explosive and it was also wrapped in
Wrapped in
Christmas paper.
Mm-hmm. It's so chilling.
That adds a whole different layer.
It really does.
Mentally, I mean.
Now, although he had made it seem like poor time management in the moment, it was because of the 1 hour timer that they left for the airport at the last minute. He wanted to make sure the device didn't detonate until after the plane had taken off. The plan was almost completely undone at the baggage counter when his mother was like, I don't really want to pay this overweight baggage fee, but Jack was able to convince her to pay the $27 and got her on the plane.
Insane. Oh, well. Let me do this. Let me skip through this shit. Wait. There's a fake one. It was a fake one.
When
Maybe
the
doing that.
investigation started weeks earlier, it seemed completely unthinkable that the explosion of Flight 629 had been anything other than an accident.
Yeah.
But now Jack's confession proved that very thing that no one really wanted to believe. He had killed 44 innocent strangers to benefit from the death of his mother, Daisy King.
That's
That is
unthinkable.
an unthinkable thing to wrap your fucking brain around.
Yeah, no, it is. I don't want to wrap my brain around that.
Jack's confession to the murder of the 44 passengers on aboard Flight 629 seemed to bring the case to a simple and very sad close. The problem, according to the
whoops.
U.S. Attorney Donald Kelly, was that, quote, at the moment, it doesn't look like the federal penalty is sufficient to justify prosecution.
What?
In simple terms, at the time, there was no law specifically prohibiting the bombing of an airliner.
Are you kidding me?
We gotta make one real quick.
So any attempt to find Graham responsible for all 44 deaths would have fallen well short of the actual crime he'd committed,
Right.
which is mind-boggling. At best, the
That
FBI
is
could charge him with
mind-boggling.
peacetime sabotage,
What?
a somewhat dated charge that carried a maximum of 10 years in prison
For killing 44
and a fine of
people.
$10,000.
Oh my
Hardly
goodness.
An appropriate punishment.
So what
for
did they
he had done.
do?
So in light of the federal statutes, the Denver District Attorney's Office worked fast, and the day after Graham confessed, the DA's office filed a charge of murder against Jack for the death of his mother. They were like, we can at least do
I
this.
think I should
In a
press
statement to the
these.
press, Denver District Attorney Burt Keating told reporters, this does not mean that the government will drop its charges, but merely defer to the more serious charges in state court.
Yeah.
Also, if convicted on the murder charge, Graham faced a potential death sentence, which the prosecutor intended to pursue.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Graham waived his right to a hearing on the peacetime sabotage charge and was placed in jail on a $100,000 bond while waiting to be arraigned on the murder charge,
Crazy
which had been
work.
scheduled for November 17th. But when he was brought before the judge on the 17th, he asked for a
Whoops.
30-day continuance in order to, quote, obtain adequate counsel.
Okay.
In response, the judge granted Graham a week to find counsel and suggested Jack use his time in jail to, quote, obtain services of attorneys and be prepared to enter a plea in this case.
Yeah.
Instead of using his time to find an appropriate lawyer, he immediately started strategizing for his defense. In a
Aw,
jailhouse interview
jeez.
on the 18th, Jack denied planting the bomb on the plane and claimed that while he had signed the confession, he had only done so under duress. He said, yes, I signed the statement, but it's not true. They told me they were going to put my wife in jail and I'd better get it straightened out myself. Then, somewhat suspiciously, he pivoted mid-statement to claim that he actually had no memory of signing the confession at all.
Come on.
He said if I did, they had something Gloria signed, but declined to elaborate on what that could mean.
I love that now he's blaming his wife.
Yeah.
He's like, actually, Gloria.
Maybe
signed
she
it.
did. When he was asked about what, if any, tactics the FBI agents had used to cause his duress, Jack said, well, they started about noon that Sunday and didn't stop until I signed a confession about 4 a.m. the next morning. Though he was quick to add that the agents had taken several breaks, including one which they, quote, took me out for dinner and gave me drinks of water and such.
Okay.
While he talked endlessly with the press about his innocence, the DA's office worked to build their case against him, now
Yeah.
anticipating a plea of not guilty.
Good.
Mhm.
A few days after his interview with the press, Keating's office brought Lyman Brown, owner of Brown Brothers Supermarket, in to make a formal statement. FBI agents had traced the dynamite used to the bombing back to Brown Brothers Supermarket and had hoped Brown could make a positive ID on the man who'd purchased it several days earlier.
The fact
Yes.
that you could buy dynamite at the motherfucking supermarket
Yup.
is quite a concept.
It's so
It is quite a
1955,
concept.
you know?
I'm just gonna go pick up the milk, the eggs, and the dynamite.
dynamite,
Anything
honey.
else you need, huh?
Yeah.
Like the fuck?
Yep. So apparently Brown was shown a lineup of 7 men, and he immediately picked Graham out of the group as the man who'd purchased the dynamite
You're gonna remember the guy that purchases the dynamite.
at the supermarket.
I can't
for sure.
imagine they sold a shit ton of it.
He knows every person who walked in and sold dynamite and
Yeah.
bought dynamite.
You got a list.
He looked right at the DA and said, "That's him, all right."
Oh yeah.
It turned out that Brown had actually known Jack Graham years earlier when they both lived in Cremming, a town just outside of Denver. He told a reporter, "It never dawned on me that this was the man I sold the dynamite to." In fact, Brown only remembered Graham's purchase because Jack had specifically requested electric caps, which he described as a type that are discharged by a timer wired to batteries.
Mm.
The dynamite and blasting caps were commonly used in the area by miners and construction crews needing to blow away their large sections of rock. So the sale didn't seem strange at the time.
That's so crazy.
Now, the case against Jack got stronger when investigators interviewed one of Graham's recent employers, Damon Ward. A little over a month before the bombing, Jack had taken a job at Ward Electric Company, which lasted only 6 days before he quit. Ward said, "I thought it peculiar that Graham should want to work in the place, since Jack owned a restaurant and was already fully employed." So Ward pointed out that Jack claimed that electrical equipment in his restaurant occasionally needed repairing, so he thought it would be good to learn about electrical work.
Or you could just hire an electrician.
Yeah, exactly. That, though, did not explain why Graham had asked Ward many questions about buying a timing device from him, though he ultimately purchased the timing device from Ryle Electrical Supply in Denver. After more delays, Jack finally went before a judge for his arraignment on December 9th. When asked for his plea, he said, "I am certainly not guilty, and not guilty by reason of insanity, before, during, and after the alleged commission of the crime."
Wait, what?
The prosecutor, Burt Keating, immediately objected to the plea, insisting it was improper, but the judge accepted Graham's plea and asked the defense and prosecution for written motions as to whether the plea was proper.
Okay.
Also, the judge ordered that Graham be committed to the Colorado Psychopathic Hospital, that's what it was called, for 30 days in order to be evaluated, and asked the 2 psychiatrists be assigned to the case.
Okay.
The prosecution objected to this, saying Graham appears no different from any other person except to the wholesale slaughter he committed.
Oh.
The case was continued until the end of the evaluation period on January 9th.
Jesus.
When he first was arrested, Jack confessed to the bombing. Then, when he was in front of reporters, he claimed he was innocent, and his confession was obtained under duress. Now, facing a judge, he claimed he was insane at the time the crime was committed.
Before, during, and after.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was becoming
Classic.
increasingly clear that Jack was tailoring his defense to counter whatever the prosecution learned about him, and it wasn't going well. In fact, Jack's evaluation period lasted longer than anyone had expected and appeared to have taken a serious toll on him.
Really?
On the evening of February 10th, guards found Jack unconscious in his cell, 2 black socks tied around his neck in an attempt to end his own life.
Oh, that's dark.
The guards began CPR and he
Yeah.
was revived, but according to his lawyer, John Gibbons, the suicide attempt had forever changed Jack. He said, "I asked him
Is
if he
there any
remembered
more?
and he said trying to commit suicide. He just had a blank look. He looked at me and said, no, he didn't
No, I need to
remember
be
anything
moving
about
the
it.
coke."
He isn't the same person I knew last week. The man is gone."
There's definitely still
In the days
materials
after
I
that,
need.
Jack did everything he could to convince the psychiatrist that he was indeed insane. But like many criminals who try to get that unwarranted insanity defense, and most Americans at the time for that matter, Jack didn't really know what the symptoms of a psychiatric or psychotic disorder looked like. So his performance of insanity, quote unquote, appeared to psychiatrists to be exactly that, a performance.
Yeah.
They said he walked very slowly and stared straight ahead with a vacant expression on his face. When he was asked questions, he would respond with bizarre and nonsensical answers, likely under the erroneous belief that people experiencing psychosis were incapable of rational thought and lacked the ability to respond appropriately. Ultimately, the psychiatrist concluded that his, quote, patchy amnesia, intermittent disorientation, and absurd as well as correct answers to arithmetic problems were indicative of what they termed, quote, simulated insanity.
Yeah.
In simple terms,
Simulated.
he was fucking faking it. After a
Stupid
few days of
bitch.
performing insanity for the evaluating psychiatrist, he dropped the act and returned
Yeah.
to outright confessing.
Oh my
On
god.
February 15th, he again confessed to planting the bomb on the plane after his attempts to stop his mother from traveling to Alaska failed. He said, "I tried to tell her how I felt. She just wouldn't stay. She wouldn't give me any reason at all. No reason why she didn't want to stay. I thought it was the last time she was going to run off and leave me. I just wanted to do things with her, to sit down and talk to her, just like everybody else's mother would do."
That's sad.
And it's like,
Okay,
but
there's
but
another
really?
ad
Like,
starting
are you?
soon.
Is that real?
I don't think so.
In like
From the
30
moment agents
seconds
found
here.
evidence of an explosive
those who have to
device
deal with
in the
it.
wreckage of United Flight 629, everyone had assumed the motive for the sabotage was financial gain. And maybe at least in part it was. But in his final confession to psychiatrists, Jack revealed an even deeper motive, one that maybe he didn't even recognize in the moment. Daisy King, in the beginning, she had abandoned, avoided, and manipulated her children when they were children.
Mm-hmm.
But when she reappeared in her son's life a year earlier, he
Yeah, I
thought, or at
can't
least
even deal with
hoped,
that right now.
this was finally his chance to have a real relationship with his mother.
Mm-hmm.
When she threatened to sell the business, then made plans for the long trip to Alaska, he felt like she was abandoning him again.
Mm-hmm.
And for Jack, that trauma took over and he wasn't willing to endure it a second time. So he made
Womp
sure she could
womp.
never leave him again. And he made the ultimate awful, sadistic, and evil choice he could,
Yeah.
which again is unjustified.
Yeah, that
And in
seems
a
like it
way,
was
You're killing her.
like
so
the
she is
motivator
leaving again.
wasn't
gonna leave you
that
for good now.
make
Like, that
sure
doesn't-
she
I
never
don't-
leaves you again
Not only
because
that,
she's
you-
gonna be gone for
You
good.
have these abandonment issues, which 100%
You're
I
just
understand.
angry and
That, I get it. Like, he
Valid.
was justified in having abandonment issues,
Sure.
absolutely. But now you're also taking people away from other people.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're causing
You
a
know
whole
what? I'm
host
taking these
of other
upstairs.
issues.
Such a selfish.
across
That's the
the
thing.
United States. You know what I mean?
There's
Like it's
all
like
this
you're not even thinking
storage
of,
up
Exactly.
here.
of that.
He didn't think of anybody else but his own.
No.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's awful, but it's
Yeah.
also interesting when you think about it because was that little kid in him making that decision, and that's why it was so incredibly selfish.
Yeah,
You
because
know?
it's a very selfish decision.
No matter what, wrong, like immensely fucked up. But when you look at it a little
from
deeper,
a psychiatric point of view,
Exactly.
purely psychiatric point of view.
I think at least partially the child in him was making that decision.
Yeah, it does feel that
You
way
know?
because it's a very
Very childish.
short-sighted
It's not forward
decision
thinking.
as well.
Also, he was 22. I don't even think his brain was fully developed.
Yeah, I don't even
You
know.
don't even have
So,
any-
and that's interesting
what is
because your
going
whole
on?
frontal lobe isn't developed.
Well,
and
he
that's
was
your...
he was a couple years older than that. I
Oh, was
believe,
it? He was
because
22 when they
he was
connected.
22 when they reconnected.
Gotcha.
See, I
And
think
it's
these
just-
bitches were just
it's
stealing
interesting.
money
It's
when they were doing
fascinating.
shit.
It's a fascinating
Mindset.
the psychology of it is fascinating to think about. Because even if he was making this plan to kill just his mother for this, it's like you're not justified to do that.
No.
You can't take another person's life because they hurt you. I understand the frustration.
The hurt.
I can't personally understand or appreciate to the fullest extent those kind of abandoned issues. I just can't
Yeah,
because I didn't
they're
live
tough.
it. And that's the thing. So I'm standing here from a point of view where I can't understand that deep kind of trauma.
Yeah.
But I know that no matter what it is, you can't kill someone. We just can't live in that kind of society where you are allowed to
Yeah.
murder people for the trauma they cause you. You know what I mean?
It's
in
like a
that
weird form
way.
of like vigilante justice.
Even though like in ways you sit there and you say like, yeah, like I understand trauma can make you upset and make you feel certain things, but
The thing is,
especially a whole plane of people,
that's where
innocent people.
it's like you lose me completely. And even if he had just killed his mother, he would have lost me completely.
Yeah, because
Because
we can't.
You could just
I
can't
feel
kill
like I
people,
should have brought
obviously.
something
But
over. There was definitely
this
things I
is the
could
thing.
have, but oh
He
well.
very well absolutely had abandonment issues.
For sure.
But
We'll get
there's
there.
got to be something else within him
For sure.
that was capable to do this abandonment issues or not.
Because some people can deal with them,
Right.
Or grieve through them. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like not fully deal
Well,
with
honestly,
them.
that is dealing with them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like just
through them.
grieving through them, and it's like, and they don't kill people.
And the thing is, part of grieving through them is recognizing that you were a child when those things happened, and that like the child part of you is still sad, but you are an
Yeah.
adult now, and you have to make the choice and you have to make the steps to move on from that
Get
in
better.
whatever way is
Yeah.
right for you,
Because the child didn't
without
deserve
killing
that.
anybody.
Like the child did not deserve that.
No,
And that's probably part of healing is realizing that your childhood self did not deserve that or
it 100%
do
is.
anything to warrant that.
Because abandonment issues make you think that something's wrong with you,
Of course.
inherently. So yeah, absolutely, that's
so
part
of
of
course that part of it is sad,
it. Mm-hmm.
but this was never the answer.
No.
Ever.
No.
In
We can
any
let these
lifetime
go.
this was never the answer.
It's so
Yeah,
sad
give me
that
the guess.
therapy is just now becoming
I know.
a
'cause
mainstream
back
thing.
Then, there was he wasn't
Yeah.
getting help for that.
No.
It's wild. So Jack's trial began April 16th, 1956, just months after the Colorado Supreme Court ruled that cameras could be allowed in the courtroom to document the trial.
Oh wow.
That meant that Jack Graham's case was going to be the first time Americans outside of a courtroom would get to see the workings of the court during an active criminal trial.
Oh wow.
In his opening
And
statement,
it was
Burt
in with this
Keating explained to the
dumbass
jury that Jack had, quote,
changing
coldly,
statements.
carefully, and deliberately planned his, quote, diabolical scheme of destruction and death, which is true.
Yeah.
And as a result, Daisy King had fallen nearly 6,000 feet to her death.
Oof. And everybody else did too.
Yep. He had done this, Keating insisted, for financial gain and because of the lifetime of animosity he'd felt towards his mother. Also, Keating assured the jury the state would prove as much,
it
and when it
in
came to
here?
sentencing, there was only one possible penalty, and that is death. Because remember, this trial can only be for the murder of Daisy.
Yep.
In the days that followed, the prosecution called a long list of witnesses from airline technicians, specialists, to psychiatrists, accused family members, all of whom presented damning and compelling testimony to support the prosecution's theory. The defense, on the other hand, appeared to be relying on theater and flat out denial of guilt.
Feeder.
At one point, when Burt Keating brought in a table full of airplane parts, Jack's defense attorney, Charles Vigil, vehemently objected and began throwing the parts on the floor in a surprising and very inappropriate
Excuse me?
outburst
Tantrum?
until he was loudly admonished by the judge and threatened with contempt.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Vigil
what are you
began his defense several
doing?
days later after the state rested what was a very strong case. And for their part, the defense stuck to the previous statement that Graham was innocent and played no part in the sabotage of Flight 629. But little was said of his supposed mental illness. This was likely due to the fact that Jack refused to testify on his own behalf and wouldn't allow his lawyers to call his wife or any of the evaluating psychiatrists to testify.
Classic.
In fact, the defense called only 8 witnesses to the stand, none of whom provided evidence or statements that did anything to contradict the prosecution's case.
Yikes.
So if Charles Vigil presented a poor defense of his client at trial, it's because Jack Graham gave him few other options as well.
Mhm.
You know what? We can
On
keep
May
the soil
3rd, the
in
jury
here.
filed into the courtroom expecting to hear more testimony on behalf of the defense, and were surprised when Vigil announced that the defense had rested. They had nothing else to say. In fact, the defense wasn't just resting their case. They also submitted motions demanding a ruling on the matter of his client's sanity and a motion for dismissal. Given that 6 of the state's psychiatrists had already testified that Jack Graham
Yeah.
did not meet the criteria for insanity, the first
Yeah.
motion was, ba-boom, denied. Pretty quick.
Like, what the
The
hell?
judge also denied the second motion as it wasn't supported by literally any evidence or facts.
Right.
Literally.
Instead, the case was sent to the jury for verdict.
It's about time.
On May 5th, Deputy District Attorney Greg Mueller gave his closing statements in which he reminded the jury, quote, under the laws of Colorado and the laws of God, there's a place where a person who has planned a crime can turn back. It has a Latin name, or the place of repentance. It was available to Graham. He could have turned back at any point. The death he decreed for his mother, when he sent her aloft to be hurtled out of the air and have her body ripped open and driven into the ground, is the same death his murderer deserves.
Whew.
And I said, whoa.
I said, I don't know how you recreate that.
The jurors were let out of the courtroom for deliberation at 9:49 p.m., and they came back by 10:58 p.m. for a verdict.
Mm.
When asked to present the verdict, the foreman rose from his seat, handed the note over to Judge McDonald, and he read, we, the jury, find the defendant, John Gilbert Graham, guilty of murder in
Yeah.
the first degree, and find he acted with premeditation and a specific intent to take life as charged in the information herein, and fix the penalty at death.
Dang.
When the verdict was read, Jack showed no emotion.
I bet.
The verdict was devastating to Gloria Graham.
Yeah, it was 2
and,
children.
Yeah, and Jack's sister, Helen.
Right.
But everyone else in the courtroom seemed pretty resigned to Graham's fate, if not pretty pleased with the outcome. Later that afternoon, Charles Vigil insisted they would appeal it, citing at least 39 errors in the conduct of Judge Joseph McDonald. But even Graham was overheard telling his lawyer, I don't want to appeal. I don't want a damned thing.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
I think he's just like a broken human.
I think so too.
In all ways,
Which
one
is
can be
sad.
broken.
Like, it's fucked up what he did, but
yeah.
this case is sad through and
yeah,
through.
it's sad all the way to the end.
It's a tragedy, and his life
Yeah.
was a tragedy.
Now, whether he wanted it or not, an appeal was filed on Graham's behalf, citing a number of errors, mostly related to the frequency with which the defense was overruled by the judge. In their summary statement, the Supreme Court wrote, although the defendant, as indicated by the record, has stated that he desires to waive his appeal, if the Supreme Court of Colorado feels that a defendant can waive such an appeal, then of course there is nothing further to argue, since the matter can be determined on that issue alone. But there are many points that could justify reversal in the case. The justices may have believed in the strength of Jack's appeal, in theory, but in the end, they upheld the lower court's ruling and ordered the sentence of death to be carried out during the week ending January 12th, 1957.
And was it because he didn't want the appeal?
I think it was just they looked into it and were like, no,
Okay.
they upheld it. So it was on January 11th, 1957 that Jack Graham was sealed in the gas chamber at the Colorado State Penitentiary at 7:57 p.m.
Why is this
And
always
10 minutes
open?
later, the prison physician pronounced that John Gilbert Graham was dead at the age of 24.
Dang.
Chilling.
The next day, he was cremated and his ashes were buried next to his mother's in Denver's Fairmount Cemetery.
Oh.
In an interview many years later, one of Graham's evaluating psychiatrists, Dr. James McDonald, said, I've never seen anyone since who killed so many people. It was an extremely unusual crime. He didn't give a damn, but that's because he was a psychopath. He didn't care.
Interesting,
yeah,
huh?
There was something absolutely
Yeah.
off about him.
That's
Like,
crazy.
absolutely mentally off about him.
Very scary.
Just the lack of compassion and the lack of empathy.
Yeah.
And what that lawyer said, what the prosecutor said, at any point he could have gone back.
That's the
This was
thing.
a days long, at least potentially weeks long process of him deciding this
And especially
following through with the plan
and especially to kill that many innocent people.
when you just hate one
No
of them.
thought came into your mind, what the fuck am I doing?
Even as, like, obviously you can't stop at them, but even when you watch that plane take off,
yeah, and it's like, did you watch people get on that plane?
he had to
You
have.
watched all those people get on that, you watched that baby get on that plane?
Oh. And then you think of all the times he could have stopped it, like I just said, but that final moment where they were checking her baggage. and
That
she had
should
to
have
pay
been
the-
your message from the universe, like, turn
Stop,
back.
turn back.
Turn
you don't
back.
need to do this.
And he forged forward.
And that's so sad that it
That's
was
telling.
that close to
Mhm.
being the plan being completely foiled.
that's telling.
And those lives being saved.
Yeah. It kills me. And that's the bombing of United Air Flight 629
What
That's
a tragic
crazy.
story.
Truly.
Through and through.
from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Yeah, truly.
Wow. That's a heavy one. And
Yeah.
I just really feel for all those people's families who, like,
Yo,
also
what's
really didn't
up?
ever get justice because
No.
obviously, like he got the death penalty in the end,
How
but
you
he
doing
was never held
today?
responsible for doing what he
Hello.
did to any of those.
We're like actually was just finishing up that podcast. That was pretty interesting. Yeah, we've just been kind of chilling. I am like all over the place today, so I'm like, let's have the lights, let's have the podcast, let's crochet, and let's have schedule 1 going. Doing the things. So yeah, did you work earlier today? Or have you been home all day? You worked. I see. I hope it was a decent day. Yeah, the Monday. It's Merry Monday mood to all. That's good. Yeah, I was actually just about to start talking about I'm moving all kinds of things around in this game. I want like so right now I have all of my heavenly weed at the barn, but I think there's too many pots over there. I think I could calm it down with how much of the heavenly stuff I have because I feel like I have too much backstock of the heavenly and not enough of the moderate, so we need to change some of those numbers. But I don't mind keeping the weed in the barn and I wanted to move. Okay, sorry. So beforehand, I had the heavenly stuff in the barn. I had moderate weed. I had shrooms. I had meth in the mansion here, and so those are right by each other and on like the expensive side of town. So I'm like, getting all the moderate stuff from here and then going across town to go give it to the dealers has been kind of annoying. So I'm like, I should move that to the docks and whatnot. But I'm changing like all kinds of stuff around, and it's like overwhelming. Plus I like don't really know how I want to lay out the spaces yet, and I'm also contemplating taking all of the pots away and then replacing them. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to like waste the soil that's like all of like a lot of the potted plants like have soil still in it because of the extra long life one, but I think I'm about to say fuck it and just take them all and then replace them down. Yeah, it's a big organization. But yeah, otherwise, if I'm not just like, well, I'm gonna do the organization, but then outside of that, I was just gonna chill and then just keep trying to work on my net worth. And then I'm also crocheting this hood. I got another assassin hood in the making. I'm also in my recliner today because I couldn't be bothered to sit in my gaming chair. That hurts my butt and my bones, okay? It hurts my tailbone. So, but I do feel like I need like something to lift me up a little bit. Like if I was a little bit higher and or I guess I could move the camera down a little bit, but then if I'm here, like it'll probably be too close. I don't know. Let's try it. We'll try it. I'm not sure. I don't know if it'll do much difference. But I mean, I kind of like it. Like so if I'm sitting back, this is me sitting in the chair. Could see a lot of it. If Tater was right here, you wouldn't see half of him, but you'd see some of him. And then if I was sitting up close and stuff, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. It's just that my bangs keep catching the light, but I think I need to stop worrying about it. But I can't. Keeps catching the light and catching my eye. Anywho. But yeah, I'm on a big organization spree. Crocheting and doing all the things. Well, since you're here, I mean, if you're interested in playing Schedule 1, I'd be down to switch over to our save. But otherwise, I'm just gonna probably chill. It's probably gonna be like a chill day. And I'm gonna do the organization. But yeah, we were just kind of listening to podcasts and whatever, because I'm gonna be bouncing around, I think. So we just finished that one episode about the bombing of United Air Flight 629, and now we're on to the murder of Stephanie Scott. I might go get some food here too. So like after the beginning stuff and I skip through all of their banter and they actually get to the thing. Yeah, Ray, you've been playing Stardew a lot because we've got the itch recently. We got the itch. But yeah, I think once I get through all of the talking and banter, I might go warm up some food and then we can just sit and chill and I can organize and eat and then get to crocheting again. But yes, I hope you sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We can parallel play and listen to the podcast and I'm trying to organize all the weeds and the drugs, and then I'm also trying to play with yarn. I have earned a snack. Well, it's not even a snack. It's like the first meal of the day at 2:30 p.m. Don't judge me. I don't have good time with food in the morning, but yeah. Let me hit play for this next one and skip through the shit. Yeah, I know. Like, coffee is like my breakfast.
These long dog days of summer. I mean, we
You-
just made
I'm skipping through it. I think you guys don't hear it right now. Okay, fine, make game. Right, you guys can hear now? Word.
Facebook page. And I needed a Facebook page for something. So I was going to make like a dummy page.
Yeah.
But I haven't tried to make a page. I did it. And it
we
immediately
gotta
was
skip
like,
through the banter.
whoa. Whoa. Put a suspension on my, within like 4. Facebook didn't want to be on Facebook.
a high compliment though, because
Gross.
no, I would take
Status.
yeah.
But
How do you
moral of the
prove your
story
human being
is I was
status?
right. I didn't want to be on Facebook anyways.
Moral of the
And
story.
so it begins.
Yep, the first concert in the United States.
Having a puppy sleepover. I have a
Yeah.
and she loves her parents, of course.
Describe
He was like, I think he said, I'm not going to share. them
They're
because
all out
like
of
personal,
context
but-
and they're so
Yeah,
interesting.
I love her and I'm obsessed with her. And we did like slow introductions and livestocks and
Before live animal. The pre-orders
Please.
available. Yeah, can you try to pre-order it there? Mine.
I thought
On
you
Gil-
did a lot.
so yeah, you can put it in your back pocket of paperback books.
Facts. I miss
know?
saying tinyurl.com. Can we tell them what happened the other night?
Do we
I think-
have to?
what happened
We're
the
already
other
10
night?
minutes in. We're
We were
actually
the
at
most
9
connected
and a
that we've
half.
ever been.
But
Within my dream, Elena had come out with like she looked like a medium. My dream, I was like, that's
Conversation in the car with John.
Yeah.
And it's way too fucking weird.
No,
Because I
that's
have never discussed this title with anyone. I have never
no, I
said anything.
She had not said this
No.
to me at all. And in the dream, it was like one.
Okay,
yeah,
please,
so I
still
have a
with the
very sad
dream.
case for us today, but also a very interesting
I'm
case.
waiting so
The
patiently.
person who the murder of Stephanie Scott.
oh,
Stephanie, and it's just absolutely insane what they did.
Ooh.
And it's a good thing that they got caught because this could have happened many more times, I think.
Oh boy.
And it's very sad. So we're going to be talking today about the murder of Stephanie Scott.
finally.
Stephanie Scott was born on October 14th, 1985 in Canowindra, New South Wales. She was the fourth of
All right, I'm gonna just put on the BRB screen while this is playing, and I'm gonna go just warm up some food, and I will be back. Sit back, do what you need to do. See you in a few.
5 children born to Robert and Marilyn Scott. In the Scott family, she was said to be the most thoughtful of the children, which also included her 2 brothers, Gordon and Stuart, and her sisters, Robin and Kim. Her sister Kim said that Stephanie was always thinking of others and noted all the small things that she would do to make other people smile. Like she'd send them a text after midnight on their birthday, like just to be the first one, or she'd randomly share pictures of things that made them happy, just to brighten someone's day. It was probably that thoughtful, caring side of Stephanie's personality that made her want to become a teacher to enrich the lives of young people in the first place. Her father also was a teacher, so I'm sure he inspired her path too. And after graduating from high school, she applied for and was accepted into the teaching program at Charles Sturt University in Wagga Wagga, New South Wales. I said that with a ridiculous accent. But this was one of the nation's more competitive teaching programs, so this was a big deal that she got into this.
Okay.
She was so excited to be setting off on her own, pursuing her own dream of becoming a teacher. But at the same time, she was also very anxious because she was leaving behind her boyfriend of several years, Aaron Woolley. Stephanie and Aaron had actually met in high school where he was a star athlete, but they didn't really get to know one another until they started working together at a local grocery store. So now faced with the option of breaking up or trying to navigate long distance, they decided on the latter, and they weren't going to let the 3-hour drive between Canowindra and Wagga Wagga stop them from being together.
Okay.
You always hear people say that high school romances aren't going to last. And just like, when long distance enters the chat, it's going to get even harder.
Yeah.
And blah, blah, blah. But Stephanie and Aaron really proved themselves to be the exception. They stayed together, and to everybody around them, they actually made it look pretty easy. According to author Monique Patterson, and we'll link her book in the show notes, Stephanie and Aaron, quote, spoke often and never complained about the long 3-hour drive to see each other. So within a month or two of her first semester, Stephanie's warm and very outgoing personality had won her countless new friends, and especially after she joined the women's football team, the Tolland Wolves, which, if you're listening in America, that's soccer. Her coach, years later, still said that Stephanie lit up a room when she walked into it. He was Stephanie's coach for 3 seasons, and he said Stephanie was always the kind of player who gave her heart and soul on the field and always finished with a smile, win or lose. Like just a good sport.
Yeah.
Her teammates also shared the coach's perspective. A friend, Ruby Scanlon, said she was just beautiful. Everyone loved her. In fact, Stephanie was so beloved by her teammates and even members on other teams too, that in the years after her unfortunate death, the football clubs in the Wagga Wagga area created Scotty Day after her last name. And on that day, it's a remembrance of her. Julie McLean, the assistant coach and team captain of the Riverina Lions AFL women's team, told ABC News, "We forged great friendships and have many great memories of her at our club. We wanted to make something positive rather than a sad day, so we wanted to honor her."
Oh, that's really nice that they did that, though.
It is.
And especially creating it like in a positive way.
Yeah, and it says a lot about what she meant to them. And
Oh,
just the
yeah.
fact that, like, not only her own team got together and did that, but members on other teams
Yeah,
as well get
that
together.
tells you who she was.
That's huge. So she had a great experience, obviously, at Charles Sturt University. But after graduation, Stephanie was really excited to go home and put that long distance aspect of her relationship with Aaron behind them.
Yeah.
That enthusiasm dwindled a bit when not long after completing her studies, she actually got offered a position teaching English and drama at Leeton High School, which was a 3-hour drive from her family and Aaron.
Ugh.
Again. But this time, Aaron said, "You know what? I'm going to move with you to Leeton. Like, we'll do this together this time because we're both way too excited to let this go." So he found a job there at the local meatpacking plant. Chilling crime cases are mysterious, but finding coverage shouldn't be. With the State Farm Personal Price Plan, you have options and can personalize your plan to help create an affordable price so you can get back to cracking all of life's bigger cases. Talk to a State Farm agent today to learn how you can choose to bundle and save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Head to statefarm.com to get a quote. Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state. Just like she had in pretty much every new endeavor she ever went through, Stephanie wasted no time making new friends at school, and she became a very active participant in her new community. Her coworker and her friend, Owen McLaughlin, told reporters Stephanie was involved in so much at school. She loved her sport and her drama and was just an absolutely wonderful girl. Whether she was in the classroom, she was on the field, where she coached the school's football team, she wasted no time just establishing herself as a positive force in the school's community. One of her 12-year-old players said, "Miss Scott is an amazing and beautiful lady that would just help you out no matter what."
Oh, that breaks my heart.
I know. So now that they struck out on their own and really established themselves in Leeton, Stephanie and Aaron decided to take a celebratory trip to Thailand in 2014. And her sister Kim said, "I remember sending her a message saying, 'I don't know why I'm sending you this, but I feel like something really special is going to happen.'" Like talking about the trip.
Yeah.
Kim's suspicion turned out to be spot on because while they were away in Thailand, Aaron proposed one
my
night after
God.
dinner. And of course, she accepted.
And in Thailand.
I know, how romantic.
Like, what a gorgeous place.
Truly. So they got home and Stephanie got right to work planning the wedding. She was so excited. They set their date for April 11th, 2015, just 1 week after Easter. The guest list included over 100 names, and she was so excited that she hand wrote and addressed every single invitation because she was just so excited to be planning the wedding and getting married to Aaron. Author Monique Patterson wrote, "It was her way of savoring every minute associated with what would be the happiest day of her life." But unfortunately, she was not going to get the opportunity to experience that. By the time the first week of April 2015 arrived, Stephanie was pretty sure she had taken care of every single detail for the upcoming wedding and the honeymoon too that was going to follow. But still, she was a fastidious worker, and she wanted to make sure that everything was just so. So on the morning of Sunday, April 5th, she decided to stop by her classroom at the high school and go over her lesson plans and her other coverage documents just one last time that she was going to leave for the sub. So Aaron had actually gone to Canoindra the night before to go to a party. So she texted him that morning and said she was going to school for a few hours, but she was going to be home in time for them to make an 8 p.m. dinner reservation. So on his way back to Leeton that afternoon, Aaron called Stephanie a few times, but every single call went unanswered. And he was texting her, and those weren't getting any answer.
God.
So
He
that
must
was
have been
weird.
so stressed out.
He was stressing out, but at the same time, he kind of assumed, like maybe she got caught up in her work, or maybe she met up with a friend and her phone died. Like, you don't know. So he was like, "I'll just talk to her when I get home." But then he got back home to Leeton a few hours later, and there was no sign of Stephanie at the house. So now he really was getting even more anxious. Now there's an empty house, unanswered calls, unanswered texts. So he got in his car and he drove over to the school. But at that point, the school was locked, and there was no sign of Stephanie or her car anywhere.
That's horrifying.
So from there, he just started driving around town, trying to
Where do you
find her.
go at that point?
That's the thing. And like, you always, I'm sure, feel like you're going crazy.
Yeah.
It's like when you have you ever lost somebody that you were with in the supermarket or something, and you're like, "Oh my God, what if they're not there?" And then you're like, "No, that's crazy." And then you find that person.
And you're like, "Did I miss something? Like, did they tell me they were going somewhere and I just didn't hear it, or what's going on?"
Right.
Yeah.
So he's driving around. He's like, I'll find her. But he's driving around. He's not finding her. So he realized pretty quickly it was going to be a long shot finding Stephanie this way. So on his way back home, he started calling her family and her friends to see if they had heard from her, and nobody had heard from her or seen her that day. So he really had nothing left to do. He called the police and reported her missing.
Yeah.
The next day, While Aaron and Stephanie's parents spoke with the police, the rest of the Scott family took to social media to spread the news about Stephanie's disappearance. The post where they shared that news was shared more than 1,500 times,
Wow.
but somehow failed to produce any credible leads.
Damn.
None whatsoever. Later that day, Aaron spoke to reporters and asked anybody who might have seen or heard from Stephanie to get in touch with him or someone in the family, the police, anybody. He told reporters, "It's really out of character. Someone said they saw her at Woolworth's, which is a grocery store, around 1 p.m. on Sunday, but no one has seen or heard anything since."
It's so wild when people will think they see someone
Yeah.
in these scenarios.
Yeah.
Like you'll hear these reports later of people being like, oh, I thought I saw them at this place or this place.
Yup.
Yeah.
Not always. By that afternoon, though, it seemed like the entire Leighton community actually joined in on the search for Stephanie. Like this was a all hands on deck kind of thing.
Community effort.
Yeah, big community effort. The high school football team was involved. Aaron and Stephanie's
Well, that's good to
coworkers,
hear.
Aaron's own touch football team, like anybody who was connected to them was trying to help.
Yeah.
But not everybody was convinced that Stephanie had disappeared so much as she'd run away. Obviously, it wouldn't be the first time a bride-to-be would run away because of like cold feet or stress
Yeah.
or, maybe they feared that they were going to make some kind of mistake by getting married. But Aaron was like, no, she didn't run away. We're 1 week out from our wedding and she's very much looking forward to it.
Well, that's all accounts was that she was unbelievably excited for
There was
this.
not one person
Yeah.
who said otherwise.
Who said like, oh, she seemed like she was a little,
no.
like it seemed like she was like psyched.
She was super
Yeah.
psyched. And he said, I've been with her for 5 years. Her disappearance is out of the blue. It's out of character for her.
Yeah, and he knows.
And he does. And her family knew too.
Mhm.
But because they had to start somewhere, and obviously because it's unfortunately
taking it
pretty
all
common
away,
for people
placing-
to have been
replacing
involved in the
everything.
disappearance of their spouses and partners, police did initially suspect that maybe Aaron had something to do with her
Of course,
disappearance.
which you can understand.
Yeah. Luckily, they actually were able to rule him out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But there was still a segment of the public that remained skeptical of his story. And,
Oh yeah.
armchair detectives, the whole nine.
Well, and there's you could have every shred of proof, and there's certain people that just don't want to hear it. They want
Exactly.
their own opinion to be right.
Yep. So looking back on some early suspicions of his own, actually, local journalist Steve Mudd said, it was school holidays, she had a wedding later that week, and being a bit of a cynic, I wondered if maybe she was just taking a little time for herself. There was chatter about it in the newsroom, but when the family really came out as concerned and the hours dragged on, it became more and more clear that something sinister had occurred
Yeah.
here.
Mm-hmm.
The shift in the press toward taking the story more seriously seemed to come on the third day without any word from Stephanie. And that was when her parents really started to express a deep concern that somebody had done something to
something's
prevent
wrong.
her from coming home. Her mother, Marilyn, told the press, "It's the worst thing I've ever been through. I think today, if we don't find her today,
Yeah.
you can't let yourself think about it, but you do. It's cold and we're running out of days."
Oh my god, and her poor mother.
I can't imagine.
I can't fathom this.
No, and just the days are turning, like
Yeah.
the hours are turning into days. It's like,
And having to start coming to this realization that like there's a real possibility you're not going to find her, or that
It's-
you are, and it's going to be the worst case scenario.
I truly cannot
Yeah.
imagine. But Marilyn Scott also addressed the occasional suggestions that her daughter had run off to avoid her own wedding. She said everything was pointing toward the wedding and that Stephanie could not have been more excited.
Yeah.
Her sister Robin also echoed her mother's sentiment and said, I spoke to her on Saturday night and she was over the moon. She was so excited. She had been to Griffith that day shopping and getting ready for her honeymoon.
Yeah. So it's like this doesn't make sense.
No. So by the afternoon of April 8th, those hopeful of finding Stephanie safe were dealt a major blow that would quickly break the case wide open.
Oh no.
The friend who had told investigators that they saw Stephanie at the grocery store on Sunday afternoon, the day she went missing, changed their story when they realized that they had the wrong day, and it was actually most likely the day before, Saturday, that they had seen her.
Oh, come on.
So that meant that the last time anyone had seen Stephanie was at Leighton High School. But the biggest break in the case came a few hours later when investigators announced that they had arrested Leighton High School janitor Vincent Stanford in connection with Stephanie's disappearance, which seemed abrupt to everybody.
Yeah.
And the news of Stanford's arrest was accompanied by the grim news that police had also found Stephanie's car earlier that day.
Ugh.
And it was being treated as one of two crime scenes,
Oh no.
the other one being a, quote, residential property in Leighton. Superintendent Michael Rowan told the press, I can say her vehicle has been located. It was located at a property at Wamoon earlier today and is presently being secured as a crime scene and will be processed during the day. The next morning, April 9th, 24-year-old Vincent Stanford was formally charged with the murder of Stephanie Scott. Investigators at this point actually still hadn't found her body yet, but they initially started looking into Vincent after finding some holes in his alibi. And when they were able to search his property, investigators found a, quote, number of items linked to Miss Scott's death, including a cell phone evidence that contained what they said was photographic evidence,
Oh.
Oh.
where they discovered photos of what appeared to be a burnt body. Yeah.
Oh, this is awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So while investigators interviewed Vincent at the Leighton police
fuck?
station, a second set of detectives used a helicopter to locate Stephanie's car, a red Mazda, which they ended up finding in an abandoned wheat field about 5 miles outside of Leighton. Inside the car, they found bloodstains and additional evidence that 100% suggested foul play.
Oh.
The arrest of Vincent Stanford came as a surprise to Stephanie's friends and family, mostly because, as far as anybody could tell, he was a complete stranger to her. Like, she
Ooh.
did not have any connection to this man other than the fact that they worked at the same school.
Well, that's scary.
Yeah. He had only moved to the area with his mother and his brother just 1 year earlier. And the weirdest thing was that neighbors actually reported this
I
family to
don't know
be
if
a
I
very
like
polite
that.
one. They said they were
I hate that.
super polite, kept to themselves, but were pretty normal. One neighbor said they would always say hello in the street, just like everyone does when you live in a tiny town like ours. And another neighbor went as far as describing them as beautiful people.
I
Oh,
literally hate that
Yeah.
because I hate the fact that you can sit
Working
there
at
and go,
work. Hey, I
"Well, I said
appreciate
hi to
that. I
them
hope you have a
every
good
day, and they said hi
shift.
to me.
And it just goes
Thought
to
they were
show
lovely.
when something like this happens, it could be anyone.
Yeah, you can't tell.
No,
Like,
not
you
at all.
can't be like, oh, I bet that person's.
We're getting weird over here listening to a morbid podcast while I'm organizing the shit out of my drug empire and eating lunch finally.
Because
Mhm.
9 times out of 10, you're going to be wrong.
You look this guy up, he looks like a pretty normal guy.
Yeah.
Like if that was my neighbor, I'd be like, oh, hey, like, what's up?
He has a face that you want to punch so hard he would go flying into the sun.
Yeah,
but
knowing what you know about
knowing
him now.
what you know about him now, but
But if you didn't know,
he would
and
just
that
be
was
a
your
random
neighbor,
guy on the street.
you'd probably just be like, hey,
Yeah, you would just be a very normal
yeah.
dude.
You'd have
walking down the
normal
street.
interactions. Like I wouldn't cross the street if I saw him coming or
No,
anything
he's
like
just a
that,
guy.
you know?
Yeah.
So, after the announcement that Stephanie might have been abducted by someone who worked at the school, Leeton High School officials were quick to distance themselves, and they explained that the school's janitorial staff were contracted through an outside agency.
So, like, we didn't do it.
They said, you can talk to that
We
outside
don't know him.
agency. And that agency was Colin Joss and Company. When Colin Joss was contacted for comment, the manager for the company did confirm that Vincent Stanford had been employed with the company since 2014 and had actually, quote, undergone standard criminal checks before he was employed.
That's even scarier.
Even scarier. The manager also confirmed that he actually wasn't supposed to be scheduled to work at the school that day,
Ooh.
but they weren't able to confirm if he had keys to the school or not.
Ooh.
Which, like, you should know who has keys to a high
Yeah.
school.
To a school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's worst fears, though, were confirmed a few days later on April 10th when the burnt body of a woman was discovered in Cocopera National Park, about 40 miles away from Leeton. Superintendent Rowan said, the investigation is ongoing, but in terms of our searching and things like that, we certainly believe the remains are those of Stephanie.
Oh, that's awful.
He told reporters that they focused their investigation on that area after somebody reported seeing a man throwing something into an irrigation
Jesus
ditch
Christ.
on that Monday
Oh
evening.
my god.
In that area, investigators also found an iPad belonging to Leeton High School in the irrigation ditch, and that was
Oh.
not far from the burnt remains. But basically, that confirmed the body to be Stephanie at that point, and then they could do forensic testing.
That is horrifying.
Yeah. Now, after his arrest for Stephanie's murder, Vincent Stanford was held without bail in a jail cell in Leeton, where investigators were just trying to piece together what happened on that Easter Sunday at Leeton High School. Because
Holy
remember,
shit.
it's Easter Sunday.
That's
Damn.
She's planning this wedding. She's
dude.
1 week out from the
And
wedding.
just popping in there to make sure everything's taken care of.
That's the thing, making sure her students are going to have what they need while she's gone, that the sub has everything they need.
Just being a good colleague, a good teacher.
Yeah, just being a good fucking person. So Vincent started working at the school in early March of 2015 in what was supposed to be a temporary position that would have ended a few weeks after his start in March.
Fuck.
But for some reason, his contract was extended.
Hmm.
Per his contract, he was authorized to do his cleaning before and after school hours, specifically from 3:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. And he,
I'm so sorry to like cut it off because I want to chat about the game right now. I'm sorry, but we're going off on a tangent for a second. It's because I'm moving the Coke operation to this area, and I'm just not entirely sure how I want to lay it out. So like beforehand, I had 16 pots for the Coke plants, but I feel like I could up it a little bit, but maybe I could just start with just doing the 8 or like the 16. But I'm not sure because of the botanist layouts and stuff too. And then second of all, I don't know, should I have it like 6 and then 2 with this little break and it be a little closer to the fireplace, or should there be a little bit distance from the fireplace and it be like against this shit, Because I could do both. Like I could leave that one spot blank and then have that there, or I could do like just 2 rows of 4 instead of it being like this. But then I feel like the trash would get kind of annoying. I like it like a little bit on the edge so that the trash can be in the middle and this can be a little bit more open. But I feel like I'm gonna need more plants in here. But anywho, sorry, that's just me going off a tangent. We'll get back to it now.
He was not authorized to be on the property during weekends.
Oh shit.
So he never should have
He
been
wasn't
there.
supposed to be there.
No. Despite that, there were times where he, quote, was witnessed entering and leaving the girls' toilets during school hours, which, given his role in the school, didn't raise red flags because he's a janitor until after his arrest.
But like, are we not like? Is he only coming out of the girls' bathrooms? Because that should raise a red flag.
That's
Yeah.
the thing.
That should at least, at the very least, somebody should be like, "What's going on?
What
there?"
are you doing there?
Mhm.
Like, if it seems weird to you,
I would be worried about
probably
cameras.
Check it out.
just check it out.
Check it out. And
Who
had you
cares if
checked it out,
If
you
you
would have
offend
realized
someone, you offend someone. Who cares? You
And
might have saved someone.
you would have realized that he
Yeah.
wasn't supposed to be there during those times
Yeah.
anyway.
Which by no means is this anybody's fault. That like,
No.
you know, this. I'm just saying, like,
That's why you check things out.
that's why don't feel stupid. Just saying something if something seems wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm
You
saying.
gotta trust your gut.
Yeah.
Is this a fake one or a real one? I need to know. Seems real. Wait, it was a fake one. They faked me out again. These
But-
fucking hoes.
Once the mistaken grocery store sighting had been corrected as having occurred the day before Stephanie disappeared, investigators shifted their focus to the school where she had last been seen. And working their way through a list of people who would have come into contact with her throughout that day, detectives ended up paying a visit to the home Vincent shared with his mother and his brother under the guise of just making standard inquiries. He told investigators that he had definitely been at the school that day, but he did not see Stephanie while he was there. So they're like, okay, like, thank you for your time. They start leaving the house. And suddenly he called after them and they said with an odd smirk on his face, he told them, good luck finding her.
Oh, fuck this guy.
No.
Yeah.
Fuck this. That right there would have been. I'd be like, wow. So my entire life's mission is to make sure that you never see the light of day again.
Pretty
Like,
much.
that would have sealed it for
That's
me.
pretty much what happened.
The light of
Whoever these
fire
investigators
underneath.
were
Yeah.
that were there that day, something about the way he said that and the way his face looked, their spidey senses started
Sauce.
Because
tingling.
that's not him. There's a very
Sauce.
specific wording there.
Yeah.
It's not. I hope you find her
Good luck.
or wishing you the
Sauce.
best. It's good luck finding her. Like I hit her far enough that you won't find her.
Exactly.
Like good luck.
Exactly.
That's a taunt.
That's exactly what that is. It's a taunt.
Fuck.
Yeah. And under the circumstances, his comment seemed pretty fucking inappropriate
Yeah.
and said in a way that suggested he knew more, but
Yup.
wasn't planning to
Yeah.
ever tell.
He's saying good luck, guys.
And a quick follow up on his statement to them revealed several quote unquote glaring inconsistencies in his story, including, among other things, the fact that he wasn't authorized to be on school
Yeah.
property that day. They
So
ended
like,
up
why the
finding that
fuck
out.
were you there?
As far as anybody could tell, by putting himself at the school on the day and time that Stephanie went missing, he jumped to the top of the list
Yeah.
of people who were most likely to have seen her last.
Of course.
Mhm.
So later that day, a strike force led by Detective Inspector Tim Clark and composed of detectives and uniformed officers went back to his house that same day
Good.
to interview him further. He wasn't at home when they arrived, but his mother was, and she voluntarily allowed them in the house, and she gave her written consent allowing them to search the premises.
Good.
Heck yeah.
Queen shit.
Yeah,
Queen
good.
shit. Because there are so many people that wouldn't
Yep,
do
who would have
that.
been like, not my baby boy.
But she said, you think you have something? Go
Yeah,
ahead
she
and
said,
check my
"You
house.
look."
During a search of his bedroom, police found a set of keys matching those reported to have been in Stephanie's possession when she went missing.
Oh, jeez.
And that allowed them to declare the house a crime scene and gave them the power to prevent anyone from leaving the premises.
The fact that this fucking loser is
I
going
could
back to
do-
his mom's house
Mhm.
after doing this shit.
Yup.
Oh, I hate this guy.
It's so messed up. He went back to his mom's house in her car.
Holy shit.
Because remember, her car was missing when
Yeah.
Aaron started driving around
Holy
looking for it.
shit.
Not long after the house was declared a crime scene, Vincent Stanford returned home and agreed to accompany the investigators back to the Leeton police station. He said, sure, I'll answer some of your questions. At the same time, detectives started searching his car,
Mhm.
and that's where they found the images of a burnt body among the cell phone pictures in his
Yeah,
cell phone.
that's fucking
And in the car, they
sus.
found several spots of what appeared to be blood in the back seat.
The fact that he took pictures of her burnt body on his cell phone.
Yeah. And
fucking
just
sick.
wait for the
Disgusting.
comment that he has about that.
Oh, Lord.
Oh,
When Tim
God.
Clark finally sat
I
down to
don't
talk with
wanna-
Vincent, it
I
seemed
don't
like he had
wanna.
an answer for everything. He said nope, he maintained he hadn't seen Stephanie on the day she went missing. When they asked about the scratches on his face,
That's always a telltale sign.
he said, oh, I just walked into a branch. I was out in the woods.
That's what they all say.
They were like, okay, what were you doing in the woods? And I'm sure he had an answer for
Yeah.
that. As for the photos on his phone,
Just a
they had them
hike.
all wrong. Those came from a website. Just a website.
Just a website with a burnt body.
And the keys in his room, those were his keys.
Yeah.
Totally. All the answers. But what wasn't quite so easy to explain away were the large number of photos on his phone of another young woman detectives believed that he had been stalking.
Mm.
Yeah.
So he was definitely planning to do this again.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Given all the evidence, investigators were pretty sure they had their guy. And with the other photos suggesting he was still a danger to at least one young woman,
Yeah.
he was more than a little, or they were more than a little reluctant to release him from custody.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But police had yet to discover Stephanie's body at that point that they were questioning him or her car. while they still would be able to prove or disprove his claims at that time,
Hmm.
at that moment, the evidence against him was pretty thin.
Holy shit.
Yeah. But still, Detective
mad.
Clark's instinct told him Stanford was absolutely responsible for Stephanie's disappearance. So he made the bold decision right there and then to charge him with murder.
Inspector Clark.
Inspector Clark forever.
Inspector Clark.
He just,
Hell yeah.
he was
said,
like,
my
no,
gut.
I know it.
My gut
I
tells
know
me
it.
you are the guy. I love
Yeah.
Clark.
And it turned out that his instincts were pretty fucking good.
Yep.
And his suspicions of Stanford were well placed. While he was in custody,
Yeah.
Vincent made a monitored telephone call to his twin brother in Adelaide, where he made multiple incriminating statements about having given his brother some of Stephanie's belongings, including her engagement ring.
Oh, that's so. Oh, that's
Oh.
horrifying.
It's awful.
just thinking about that and thinking about her fiance having to hear that information.
I can't.
Like,
I can't even imagine.
ugh.
And investigators learned that the rings had been pawned for $705, but by the time they were able to track down the pawn shop, the jewelry had been melted down, so it was never able to be returned to the family.
Aw.
That is fucking devastating.
It's truly
That's-
devastating.
that
It's
is
I
adding
feel
disgusting.
awful for that family.
it's adding insult to injury,
Holy
like big time.
shit.
Yeah. He's a piece
Wow.
of shit. He's a
Oh.
piece of shit.
That's awful.
By the time Stephanie's remains did end up being found in the national park on April 10th, Vincent Stanford knew the evidence against him was adding up to something a lot more than just a circumstantial case, and he asked to meet with Detective Clark, where he did finally confess to the murder. According to him, he had, quote, absolutely no prior plan to murder Stephanie Scott, and he didn't know her at all. But as soon as he saw her come into the school, he said he was overcome with the desire to kill her,
Oh my
What a
god.
fucked up monster.
just out of nowhere.
I just saw her and I was overcome with the desire to kill her. You're a fucked up monster
That
and you
is
should be locked
fucked
away.
up.
Oh, just wait. He's super fucked up. It's good that he's locked away because he would have done awful
I
things.
think I've
in
changed my
addition to
mind on
this.
some of this
So
organization.
Stephanie had finished her work for the day and stopped on her way out of the building to say bye to him and wish him a happy Easter.
Oh, God.
And that was when he grabbed her from behind, covered her mouth, and dragged her into a nearby storeroom. This is very triggering, so I'm going to go over it very quickly, like trigger warning for people. Once he had subdued her, he sexually assaulted Stephanie and then hit her over the head, punching her as many as 40 times,
Holy shit.
and then cut her carotid artery with a knife, which caused her to bleed to death.
Oh, my God.
All out of nowhere.
That's so fucking violent.
All out of completely nowhere. She stopped to wish him a happy Easter before she was leaving.
She literally waved to him and wished him a happy Easter.
Yep.
And that's what she gets?
Yep. He grabbed her and did all of that to her.
Like,
He's a savage animal.
disgusting.
Like savage animal behavior.
can you understand why women are scared to be
to exist.
around men?
Yeah.
A lot of the time, you know what I mean? Like, that's terrifying.
Of course. Yeah. Like
That is the most predatory, scary, animalistic, monstrous behavior I can imagine. You literally are just like courtesy saying, Happy Easter, have a good weekend.
yeah.
And he attacks you to the point of punching you 40 times and slicing your carotid artery
After sexually assaulting you.
just for saying Happy Easter?
And why would you ever think that somebody like that would exist on school property?
Exactly.
You
You,
would-
think you're safe there.
Yeah.
as you
Everybody's
should
been
be.
background checked, this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah, why would this guy ever have like the means, the motive, the opportunity to do this to me here?
He shouldn't have.
Holy shit.
He shouldn't have.
That
And he
is
wasn't even
monstrous.
supposed to be there.
That's so scary.
It's horrifying.
And the fact that he said he had no prior plan and it just an overwhelming urge is the scariest
That
thing I've
is
ever heard.
Oh yeah,
so fucked
Detective
up.
Clark asked. He was like, "Why did you attack her so brutally?"
Yeah.
And all he had to say was that he, quote, went a little nuts when he saw her. He said, "I just went a little nuts."
I saw her and I went a little nuts.
He
That's so
said-
fucking scary.
Oh, he continued. He said, "I just felt like," this is a quote, "I just felt like I should do it. I don't know. I've had mental problems in the past. Aggression. I think it just came back."
Oh, okay. Thanks for that.
Aggression? That's not being aggressive. That's being a monster.
And just being like, yeah, I don't know. I think it just came back. You think?
yeah, I would say so.
I would say so.
Now, once Stephanie was killed, Stanford took her engagement
Ugh.
ring and a ring that she had been given by her parents for her graduation.
So it was
I
those
feel
two
like I
rings
like
that
your
were
setup
Jesus.
better.
which he later mailed to his brother Marcus in
Than
South
this.
Australia. After loading her into the trunk of her own car, he used the school's pressure washer to clean up the crime scene, drove her car back to his house, where he then sat and had lunch with his mother and brother.
This motherfucker just had the most violent, fatal outburst and then drives her car, which also I'm like, hey, mom and bro, did you wonder where that car came from?
That's the thing.
What's that about?
What's that about?
Because I'm sorry, what
No
the
one
fuck is that
cared
about?
to
I'm
ask
sure
Did anyone
questions,
ask?
I guess.
I'm sure they probably did, and he had some explanation, and I think that's why the mom felt weird about
Why
it.
she allowed them
and
to
that's why
look.
she let them search.
Because, like, come on.
Yeah.
You gotta ask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So yeah, he
Sus.
had lunch with his mom and brother after that. And then the next day he drove out to Cocopera National Park where he burned Stephanie's body and then left her car in the abandoned field and then just walked back to his house.
And that makes sense why his mom probably let them search, because he showed up with that car the day before.
And then it
And
was
then all of a
gone.
sudden he's walking home without that car.
Yep. Yeah. And when Detective Clark asked why Vincent had taken a photo of Stephanie's burned remains, he calmly said, "Maybe I wanted a souvenir.
Maybe I never want to see you free again.
Maybe
Maybe
I
that.
wanted a souvenir." Is the most
Literally
disgusting
disgusting.
thing I have ever
A
heard in
souvenir
my
of
life.
what you had done. What a piece of shit.
Maybe I wanted a souvenir. You can go fuck yourself.
Holy shit.
So after his confession, he was obviously evaluated by a
Yeah.
forensic psychologist, Anna Robillard, who would prove to be essential to the prosecution's case against him. During his confession and subsequent interviews with police, he provided no real motive for the murder,
It's so scary.
aside from just saying he, quote, went a little nuts. But his evaluations by Robillard provided insight into a personality that had always been headed in the direction of
Oh,
violent
shit.
crime. So he'd been born in Australia in 1990. He'd been raised primarily by his mother in the Netherlands, and his older brother Luke and his twin brother Marcus lived with him as well. But he reported that he had violent fantasies as early as 7 or 8 years old is when they started.
Holy
Oh
shit.
my
In her report, Robillard
goodness.
wrote, he stated he has violent thoughts when people cause him stress, and his violent thoughts are usually caused when people interrupt his routine. And in the past, he has been triggered by teachers.
What the
It's like,
fuck?
then why did you choose to work at a school?
Literally.
That's, and in the past he's been triggered by teachers. That should have been like,
And
but
they
I guess
let
if you don't
him
know
into a
about it, it's like because he's going to
school.
work at a school. You wish that had been noted somewhere in his background
That's
that
the
like
thing.
this triggers him.
Mhm.
Don't put him in a school with teachers.
Right. I don't know what
Holy
happened
shit.
here. In 2003, though, when he was just 13, he was expelled from school after a violent outburst where he attacked a female teacher, knocked her to the ground, and choked her.
I'm sorry, this
Oh.
wasn't on his record.
13 years old.
I guess he's a minor, but it's like
I think
that's
that's fine.
nowhere in
the
his record.
fuck?
This incident also resulted in a months-long period of hospitalization for him, where he was then evaluated by psychiatrists there and diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, which I feel like is just so broad.
Yeah, and it's literally being like he's autistic, so he violently attacked this teacher. It's like I don't.
It's like, no, there's
I don't
way
really
more
think
to
those two
that.
things are connected, my friend.
There's way more to that. But until that point, Vincent told Robillard he had thought his violent feelings were normal, but after his hospitalization, he realized they weren't, so he, quote, kept it
Yeah.
bottled up.
Kept it
Years
bottled
after
up.
that, he came to understand that his violent thoughts and fantasies were considered abnormal to others, but he was still untroubled by them. He told her, "This is just the way I'm arranged. I don't think there's anything I can do to get them away."
Wow.
He was like, "Yeah, this is just who I am, so
like, I
I haven't
don't
ever
know.
attempted to get better."
I'm just gonna hurt people when I get angry.
Like,
So,
he's a sick individual.
like he sounds like he's just like
Literally.
I'm not gonna diagnose him because I'm not a
No.
psychologist or a psychiatrist, but like he sounds like he's just so dead
Void.
emotion wise. Like
void of
he seems
humanity.
just completely gone.
Yeah.
Like because he's just like I don't know.
Well, and
He's
it's there's just no
It's just what I do.
empathy whatsoever.
Yeah, it's not even
and
like oh
no-
man, I should have done that. It's literally like oh, it's just me.
Yeah, I just couldn't stop myself.
Deal with it. And why'd I
It's-
have a picture of her burnt body? Maybe I wanted one. Like it's just so dead.
It's so
There's
dead
just
and it's so
nothing.
matter of a fact.
Yeah, it's not even like it's just so dead. I can't like the flat affect of it all is so scary.
It is very scary.
Yeah,
It is. All right, we got dads. This is probably a real one, not a fake one. I lied. they lied too.
So when it came to the murder of Stephanie Scott, he was as forthcoming as he had been with detectives.
I love
But he
that though.
didn't offer any straightforward explanation for the killing during his
Still.
examination. And it was apparent to Robillard that he didn't feel any remorse for this murder
can tell.
whatsoever. And in fact, he said he hardly really remembered anything about it. He said, "This was just something I had to do. I couldn't stop myself."
Oh my
could.
god.
It's like,
you
no,
just chose not to.
Definitely could have. But in his mind, or at least according to what was said, the violence was
Should I put
simply a means
storage
to an
in
end for
here?
him. Something to relieve like a intense tension and pressure that would build up inside of him. And then he would just relieve that
easier
by
to get
attacking
to.
somebody.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Robillard wrote, he stated that he does not anticipate gaining pleasure from harming others, just relief from his own urge to kill.
So he gets relief from it.
Not
pleasure.
Pleasure,
So-
relief.
So he's not like a sexual sadist per se, I guess.
And
According to his own
according
statements.
to his own statements and her evaluation.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's according to how he's presenting
Yes,
the
because
stuff.
well,
Because to
we'll
me,
chat.
I immediately was like, well, he's a sexual sadist.
Well, he did sexually assault her. So
Exactly.
he obviously did I hate saying this, but like obviously he got some sort of pleasure from that
Yeah.
aside from just relief.
Exactly.
You know.
But I don't know. This is very interesting.
So that's according to one
Yeah.
psychologist. And later he claimed he did not enjoy killing Stephanie, but that the murder did stop the urge to hurt anybody else for several more months.
And here's where my problem is, where he sits there and says, I didn't enjoy killing her. What's up with that picture?
Yeah, why did you need
On
a
the
souvenir for
phone.
something you didn't
'Cause
enjoy?
if you didn't enjoy it, why would you want to go back to it?
And he also said the murder did stop the urge to hurt anybody for several months. I'm like, yeah, you can't. You know that you can't hurt anybody
Yeah.
because you're in police custody.
Exactly.
Like obviously there are times
It's
where
easy
that
to say it
happens,
now.
but exactly. That's very easy to say that. In her summary report, Robillard concluded that Vincent Stanford had, quote, deeply entrenched structural faults in the personality construct, and that he had considerable difficulty experiencing emotions and forming bonds or social connections with others. Which, yes.
Yes.
But in addition to that, she said he also had elevated scores on the sadistic and aggressive scale, which is a diagnostic tool used to assess a person's predisposition toward violent behaviors.
Okay.
Which is scary that he had very high
So
scores on that.
On the sadistic scale.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
That's a
But
crazy scale
On
to
the contrary,
mention.
despite those traits, he scored relatively low on the psychopathy scale.
Interesting.
Yeah. According to the report, he, quote, described having one feeling, hatred, which could be a consequence of his perception of exclusion and rejection and the source of a generalized social animosity that may have triggered his angry, unpremeditated, and overwhelming urge to kill the victim. He only felt hatred for,
That's
in general,
so scary.
that people are possibly
Like, that's
capable of
really
that.
scary that people are just walking around like that.
Yeah. And that they could unleash that hatred at any moment.
Yeah.
So that's the first evaluation
Yeah.
that was done. A second evaluation conducted by
have
David
a
Greenberg
third one
arrived
here?
at similar conclusions, but Greenberg differed somewhat when it came to Vincent's dangerousness and capacity for violence. Greenberg believed that Vincent most likely had a paraphilic disorder and did derive a sense of sexual
Yeah.
pleasure or gratification from his violent fantasies. He said, relative to the general male population, his risk of sexual violence must be regarded as the highest category.
Yeah, because like when I heard that other one, I was like, so we're going with like not sexual sadist, even though he did sexually assault her. It's like
That's the thing.
because there's many killers who will kill and not sexually assault,
We've covered so many.
which it's like that like that's what he was kind of describing, but like the problem there was he did, so
Right.
it's like that didn't line up with
Yeah,
what he was saying.
totally.
So
No.
this makes a little more sense. To
It
me.
does. And I will say, I'm sure it was probably hard to evaluate him based on the fact that like he did commit one murder and not, you don't have
You don't have this pathology of crime scenes that you can
to analyze.
Yeah, because I feel like that must be a time when you can sit there and say, okay, this is clearly something he does every
Right.
time, and this
Right.
is, you know, he's escalating in this way, and this is the patterns of where all this lies. And it's like
Right.
right now, like you're saying, it's just one scene, one situation, and it's like, and I'm sure, you know, he sounds like a
And his
bullshitter,
word, that's the
like a
thing.
dead bullshitter.
Exactly.
So
Dead
I
ass bullshit.
tend to agree. I mean, like I'm not a professional in any way whatsoever, but I
Yeah.
tend to agree with the
yeah,
other
to me,
guy's
it just-
opinion.
it rings more true to me.
Yeah. So while Vincent sat in jail undergoing one evaluation after another, detectives in Leeton continued to build their case against him with the understanding that despite his confession, he was still probably going to be going to trial. Now, in their investigation, detectives also discovered a considerable amount of evidence that not only confirmed his guilt, but also contradicted several statements he made to the police at the time, and at the same time supported the findings of both psychological evaluations that had been conducted. Among the evidence collected from his home were email receipts for, quote, purchases of Viagra,
Ding ding ding.
ding, 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 cleaning products, a training sword and a knife, and flexi cuffs.
Yeah,
He's absolutely
sexual
a sexual
sadist,
sadist.
absolutely.
100%. Searches of his computer and internet search history were also very troubling, and another ding 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 moment because they included searches for, among other things, and this is a lot, bride rape, bride kidnapping, and other searches were conducted, quote, in relation to necrophilia and necro rape, as well as a variety of violent pornographic pictures and knives.
Oh, he's 100% getting pleasure out of this.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
what
Bride
the
rape?
fuck?
And she happens to be getting married, and he stole her engagement ring?
Yeah,
Like, come on.
there's a lot to that.
Yeah,
What a
come
fucked up
on.
monster.
Well, that's the thing. It's in my opinion, it's too coincidental
Yeah.
that he said he just saw her that day at
Didn't
school.
know anything about her.
I think he stalked her.
I also think that,
I think he
especially because
stalked
he
her.
was stalking someone else.
He was stalking multiple other
Yeah,
women, actually.
it's clear that he was doing this.
Yeah.
You just didn't have the, pictures of her or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, perhaps the most disturbing information they learned during the investigation was that prior to Stephanie's murder, Vincent had been stalking, like I just said, multiple girls and young
Yep.
women who,
Yeah.
given his search history, were almost definitely intended to be future victims. Among them was a
Jesus.
12-year-old girl
Oh.
who
Hell
is referred to as
no.
Joanne in court documents. That is not her real name. When investigators searched his computer, they found more than 1,800 images of this girl, along with a, quote, book full of details pertaining to her schedule and times when she may be home alone.
Get us all in a room alone with this
my
man.
Yeah.
Get us all in a
God.
room alone with
Uh-huh.
him. I want to.
We just want to talk. We just
Beat
want
the
to
shit
talk.
out of him. On a page inside the book, he also had written a list of, quote, stupefying drugs, including Valium, chloroform, nitrous oxide, and Rohypnol.
Yeah. So this whole story of him just being like, yeah, I don't know, I just went nuts. I had no plan for it. Go
No.
fuck yourself.
No,
Go
You've been
fuck
planning for this for
yourself.
years.
Go fuck
Not a
yourself.
doubt.
You
Get outta
liar.
here. Not a
With
doubt.
that.
You
This was
liar.
not a momentary.
because the other thing is,
Thing?
it's like, oh, you just randomly went to clean the school on a
Yeah.
Sunday.
No, you were following her.
He was absolutely
Yeah.
following her. They also found a quote, and this is absolutely fucking disgusting, a laminated photo of a school dance group that Joanne was a part of.
Oh my.
He's a
God.
piece of
This girl's
absolute shit.
parents should have been allowed in a room with this man.
100%.
Like I just
There
I
are
can't get
certain
over this.
exceptions to the rule, and this is one
Yeah,
of them.
and this is one of them.
Yeah.
And I will hear
This
nothing
is one of
else
them where
about
you
it.
look the other way.
Yeah.
Later, when that evidence was presented in court, he admitted he probably would have abducted and killed her if he hadn't been arrested. And he was just like, yeah, I probably
Get him
would have
gone,
done that.
man. Get him gone.
Fuck,
Other evidence
dude.
collected indicated that he had been stalking more women, including a young woman who worked at the local supermarket and another teacher who worked alongside Stephanie. So it's like,
Shit.
if he's stalking another teacher who worked with Stephanie, he's
Yeah.
absolutely stalking
One-
Stephanie.
100%. And
Absolutely.
he might have known that she was coming that day,
Mhm.
like ahead of time.
Yep, exactly. Not long after he met this teacher, he started to monitor her schedule and record her comings and goings at the school. So between the delays, time spent on the psychological evaluations, and requests from the defense for more time to prepare, blah, 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 more than a year passed by the time he was supposed to be before a judge. And in that time, his twin brother had also been arrested, charged with, and pleaded guilty to being an accessory after the fact
Yeah, because what the fuck?
for receiving and selling the stolen jewelry, which only strengthened the prosecution's case against Vincent himself, because now his
Honestly.
brother's going to prison.
Yep.
'Cause what the fuck?
In the months since his arrest, Vincent Stanford indicated his intent to go to trial, but given all the evidence against him, the full confession, his defense attorneys determined it was for the best that their client plead
Yeah.
guilty.
What are you doing wasting everyone's time?
And they hoped maybe his cooperation would earn him a reduced sentence.
I hope not.
No.
I hope not.
On July 19th, 2016, he did, in fact, plead guilty to the murder and the aggravated sexual assault of Stephanie Scott, and his sentencing hearing was scheduled for October 11th, 2016. During his sentencing hearing, his attorney argued that his client's diagnosis of an autism spectrum disorder and the fact that he cooperated with police should be taken into account when passing the sentence.
No.
You be so for real.
He
He's so
very
for-
well,
so for real.
he very, like, two things can be true at once. He very well may be on the spectrum.
Absolutely.
But there is also a load of other things that are pertinent in this case that have nothing to do with that.
It wasn't the autism that made
It
him
was
do this.
not the autism.
I can tell you that
no,
much.
No,
That's wild work.
That is
no.
wild.
And that, like, frankly, how fucking dare that
Yeah.
guy?
Yeah,
You try to use that?
Like, come on.
No, not
No.
in this case.
It
Not in
wasn't.
this
It
case.
wasn't that making him do this. No.
disgusting.
So Justice Robert Holm acknowledged that under normal circumstances, those things absolutely would have been
Yeah.
considered. But he was not convinced that Stanford's diagnosis was a factor in the murder. And he told the defense team, but even if it was, the extent would be minimal.
Exactly.
Minimal.
It just doesn't work in this circumstance.
He said the calculating manner in which the offender carried out the various activities following the murder, and to some extent before, indicates he was well capable of making well considered choices about how to best serve his own interests and achieve his objectives.
Exactly.
Ultimately, Justice Holm sentenced Vincent Stanford to 15 years for the aggravated sexual assault and life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder of Stephanie Scott.
Good.
According to The Guardian, there
Where
were
the hell did I
exclaims of
put
yes
my
from the
shit?
public gallery when the sentence
Was
was
it in the
handed
barn?
down.
Yeah.
If I was there, I would have been one of them.
Yep.
And
in the
outside the
barn.
courtroom, Stephanie's mother told reporters, the past 18 months have been the most difficult and harrowing time. So much has been taken away from us. Stephanie has had everything taken away from her. Stephanie embodied all that is good about humankind. She made a tangible difference to the lives of so many people. Stephanie would want us to resume our lives. We need to be kind to ourselves and let the
thought I
music
put
and
him in
fun back
here.
in. We need to fade from public view to mourn our beautiful girl and work our way through our grief.
I just want to hug her.
Where
And the
do I
day
be
after
putting my
Stanford was
shit,
sentenced
bruh?
was to be Stephanie's 28th birthday.
She was so young.
So young. Her mother said, this should be her 28th birthday, the second one
Whatever.
we celebrate
I'm
without her.
leaving.
We'll be having a cup of tea and a mint sliced biscuit at 3,
Oh,
which just like breaks your heart.
Mm-hmm.
damn.
But it's such a good thing that he's behind bars.
There is another
But it
ad that's
breaks
starting
my
in like
heart
30
that
seconds for
the-
those who have to
the-
deal with
the
it.
loss of Stephanie's
doesn't
life
fix
is what
anything.
landed him behind bars.
Yes, like it doesn't make it better.
It's just so upsetting that no one knew what he was capable of before this happened.
That was also very bold of him to say that he would have probably kidnapped and murdered that 12-year-old girl before going into prison
I
forever.
mean, just
Yeah, that was a
running
crazy
through
thing
the
to
bold
say.
move.
streets.
I hope that
I hope he's seen the results of that statement.
I hope that
in prison.
inmates heard that.
Yeah,
Just cause.
I hope,
Just because.
just because.
I'd be
just a
forgetting
good
where I
thing
put
for
my
them to know.
shit,
Yeah,
and
that's good.
Benji's out of product.
Maybe let him see some Gen Pop action.
And I do
see what happens.
have
Hierarchies and
Yeah,
stuff.
let it
a
all shake out.
van.
How it
No, I
does.
don't have
It's
a
such
van
a
over there
sad case.
anymore.
It really
It's awful.
is.
I feel so awful for her family.
This
for
family went through so
Beyonce.
much. Yeah.
Terrible.
awful,
That whole
but-
community, really, because it seems like that whole community really loved her.
And she was such a big part of
Yeah.
all of them. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like
They
she
all
was,
lost someone.
She was a light in that community for sure.
Oh,
but it's
so sad.
nice that they celebrate her in a way that they
I
think would
know.
have made her happy. And
They
that
don't,
her, even
like-
her mom said, like, we have to let the music and the fun back in our
Yeah.
lives
And
because she would have wanted that.
again, that tells you exactly who she
Alright,
was.
so
That people looked
where's-
at it and said and that her own mother sitting there being like, she would have wanted us to like party.
She
and,
would
like,
have been.
remember her in a happy way.
That's the thing. She must have just
Mhm.
been the best.
Yeah.
But that
Yeah.
is the murder of Stephanie Scott by an absolute fucking
Piece of-
Like, I know I
disgusting
have
piece of wet lettuce.
Yeah,
We're bringing
truly.
that back for
Not
this
the
one.
Oh, yeah.
thing I'm looking for.
And we appreciate you guys listening. We hope you keep listening.
And we hope you
Keep
it
weird. But not so weird that you're a piece of wet lettuce.
Yeah, fuck you, Vincent.
Fuck you, Vincent.
I'm gonna let this play out a little bit. Well, where are we at now? Let's do this.
Here's a quick podcast for next time.
Summer because it's a bit of dust.
Annoying when people go, can you just let me have my summer?
I know. I'll kill them.
Okay.
Yeah, she's there now.
I am.
There's
I
a lot
took
of
Dolores
banter
out.
going on.
You know, my dog. I took Dolores out the other morning and it was
I
it was like
might-
8 o'clock in the morning.
I feel bad for the timing since we're in an ad break. I feel like now is a good time to go take the dog out. So I apologize for kind of the awkward moment, but I'm gonna let them banter while I go take them out, and I will see you in a few. Do what you need to do.
And it was so fucking hot out
Yeah.
already. And I said, you know what? To hell with this.
Yeah.
I want to wear a sweatshirt comfortably.
Yeah.
I want to
Cozy
wear
fall
my
cooking.
I have shut your fucking face over there with the cozy fall
Mhm.
cooking. I started ordering new Halloween decorations. I
Yeah.
just want to decorate now. I want my house. Fall is just cozy and I want to
Yeah.
be cozy. I'm not cozy, I'm sweaty. And I'm
Yeah.
tired of being sweaty.
And she told me this, and the first thing I said is, now picture someone saying, just let me have my summer. Summer just started.
And I said,
And how do you feel?
I said, I'll kill them.
And she literally said, I'll kill them.
I'll
And I
kill
said,
them.
I love when that happens. I love when somebody else gets it.
Oh, I just want it so bad. And I want my like pumpkin drinks.
This summer has been too hot, too
Too
muggy.
fucking
The
hot.
bugs are huge. I don't know what's going on.
No. I opened my slider yesterday. I wish this was visual just for this one moment. There had to be a bug with wings, mind you.
Yeah.
4 inches long and
Yeah, I don't
4
know what
inches
the fuck's
thick.
going on there.
No, I don't. It's something hellacious.
Something hellacious
They're
is
demons.
going on.
They're from the Hellmouth.
I saw, we went to the Ghost Show in Baltimore, John and I.
Have we not
and
recorded since then?
I don't think we have. It was fucking amazing.
Yay.
I'm not gonna say anything to give anything away.
you got a
'cause-
cool sweatshirt.
Yeah, I did I got a Batwing sweatshirt.
Yeah, that's fun.
I got the girls some things.
Oh, you did?
Of course.
I didn't even see.
I met some listeners there. That was fun and cool.
I love that.
And it was funny because one listener came up like while we were at our seats and was like, "Hey," and like it was like, "Oh my god, I listened to the podcast." And I was like, "Girl, I noticed you when you walked in the arena," because she was just wearing like, like when Ghost concerts, everybody's like dressed up.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
In wild
you do
ways,
the
cool
thing.
ways. It's really fun to people watch and like participate. And this girl had walked in and I was like, wow, she just looks phenomenal. Like I
Aw.
just like, it was one of those things where you're just like, wow, like
Where
go
you're
off.
like,
you're just like,
"That
shit. Like I
girl."
just happened to notice her when she walked in. She had like really pretty hair and I was like, wow. And so I had said to John, I was like, wow, she looks like amazing. I just like noticed her. And
Yeah.
she was the one who came up and was like, I listened to the podcast.
Oh,
so I was like,
shit.
girl, I noticed you the second you walked in.
Morbid
It's the most
listeners.
wholesome experience.
Stunning everywhere they go.
Literally, because eyes went right to her.
That's a serve.
But it was like a lot of fun. And the reason I'm saying this is because in Baltimore, when I got off the train, I immediately saw one of those lantern flies that
Ew.
like I think like Pennsylvania got infested with for a little while. They're
Ew.
invasive, I'm pretty sure. Like they go crazy.
Ew.
They're kind of cool looking though. I don't want to be invaded by them.
I don't want to be invaded, period.
So I'm not here to tell you like, oh, it's really cool that you get attacked by lantern flies every year.
Wasn't Doug Bradley was talking
yeah,
about
they
that
were ta-
on our ghost episode.
It was actually, I don't know if it got cut from like the final. I'm not sure how much of the conversation was in there. But when we had Tobias on, I think it was like a full circle moment because
Yeah.
when we had Tobias on and we brought Doug on, they were talking about, I think Tobias brought up actually like the lanternflies.
Is
and
it
how,
this?
Yeah, they're like really pretty.
Oh, they're pretty. Yeah.
But they're big.
yeah. Ugh.
And I think Tobias had brought up the lanternflies and how terrified he is and like needs therapy for bugs.
I get it.
And they were talking about how they like invade. And I think it was Doug's wife, Steph, who was like, actually, I think they're really pretty. Like, I don't care. And I was like, I get it.
They're bigger than a quarter.
They're huge.
That's fucked
They're
up.
really pretty though.
They are pretty.
And I felt like it was such a full circle moment that I was going to a ghost show in Baltimore. And the first thing I saw was that lanternfly that we had talked about on the episode.
But then did it make you feel like you were ready for fall?
yeah,
Like, did it
definitely
remind you that
It
you were
did
ready for
remind me a
fall?
little bit. But
Ugh.
But for everybody that we met at the show, John and I, like that was so awesome. And how fucking cool was
I
that
love
show?
that.
It
It's
was
always
so
fun to meet you guys in the wild.
It was, especially at stuff like that, because then we're all excited about it together
Yeah.
and it's really fun.
That's cool.
The show was so good.
Oh,
I'm telling you.
Oh, that makes me want to go to a concert.
Oh, it's so good. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. And lanternflies and bugs. And
Yeah.
let's get fall going.
Please.
I'm ready.
Mm.
I'm ready for it.
How many days until fall?
I was like, what?
70.
But that's not that much.
70's a lot.
That's until official fall.
Facts.
We get
facts.
fall well before official fall. So
Not the last couple of years though.
we get it. The weather starts to change, and
Yeah, she'll change.
you know, so
She'll change.
we'll get that little crispness.
I just need to carve a pumpkin.
As soon as September 1st hits, it's fall.
I mean, yeah, in my heart.
So like that's all I'm looking forward to.
yeah.
September 1st.
Back to school. Back to school.
It's
is
like September 1st hits, spooky season,
Yeah.
fall,
Yeah.
apples,
Haunted
everything.
houses.
Like let's go.
all right.
That's all I'm looking for is
I
September
know.
1st.
I just need to get through this. I'm in a bad state.
I constantly say, and don't worry, we'll get into the thing. I just
It'll
need
be
to say-
fine.
Everybody look cool. I have like reverse seasonal depression.
No, I
and I'm
think-
not even joking about that. Like I know like
No,
it's not a joke. I'm not joking. I'm literally say I'm the most unhappy in the summer.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't
No, I looked at Drew
do
yesterday
anything for me.
because Drew has like seasonal affective disorder like in
Yeah.
the winter. And I looked at him and I was like, you know how Elena says that? I was always like, do you really?
Yeah.
I felt like
You're
that
like, I kinda
yesterday.
get it.
Like yesterday I was like, okay, I'm all like I feel
Yeah.
upset in my heart.
I don't like it.
And, like,
I'm
I feel
happiest
shitty.
in the rest of the year.
Yeah.
The only good thing about summer is that the kids are home.
Yeah, that is good.
That's literally the only thing that keeps me from like fully
Yeah.
diagnosing myself with
Sad.
summer sadness.
Yeah.
Because then they're around and I'm like, oh, well, this is
They give
fun.
you happiness.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
and
that's
they-
true.
and I
They
get
give
to
me a
hang
lot
out
of
with them more.
happiness.
So that's like the only thing that keeps me like, yay.
Oh, but God, let's go fall.
Yeah, let's go fall. I'm ready.
I still don't know what the fuck
Um,
to wear.
No, that's the other thing. I don't like summer clothes.
Everything is sticky.
Go buy the paperback version of the Butcher Game.
Put it in your pocket.
It's put it in your
Save
back
it for a
pocket.
rainy day.
Pre-order that shit. You can do it.
Do
you
it.
should do it. It's pretty great. I think.
Let's
I really
go.
like the book.
Yeah.
And paperbacks rock.
I like paperbacks personally a lot.
Yeah. And it'll prepare you for who knows what. You know,
Things.
for things and stuff. So let's get into today's episode.
We should.
This is one that it was just like super interesting to me, especially like the trial and imprisonment in this case is very interesting. There's a lot of
Okay.
pieces that make it go like holy shit.
All right.
And then the actual crimes are so like weird and random
Yeah.
and fucked up that you're just like, okay. But we're gonna be talking about Carol Chessman, the Red Light Bandit.
The red light
Yeah.
bandit. I love a bandit story.
That's the thing. Whenever it's the something bandit,
Yeah.
I'm in.
That's
Like
great.
let's learn about it.
Yeah.
So in early 1948, Los Angeles couples were absolutely terrorized by a series of robberies, and there was like car theft involved, all that stuff. And this was committed by a criminal who the press, of course, dubbed the Red Light Bandit.
The red light bandit is back at it again. More on the news at 5.
That's a literal rip from a news station from 1948.
Yeah.
I know, crazy that we were able to do that. But the Red Light Bandit was so called that because they used a red light on top of their car to flag down victims, like act like a police officer, essentially.
Oh, see, I thought they were.
Traffic lights?
Yes.
Me too.
I thought at red lights they were seizing the
Yeah.
opportunity, and I said, "Wow, that's
No.
confidence."
I also thought that too because I was like, well, you don't have a lot of time at a red light
Yeah.
usually. But no, it was like a red light on their car.
Okay.
Fortunately, the bandits' crime spree was quickly cut short when police arrested Carol Chessman, a Los Angeles resident with a criminal history that went way back. to his
Carol?
teen years. Yeah, Carol.
Uh,
And it's Carol Cary.
Hello, I am back. I think it's time for a 420 celebration. It's 3:18 for me right now, but it's like it's gotta be like 4:20 just about somewhere, you know what I mean? There's gotta be some time zone that's just an hour ahead. So we're going cheers and we're gonna keep listening. Was the banter like annoying? Hopefully it wasn't too bad, but we're gonna keep it going. I gotta find like my stuff in the game, and I'm still in the big organization train, so we're just that's probably gonna take up like all day. I don't know if I'll ever get back to crocheting, but we'll see.
Oh,
That's how they
okay.
spell it.
And you said to his teen years.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Carol Whittier Chessman was born on May 27th, 1921 in St. Joseph, Michigan. He was born to Cyril and Hallie Chessman. Within 6 months of his birth, the family moved from Michigan to Glendale, California,
Shout
which
out
must be like a pretty big
Michigan.
change.
Yeah, I would think so.
gotta
Although his
gosh.
parents spelled his name the traditional way, actually, Carol, he actually later changed the spelling. Basically, he wanted to avoid like, the common what was considered like the female way of spelling it
Yeah.
at the time. Because remember, this is
The 40s.
the 40s.
Or,
So he
I mean,
changed
back
it.
then, even earlier.
Yeah, because
So,
he didn't
yeah,
want to
that
be
makes sense.
confused, like,
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
somebody just sees their name.
Right.
That's his deal. So
That's
Carol
that's his
Chessman's
problem, but
biography
whatever.
that he wrote,
Oh,
actually, that he had a part in.
biography.
It's been reported from a variety of sources, but there are a lot of inconsistencies between his reports of his childhood and the narratives reported from independent sources.
Okay.
He tends to romanticize a lot of his life.
All right.
Oh.
And I say that because there's like actual reports and evidence that will like dispute a lot of it.
Oh.
What is
I'm
apparent from
interested.
both sources is that Chessman's early life was definitely marked by a lot of struggle and like tragedy, I would
Yeah.
say.
Okay, you can hear me.
He was born just before the onset of the Great Depression,
Yeah.
which was 1929.
That's rough.
His father, Cyril, really struggled to maintain a stable job and to care for the family. The financial struggles definitely raised significantly in 1930 when Hallie Chessman was actually in a really bad car
Yo, what's
accident
up,
and became
Nasamia?
paralyzed from the
Also,
waist
hello,
down.
Oh my goodness.
Arcadian.
Really bad.
Oh, that's awful.
Obviously, there was a ton of hospital bills from this accident, and she had ongoing care now. She was paralyzed from the waist down.
Right.
So it became like a seriously crushing weight on the family, like financially, and especially Cyril, who really wanted to be able to take care of this stuff, and he really struggled to get out of this weight. During Carol's childhood, actually, his father tried a few times, like a couple times, I believe, to unsuccessfully end his own life.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, I made it a little quieter.
It definitely
There,
affected
there
Carol.
was a morning where I woke up at like I didn't sleep at all, so I streamed at 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and I didn't want things to be super loud for those people who were awake at that time.
Yeah. How could it not?
Although his mother's accident and the paralysis were the focus of a lot of his younger years, Carol himself also struggled with a lot of physical ailments as a child. He had some health problems like asthma and pneumonia, which are serious, but they, are ones that are a little more common among children. Others were more serious. Like he had encephalitis
Oh,
at one point, which is
shit.
swelling of the brain.
yeah.
He had
Jesus.
diphtheria, a severe bacterial infection of the nose and throat. And he had a lot of times where he required a lot of hospitalizations. And of course, this put another financial strain on the family's whole entire financial deal.
Yeah.
Despite all of this, Carol reported having a pretty decent childhood. In his memoir, he wrote, "Weekends and vacation time, the three had great fun together," meaning his parents and him.
Oh, that's nice.
He said, "There were trips to the ocean where with tiny pail and shovel, I discovered wonders in the sand."
Oh,
One thing about Carol is he has nice prose. When he writes, he can write.
he's a writer.
It's impossible to know how frequently this actually happened in his childhood or like whether they did have great fun together, but he
Yeah.
repeatedly said this, but then he would also undermine that narrative in psychiatric interviews after he was arrested. So,
Okay.
like, he really plays both sides of the fence here.
Yeah.
Interesting.
According to
interesting.
Chessman, his childhood memories were actually largely painful and frustrating. This is what he said later, because his ailments frequently, quote, disrupted his childhood and left him feeling weak and ashamed, as did taunts from his playmates.
Mhm.
Now, his accounts of his relationship with his father also kind of contradict one another, depending on when they were told.
Okay.
So in his published memoirs, his early memories of his father are pretty positive, but he appears less nostalgic about his father than he was about his mother, which I feel like happens a lot, especially for that time period.
Yeah, definitely.
In truth, Cyril Chessman was pretty generally a mild-mannered man, who, whether fair or not, struggled a lot with his feelings of failure and a poor sense of self-worth that left him feeling very depressed a lot of the time, very despondent. He also felt like he internalized his son's ailments as like failure on his part because his son was seen as like frail.
That's sad.
And that whole, self sense of failure kind of led him to harbor feelings of resentment for Carol as well. On one occasion, where his father had wrongly apparently believed that he had intentionally hurt his own mother, Carol claimed that his father repeatedly beat him with a bullwhip.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
But it is difficult to know whether that is a true thing that happened or whether it was added into the memoir on Carol's part for like effect.
Okay.
Because again, you just
Hmm.
can't take everything he says as true.
Yeah.
And he contradicts a lot of his own statements.
Yeah.
But that, I mean,
Interesting.
that sounds unfortunately very of the time.
It also just sounds like he had a complicated childhood.
That's what it feels like.
no
to
matter
me.
like what.
No matter what is true and what isn't.
Yeah, what definitely happened or not, shit
It
was
was
complicated.
complex. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's important to note that, like many families, especially at that time, Searle and Hallie Chessman were very religious people who imparted their strong religious beliefs on their son as well. This wasn't really, in this case, consequential in and of
Dang
itself,
it.
but they were also applied in the context of illness and disability. So it became a really powerful source of shame.
Okay.
For example, like when he was initially diagnosed with severe asthma, Hallie Chessman's approach was be brave and pray to God to be cured.
Oh.
Why
Of course,
am I-
he was not cured just by praying and being brave. So naturally, he felt that he was unworthy of
Right.
God's
Why
love
am
and attention
I-
because he was not cured through that.
That's
Which
dangerous.
was a notion that he would come back to several times in the years that followed. And honestly, it was kind of like, it was just
That
like
was so weird.
reinforcing and like eventually kind of justifying his feelings of shame and like feelings of being frail and like unworthy.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's like he was a kid when he was learning this stuff, so that stuff does become internalized.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely
it's hard
it
to
does.
I assume. Now, according to Carol Chessman, it was those feelings of guilt and shame that ultimately led him to commit his first crime,
Hmm.
which also is obviously a very convenient way to describe why he
Yeah.
started a life of crime, which is why you need to just be like, okay.
Okay.
When Carol was around 14 years old, he returned home one afternoon, and this is horrible. If this is really what happened, this is a horrible thing that happened.
Okay.
He returned home one afternoon to find his father attempting to end his own life by putting his head in the oven.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Obviously,
For sure, that's
very
an oh shit
distraught.
moment.
And thinking that the financial instability of the family had led to this, and
Uh-huh.
that he believed he was partially a drain on those financial
Yeah.
situation, he said he resolved to do whatever he could to help support the family after this.
Uh-huh.
In this case, that meant stealing food from the local grocery store to help feed the family,
Oh.
Aw.
which is devastating.
Yeah, that's just sad that he felt
Yeah.
that much pressure.
I don't know. This may be controversial. I think we should go easy on anybody who's stealing food to feed
This is an ad by
themselves
BetterHelp.
and their family. That's just me. Now I gotta go through these ads that are yelling at me. Oh, that's her voice, but an ad. Choose the coverage you need. Beep, 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 beep. Oop. Hey, and we're back. And we're back.
In his biography, Cell 2455 Death Row, which,
Oh.
yeah. Chessman describes taking up his old paper route as a guise for going from one store to another, where he stole small amounts of food from loading docks.
Okay.
Carol said he, quote, took no pleasure in the success of his deception or in having become a sneak thief. But for the first time in his life, he was actually helping his family. And at a time when it was really needed the most, which, you know, so it seemed like it kind of made the behavior permissible.
Yeah.
But also, it kind of gave him the validation that he was looking for from his parents.
Oof, that's
Very,
messy.
you were 100% correct in saying it was a very complicated situation.
Definitely.
Later in
Mhm.
life, he'd suggest that his slide into criminality had been the result of unforeseeable circumstances and uncontrollable psychological urges that are well beyond his control. The truth, though, is, I would say, much messier and more complicated than he would ever write in his own memoirs. In reality, David Ruth wrote, and we have the source for this in our notes, adult betrayal and mistreatment by authorities fueled his already simmering rage.
Mm.
For all his sentimentality and self-aggrandizement, Chessman echoed the expert's explanation of many criminal careers. Basically, a mix of biological, social, and environmental circumstances shaped him into who he eventually became.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of opportunities for him to change course, but he just simply chose to go down this path.
Okay.
Like, he really had a lot of opportunities to go down another path, and he didn't choose that.
And that's sad.
Lovely.
Years later, in an analysis of various
Where's my
psychiatric
shit?
examinations and interviews with those who knew Chessman as a child, would collectively kind of indicate that he probably would have qualified for one or more psychiatric diagnoses. After he was arrested when he was 18 years old, a psychiatrist wrote that Carol's, quote, boastfulness is compensation for underlying feelings of insecurity and inadequacy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In fact, it seems as though his attitude and poor
Posture check.
interpersonal skills were responsible for a lot of the problems that started developing in childhood. According to one classmate, Carol was, quote, very argumentative in class. He always talked
So
way
here's
over
one
people's heads,
car.
and he had a superior attitude towards the other students.
Ugh.
In his own memoirs, Chessman suggested he was an outcast at school because of his frailty and chronic health problems.
Maybe it was a mix of both.
Independent sources, on the other hand, strongly indicate that the other students didn't like Carroll because of his profound arrogance and generally irritating personality,
Yeah.
not because he was frail and dealt with health
Where
issues.
the hell did I
Alright.
throw my
Now-
shit?
Because he didn't really have strong social supports and good friends, by the time he reached his teen years, he decided to just take up some bad ones because I don't have any, so why not?
Okay.
Barely into his teen years, he and his friends spent their time, the friends that he did fund, spent their time away from school engaging in what probably would have just been described as like juvenile delinquency at the time.
Okay, good.
You know, smoking cigarettes, stealing liquor from their parents all the time. They stole cars around Glendale and took them for joyrides and then just like abandoned them,
Stealing a car is wild work.
which was like kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Like that, like
Think I need
teens
more
would
shit
do.
Do the
from
Grand Theft
that.
Auto.
And just like joyride them.
Yeah.
And then just like
Bring 'em
abandon them
back.
or bring them back.
That's crazy.
Chessman
Dogs.
wrote about the joyrides. Having the powerful car under his control wrought a change in him. It opened up, with alcohol's help, a new world, a world a man could conquer and do with it what he pleased.
Oh.
Which to me, that statement right there
as he pleased.
shows you where this is going.
Yeah, not anywhere good.
No. Like the validation he felt by being able to provide food for his family during the struggling times, the sense of control and power he was feeling through his later criminal acts provided what I guess could be described as like a high. Like it was addictive to him.
Yeah.
And he couldn't and wasn't gonna deny it. But in the summer of 1937, when he was only 16 years old, he was caught stealing a car. According to a reporter for Time magazine, when he was taken to juvenile hall for booking, quote, he scrambled through a window, jumped into a truck, drove it up to the wall surrounding the place, climbed atop the truck, and escaped over the wall.
I like that when he got picked up for Grand Theft Auto, he just
Yeah.
Grand Theft Auto'd again.
His way out of there.
Autoed out of there.
He said, "You can't get me."
He said, I'm just going to do the same thing to get out of here.
Oh man.
Unfortunately for him, he was quickly
There it is.
rearrested a few hours later when
Okay.
he was caught looting a drugstore in the middle of the night.
What the fuck?
Inexplicably, he had piled the store's entire supply of cigars into the middle of the floor and soaked them in whiskey bottles, smashing the glass all over the floor.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Now remember, he had only been picked up for he had stolen a car, but it was basically a petty crime of joyriding.
Yeah.
That's especially back then. Joyriding was like a thing.
Yeah.
Now it's a far more significant crime.
I'm like, why did you make this a million times worse?
well, and this is even worse
why
because
not?
he was sentenced to 8 months at the Preston School of Industry.
Oh, I remember that school.
Yep, the juvenile detention facility in Lone, California for offenders serving long sentences.
If you haven't listened to that episode,
Yeah.
pause this episode.
wild one.
Go listen to that and then pick back up
yeah,
here.
it's a
That
wild,
episode's
crazy.
gnarly.
Yeah. He was released
I
from
knew where to
Preston in
look,
April
maybe.
1938
A
and was
changed human.
yeah, well, apparently not because he was
Well, in
out
other ways.
for just a little over a month when he was arrested a second time for stealing another car and was sent to the Los Angeles County Road Camp, which was a work camp alternative to prison.
Oof.
It was during his second stay at Preston that Carroll met a group of boys who would prove pretty consequential on his path to
I'm
becoming
gonna
a career
steal these
criminal.
ones.
Let's talk about the
For
Boy
right
Bandit
now.
gang, shall we?
The Boy Bandit gang?
Yes.
Let's do
Let's
that.
talk about
Let's
it.
do so.
Throughout his youth, Carroll had engaged in a lot of criminal behavior, most of it petty, rarely resulting in a massive consequence of like years or
I gotta
something.
find my other truck.
In some ways,
Where did I put it?
he wasn't all that different from a lot of like disaffected youth of the era.
Yeah.
Essentially, there was a lot of that going on.
Right.
over here.
But well, in some ways, it was kind of like just youthful indiscretions. The social and cultural reaction to juvenile delinquency had changed during the Depression years, and those youthful indiscretions were now being taken much more seriously.
People didn't have time for their shit.
Yeah, they didn't
anymore.
have time for that
Yeah.
shit.
So we've been through a goddamn depression.
It's true. So the change
We
in how
don't
the
need this
American,
tomfoolery around
and
here right
the
now.
American system conceived of juvenile crime was it was related a little bit to the larger movement for prison reform that started like decades before this. Because for the first time, children came to be seen as distinctly different from adult criminals. Until that point, children who were convicted of crimes were generally thrown into adult prisons and just dealt with that.
Oh,
Like teens were just thrown in with like 50-year-old hardened criminals.
that's no bueno.
Yeah. By the late 1920s and early 1930s, reformists had succeeded in establishing, separate laws and punishments for juvenile offenders. That's where the Preston School of Industry came about, where they were treated more like they were supposed to be treated,
Connecting the
more like
chat, what do you
children
mean?
in need of help than criminals deserving of massive punishments.
Yeah.
While this may have done a world of good for at-risk youth, a gentler approach to punishment did very little to discourage unrepentant young criminals like Carol Chessman from committing crimes as children and then just going on to do it as
It
adults.
also just wasn't much of a different approach.
No, it really wasn't.
So
So while serving his second sentence,
that
Chessman
camera
met a group
tweaking?
of other young offenders around his
stop her
age.
when I
This
noticed it.
included
Oh.
Robert Polak, Andrew Rutledge, and
It's
Gordon
tweaking.
Klee. Like Carol, these young men had come from lower middle class families, and by the time they met in the fall of 1939,
Just not gonna
they had
happen.
already committed like a ton of petty crimes.
Yeah.
Like just between them, they had just a mountain of petty crimes.
they were just doing crimes.
Just criming. Upon their release in early 1941, the four young men, along with a fifth unnamed young man, formed the Boy Bandit Gang.
I wonder how long it took them to come up with that.
You know, they sat there and
Should
they
we
were like,
call
"What are we called?"
ourselves?
They were formed for the sole purpose of committing armed robbery. So we've now
Oh,
we've
Oh.
ups the ante.
escalated. Years later in his memoir, Carol Chessman claimed that despite the full participation of others, the idea for the gang was his and his alone.
Okay.
That was it. He wrote, "My glib tongue talked them into the ways of banditry. I accept full responsibility since I dreamed it angrily into existence."
Banditry.
Again, I say, beautifully written.
Yeah.
I dreamed it angrily into existence.
That's
Fuck.
good shit.
What a waste.
I know.
Like truly a
You could
waste.
dream better shit into existence.
Yeah, you could have
happily.
dreamed a lot of beautiful shit into existence if you weren't such an asshole.
Why didn't you do that, man?
According to Chessman, the gang was never very successful when it came to their goals. He wrote, "Our efforts were not crowned with conspicuous economic success."
He said we didn't make a lot of
Yeah.
money.
Almost from the beginning, we ran into more trouble than money, even though clicking perfectly as a team. Like all aspects of his life, his descriptions of his boy bandit gang escapades are a mix of like faux humility, a lot of boasting, and like the smallest dash of honesty.
Yeah, like we actually
Yeah.
weren't that good.
So it's a little
But
tough.
we were perfect.
Yeah, we were
weren't that
perfect though.
good.
We were
just
fucking
weren't
well-oiled
Super
machine.
great.
His descriptions of the gang's early activities make them sound like a band of practice criminals. You know, spending days studying their targets, developing detailed schedules, learning their routines, like so high tech.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he freely admits the gang never made any money out of the jobs and mainly got by on whatever they got from like robbing gas stations and liquor stores every now and then. So like, which one is it?
Yeah, those
Yeah.
two things are vastly different.
Based on his very carefully curated descriptions of events, the reader of his memoirs will get the understanding that the gang as a group was just a bumbling group of young guys.
Yeah.
Who they
Yeah.
were like teenage pranksters,
Yeah.
apparently, that were like actually
With
doing
guns.
bad shit.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, but it was not good. And when you read it, you get the idea that they were never really a threat and were kind of like harmless. But in reality, they were not. They were not harmless. They were bumbling as fuck, but they were not harmless.
And the fact
Yeah,
that they were
doesn't seem
bumbling as
like
fuck
it.
with guns is really scary.
And that's the thing. Like when you
Bumbling
read
as
his
fuck
memoir,
with
like, be
guns.
careful because you're going to get the idea that like, oh, they were just like
They were just silly boys.
silly
boys will be boys.
being silly. And it's like, nope, they did bad shit.
Yeah.
So on the afternoon of February 1st, 1941, Chessman, Polak, Rutledge, and two others were driving in LA when they were pulled over by an LAPD patrol officer for a traffic violation. The
Oh.
officer comes up to the car and he sees a large amount of new clothing and items in the car.
A loot.
And at the time, LA was experiencing a wave.
A
I don't know
wave.
why I said it like that. Was experiencing a wave of teen gang robberies. It was like a thing. I know. Teen, like, just bandit gangs.
There's a lot
were
of
a thing.
tomfoolery
So
going
the
Girls were running
officer,
amok.
yeah, he was like, oh shit, I've stumbled upon one of those youth gangs. So he asked
So he
a-
walked up to the car and said, "Hello, youths."
Hello, youths. What are you up to? So he asked a bystander to call for the sheriff. He was like, you know what? Call for the sheriff. I'm going to see what this is about. So the young woman went to the phone, and Chessman and the other men got out of the car, young men, I should say, got out of the car and attacked the officer, knocking him to the ground and kicking and punching him.
What the fuck?
Yes.
Yeah, they're not just
Definitely
like
one of
silly.
those
Yeah,
teen
when the officer,
gangs.
no, they're not silly at all. When the officer's partner saw what was happening, he rushed in, but he was dragged into the whole fight. And at one point, one of the attackers managed to grab one of the officer's guns and shoot one of the officers in the leg, shattering his femur.
Oh fuck!
Yeah. So like, fuck.
Holy.
Oh my
that
god!
This was
would
for a
be
traffic
so
violation.
fucking
Yeah.
painful.
So the gunshot and resulting injury were quickly followed by the sound of the sheriff's car approaching. So the group split up, with two of them running into a nearby orchard,
Fuck, dude.
An orchard?
which is very teenage bandit gang.
an orchard?
Those two were living the
Yeah.
teenage bandit gang life.
They were.
And then the other three were unable to start their own car, so they hijacked a car at gunpoint and took it off towards downtown LA.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Where are these kids' parents?
That's what I'm saying. What followed was a long car chase in which Chessman, Polak, and Rutledge, who were in the car, were pursued for miles and were shooting at sheriff's deputies until one of the pursuing officers managed to fire a shot into one of the tires and caused the car to flip.
Oh shit!
But All three of them ran out of the car, got out of the
What
car.
the hell?
In the
That's
end, the three were finally caught
crazy.
when Polak was shot in the side and in the leg,
Eeh.
and Rutledge was shot in the hand, forcing them to
Ooh.
stop.
Ouch.
Later that day, sheriff's deputies received a tip about the identities of the other two men in the car and arrested Gordon Klee and William Taylor in the
Gotcha.
fucking orchard. When they searched Klee's
Gotcha.
home, they discovered a pistol, which was later determined to be the gun stolen from the patrol officer at the traffic stop.
Why did you keep that at your home, you
That's what
fucking
I'm
idiot?
saying.
Like, glad you're that dumb.
Yeah, the two young men who were hurt were taken to the hospital, and the others were booked. All were charged with highway robbery, which for
Stop
some
it.
reason just it's
Highway robbery. Get away with highway robbery
that,
out here.
That statement is just
It's the
always,
best.
Hearing someone actually booked on
the
that is
best.
wild, so wild. They were also booked with assaulting two police officers and the shooting.
Yeah.
So the highway robbery thing sounds funny, and then it's like, oh, also you shot people.
right.
Oh, also.
A
few
shot
days-
police
yeah.
officer.
A few days later, a sixth member of the boy bandit gang, 23-year-old Don Abbott, was arrested after Abbott's car, which was known to have been used in the robbery, was spotted in Los Angeles. Like the other arrests, his arrest came after a long car chase where sheriff's officers traded multiple gunshots with Don Abbott and ultimately forced him off the road to stop the chase.
That's
On February
crazy
13th,
work.
several witnesses, including the LAPD patrol officers who initiated the stop, identified the boy bandit gang members in court and testified to having been, quote, terrorized and in several instances beaten by the youths. Yeah.
Beaten
All
by
were
the
beaten by
youth.
youths. I have been beaten by youths.
Like, fuck.
I
It's just
hate
that quote is just like wild. All were held over for trial on armed robbery charges in Superior Court, and William Taylor
Teenagers scare the living shit out of me.
was also charged with attempted murder for shooting a police officer.
Yeah.
Far from harmless, bumbling little boys
literally.
robbing liquor stores, described by Carol Chessman in his memoir. The boy bandit gang perpetrated a series of robberies that, while not violent in themselves in the beginning, seem to have escalated very quickly to violence.
Yeah.
So they started small and they just really ratcheted it up. And again, with like very little provocation.
Yeah.
It's not like they had a moment where like this was like they had no other choice.
No, they
and
literally
just
got
had-
stopped for a traffic
Yeah,
violation.
like, what are you doing? Now, Carol Chessman and the other members of the boy bandit gang were found guilty and given sentences of varying lengths for their participation in this assault, robbery, and shootout
Yeah.
that led to the arrest. Carol received a 5-year sentence and was sent to San Quentin. After serving just 2 years, his good behavior and diligent work in the prison library earned him a transfer to the California Institution for Men, which was an open prison model in Chino, California.
Huh.
Like the Preston School of Industry, the California Institute for Men was a product of the prison reform movement, which was aimed at rehabilitation rather than punishment,
Okay.
which you can get behind.
Yeah, cool idea.
As the nation's first minimum security prison,
Oh.
inmates had considerably more freedom, were provided with job training and other life skills in the less like restrictive and punishing and more supportive environment,
Okay.
which for
Okay.
like smaller time criminals, support.
Yeah,
Like, I
totally.
think, yeah, like why not? Just as he had done at the Preston School years earlier, he used the relaxed attitude and minimum security environment to his advantage. And in late August 1943,
Scared.
he escaped from the California Institution for Men. He was on the run for 2 weeks, and he was arrested at a motel in Glendale on September 3rd. And he claimed, this is what he claimed, that he, quote, suffered an attack of amnesia while serving as an airplane watcher at the institution, and that his first recollection, therefore, was when he found himself running through an orange grove near Upland.
Is this so?
What?
Yeah, what?
Yes.
Qua, if you will.
When that explanation
What?
Didn't work.
weirdly failed to convince the warden and the district
I
attorney.
love weirdly that.
did
It's
not-
it's so crazy.
I don't know. So they're tough. They're
Yeah,
tough
I
there.
guess so.
He had another story, though. He changed his story.
Oh.
And he claimed he had, quote, run away only because he was hell-bent on carrying out a plot to kill or kidnap Hitler.
Oh.
Weirdly, that didn't work either.
Oh,
Weirdly.
I know. It's weird that one didn't work.
Huh.
He was sent back to prison
That's
for
probably good.
4 more years.
That's probably swell. Did they put him in a more maximum security one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was. It's weird that one,
Like, be so for real right
I was
now.
like, wow, you really you went hard with that one. I mean, you
That-
went from amnesia
Yeah,
to that.
to
It's just
killing
like
Hitler.
you had no middle ground
like while
whatsoever.
I respect your game,
like, damn.
yeah,
He really thought that was going to be like, oh. Like, it's that
that tells you that tells you so much about him.
It does. Because he really thought that was,
Like, yeah,
that's what I was doing. Or why?
Man.
But here you are, putting me in prison again.
men.
Oh. Is it a fake one? Nope. All right, we back. We back.
Throughout his memoirs and interviews, Carroll constantly tried to control the narrative of his own life, attempting to minimize the severity of any of his crimes, downplay his own inherent criminality. But every time he was given the opportunity to change his ways and just start fresh, he just wasted no time getting straight back to being a criminal. Every time.
Love it.
In
Love
December
it.
That's who he is.
1947, Carroll was paroled and returned to Glendale, where he had less than 2 weeks that passed before he started planning another robbery scheme.
Brother man.
Yeah, he just can't. See, he will not let up.
Just stop.
He's
Just
so
go get a
nice.
job.
He reached back out to his old associates and he tried to find a new accomplice.
I don't want to
Said,
put the
"Hey, y'all."
shrooms in
Yeah.
here.
I'm out of the clink.
I'm out of the clink for 48 hours.
You guys
Let's
want to
go.
go kill Hitler?
Now, it's important to note that this is where independent accounts of the Red Light Bandit part ways with his own biography, like his own memoir, since he always maintained his innocence and claims he has nothing to do with the attacks that he was convicted for,
Interesting.
even though he was identified.
Okay.
The Los Angeles County prosecutor at the time suggests otherwise. According to the
Suggests
theory
otherwise.
presented at his trial later, Carroll and his new partner, David Knowles, like crime partner, David
Ooh, I hate
Knowles,
that.
started out small, robbing convenience stores. You know, if they just got out of prison, we gotta
yeah,
start
start
small.
small.
They were
Everybody has to start
robbing-
somewhere.
Yeah.
Climb the
Robbing
ladder.
clothing
Oh, I
stores
hate
for a
that.
handful of crumpled bills and change.
Okay.
Then one day, as they were surveying the new dark gray Ford coupe they'd stolen, it occurred to Carroll that it strongly resembled an LAPD Prowler car driven by officers.
Oh.
And it gave him an idea. In fact, it wasn't just that it resembled an LAPD Prowler in shape and color, it also had a bright spotlight on the top, just like one would find on a police car.
Was it a police car?
Not real sure. A few days later, in the late afternoon of January 18th, Thomas Bartle and his girlfriend were driving along the
bothers
Pacific Coast
me.
Highway when a dark-colored coupe came up fast behind them. And there was a red light flashing on the roof.
That's so scary.
Assuming it was a police officer.
Because why would you
not?
think otherwise?
Bartle pulled the car off the side of the road and was very surprised when the car behind them did the same because he wasn't doing anything. So he thought like they're just
I just
gonna
gotta get out
pass
of the
me.
way, right?
But he was like, oh shit, I'm being pulled over. So he was like, oh, I don't know what I did. But he rolled down the driver's side window as the driver of the car came and demanded to see his license. In the moment, something about the scene, he said, like just didn't feel right.
Yeah.
So Bartle asked to see the officer's identification,
Smart.
which is fucking brilliant. And
Yeah.
especially for the time.
And
when
brave.
You were taught, especially in this time period, you just blindly respect authority.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for them to do that, I'm like, that's smart. That's when the driver, though, produced a .45 caliber pistol and stuck it in Bartle's face
Ooh.
and demanded that he hand over whatever cash he had on him. So the couple between them only had $15. So he gave them all the money. The man jumped
Fuck
back
it,
into his
that's good
car
enough.
and drove away,
Wow.
which would be the weirdest interaction in the entire world.
Also, all that fucking trauma for
$15.
$15.
Yeah. Later that night, the bandit was out on the streets again looking for another easy score. That evening, Floyd Bellew and his girlfriend Elaine Bouchaw were parked on an isolated service road near the Rose Bowl. Just as before, a man in a dark gray coupe pulled up beside the car, and the red light was like shining right through there, like blinding them essentially. But the bandit this time did not bother with the pretense of being a police officer and instead just produced a gun immediately
Oh.
and shouted, "This is a stick up. Hand
Yeah,
over
this
your
is-
dough or I'll blow your
this ain't
brains
it.
out."
Oh my God.
Yeah. So Bellew wasted no time doing as he was told, handing over about $20, and the bandit left the scene again.
Okay.
The next day, the news of the back-to-back robberies in the
Maybe
same
the math
evening
could go
made
up
headlines
there.
around Southern California, of course. And this is when the press dubbed the robbery the Red Light Bandit.
Okay.
So given that no one was hurt in the robbery, the papers reported the incidents with like a lot of enthusiasm and sensationalistic flair, you know, like just
Yeah.
being like, haha, silly bandits. But little did they
Silly
know the
guys.
bandit was just getting started. So the next night, Jarnigan Leah and his girlfriend Regina Johnson were parked along an isolated road in the Hollywood Hills. And that's when a dark gray
Hollywood
coupe
Hills.
pulled up alongside them with the red light. The bandit stepped out to the driver's side and Leah saw an average-looking man holding a .45 caliber pistol, and his face was covered by a handkerchief. The bandit took the $45 from Leah's wallet that he said he had, and another $6 from Johnson. And he didn't flee the scene immediately, though. Like he had
Which
done the
is
stick
very
up thing,
scary.
you know, like the whole thing. Instead, he pulled Regina Johnson out of the car
Oh,
and dragged her
jeez.
back to the coupe, forcing her into the back seat, and he started trying to sexually assault her
Oh, wow.
So he escalated. within 24 hours.
Oh.
Like the night before, He had done this to 2 couples and
when he
not
had
done
just
that.
come up with the idea too.
When he had just come up with the idea.
It's
So
almost like he was on like a power thrill.
Yeah,
you
he
know?
saw that he got away with it, and he
Yeah.
was like, "What else can I get away with?"
Oh, that's
Now-
awful.
Fortunately, before Chessman was able to get very far, because obviously you know this is Carol Chessman.
Yeah.
But fortunately,
one on
before he was
tape?
able to get like too far,
Yes,
the scene was suddenly lit up by the lights of an approaching car. So Regina, being the brilliant boss she was, told her attacker that it might be the police and suggested he uncover his face so he didn't look so suspicious.
Oh.
Because she was like, if the police see somebody with a handkerchief back here, they're going to think you're attacking me.
Right,
You
right.
should pull it down.
Right.
So he was like, yeah, totally. And he lowered the handkerchief.
And she saw his whole
She got a
face.
good look at his face.
Oh my god,
And
that was
once-
such a fucking
Brilliant.
brilliant, but also such a bargain because
Yeah.
you've seen his face.
Exactly.
That makes it even more
You're
dangerous.
just hoping that it goes the way you want it to.
Yeah.
Once the car had passed, Carol Chessman let her out of the car and left the scene.
Let's
Wow.
see.
And they went straight to the sheriff's office and reported the robbery and the assault.
And now had enough to give them a
Yeah.
lot of information.
Now, the press covered this and weirdly made no mention of the attempted rape of Regina Johnson in the coverage.
What the fuck?
Just said like, oh, another light bandit.
That wasn't tasteful.
Yeah. Now, after the attack on Leah and Johnson, Chessman drove around for a few hours until just after midnight when he spotted another car pulled off the side of the road. After pulling up behind them and flashing the light, he went up to the driver's side and flashed a beam, like a flashlight beam, into their eyes. When he reached the car, he found that there was only one man.
Yo,
in
welcome
it.
back.
So he robbed the driver of $1.
And
then left. Yeah.
Give me that dollar.
dollar.
Give me
Mhm.
your last
He's
dollar.
thinking this is another couple.
Yeah.
And he gets one
God damn
guy
it.
with $1 on him.
Yikes.
So he went quiet for like 2 days. And then he headed out on the streets again on the night of January 22nd. This time he went back out to the Hollywood Hills where he had attacked Leah and Johnson a few nights earlier and quickly found another couple parked on a lover's lane overlooking the city. After parking the coupe, he flashed the red spotlight into the car and approached the driver's side and demanded that the driver, 20-year-old Frank Hurlbutt, hand over his money. The couple assumed that if they gave him the money, he would just leave.
Yeah.
Because they'd
Ah,
also heard this covered
jeez.
in the press, and they didn't mention that he had tried to rape one of the women. So this woman has no reason to believe this man is going to do something to her, which was a really fucking massive disservice to her
Yeah.
in that moment.
Yo, thank you for the check-ins. I hope you're doing good today. I hope everyone's having a good day. What do you think? Do you think I should put the labs, whatever, chemistry and lab next to each other, or should I do like 2 of the same station? I'm going through this big reorganization and I'm all over the place. But yeah, love you, bitch. I hope you guys are enjoying the morbid. I love listening to this while I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with all of this shit. Let's keep going.
Absolutely it was.
It pisses me off that they didn't cover that. But instead of letting them leave after getting the money, he pulled 17-year-old Mary Louise Meza out of the car and began dragging her back to his own vehicle.
Oh god.
Once Mary was out of the car, Frank put his own car into gear and fled the scene, which he later claimed he was going to get the police.
Wait, do you have the game, Arcadian? Or not? Because oh yeah, I really like this game. You make a bunch of drugs and you get a big empire. I could definitely go off and explain it. I need to know, do you listen to? No. What's her? Alright, sorry, I had to eat some granola bar because I started feeling a little shaky. But do you have it? Because I would be joyous to play with you sometime. Oh, if I listen to these to fall asleep? I have before, but it's not my favorite thing to do. But I do like listening to this when I am like doing chores around the house or like days where I kind of want to like, or well, specifically crochet days. And I thought I was going to keep going with my crochet project and have this going a little bit. But then I was like, let me just organize everything. And so here we are. But we're having a good time, honestly. I feel like it's a pretty decent Monday. We're just kind of trucking along. And I hope everyone's having a good time doing it.
But that must have been a
I-
really horrifying sight for his girlfriend to see.
I'm gonna keep my comment
Yeah.
to myself.
When, and this is even weirder, When Carol Chessman saw Frank leave the scene, he jumped in the front seat with Mary still in the back seat and started chasing Frank through the Hollywood Hills.
What?
When he finally managed to catch up, Carol tried to force the other car off the road, but only managed to get his own car stuck and allowed Frank to escape.
Okay.
Once he was out of sight, Carol Chessman drove to a secluded area and raped Mary,
Oh, God.
threatening to kill her boyfriend if she didn't comply.
Oh.
When he'd finished, he let her go and drove away. Just dropped her in a
left her on
secluded
the side
area
of the road.
Jesus
Oh
and
my
drove away.
God, that poor
Christ.
girl.
Oh, wait, I
The
have it
next
as-
day-
17 years old.
Oh, yeah. The next day, the papers
Jesus Christ.
all reported enthusiastically on the exploits of the red light bandit, but once again, quiet.
Why aren't they saying that he's raping women? That's
Yeah.
huge news.
Instead, the way they
Huge
reported it was
news.
that Chessman had, quote, let Mary out of his car unharmed within a block of her home.
Unharmed?
Instead of drove her to a secluded area, raped her, and then left her.
What the
Literally, what the fuck?
Why? Like,
that's what
what
I'm
good
saying.
reason do you have to not report what's actually fucking
Wild.
happening? Aside from like, oh, it'll really get people all in a
I think
tizzy.
they see this as like, oh, this crazy red light bandit. Like, that's not
Yeah,
fun
it's
if
like-
he's raping people. Like, it's only funny if he's just taking $1 from people and leaving.
Right. But it's like, okay, now women are in
Now
danger.
you've made everybody unsafe.
Right.
So the next afternoon, Chessman and Knowles entered a clothing store in Redondo and
Oh, I don't
armed with a
have room for
45 caliber
this.
pistol and a toy pistol held up the clerk. His name was Melvin Weisler. And they held up a second employee, Joe Lesher. When Joe hesitated in giving over his wallet, Chessman beat him in the head and face with the butt of the 45 and threatened to kill him.
Oh, God.
Jesus
After getting the cash from the
Christ.
registers and the two men's wallets, Carol Chessman and Knowles gathered up around $500 worth of men's clothes from the racks and then fled, leaving in the dark gray coupe. Once they were gone, they obviously reported this whole thing to the police and described the two men in their vehicle for the dispatcher. Around the same time, two LA traffic officers who happened to be driving behind the coupe
Stop
heard the
it.
broadcast about the robbery and
like, got 'em.
realized the description matched the car driving in front of them,
Yo, here, let
which
me
must have
pause
been
this shit. Yo, hello. How is Stardew? How goes it, girl? I hope you enjoyed it. If anybody doesn't know my girl, say hi. Don't be shy sometime. And let me give you a shout out real quick. Once I find the button, there it is. How was it? Tell me about it. What'd you end up doing in the game?
wild thing.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
I should probably say that we're listening to a podcast. It's called Morbid Podcast. If you guys want to look it up, I'm sure it's on many different mediums. Whatever medium you listen to a podcast for, I bet you it's there. They're really cool. I really like them. This is an episode from 2025. And yeah, we're just kind of listening and doing my best to reorganize. It's going hella slow, and I'm not really sure how I want to do this, but we're gonna try. You didn't do much, yeah. Womp womp. Sometimes it's like that.
Okay, he's right here.
We're like, oh, we're in perfect position. Of course, as soon as they hit the lights and instructed the driver pull over, Chessman proceeded to pedal to the metal and started fleeing,
Of course.
weaving in and out of side streets at 80 miles per hour.
Oh, that's so scary.
Yeah. Once again, he found this is just like a funny little like full circle moment because it's like now Carol Chessman has found himself just repeating that same car chase
Yeah.
with, you know, his earlier criminal career and his later one.
Yep.
So this resulted in a nearly hour-long high-speed chase through the streets of Los Angeles.
Holy.
With Chessman and Knowles trading gunfire with what became an 8-car team of pursuers.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Had Chessman not run into like LA traffic, essentially, like downtown
You must be
traffic,
thankful for that.
yeah, they would have probably got away.
Yeah.
But he attempted to make a U-turn to avoid the traffic and was rammed by one of the pursuing officers, bringing the car to a stop.
Damn.
I'm
To
thinking I might
David
move all
Knowles, the
these.
stalled car was reason enough to throw up his hands and surrender.
Yeah.
I might,
But
I
Chessman
might.
wasn't giving up. So he jumped out of the car, fled into the alleys behind between the nearby houses, and it was only after the officers fired 2 warning shots above his head that he gave up.
That's definitely the time, if any.
Now, in his memoir, he says that one of the shots grazed the top of his head.
Oh,
But there's
please.
photographs taken of directly after his arrest,
It
and
did
there is
not.
no injury on his head. But he's just
Fantastic.
lying
No
fact shit.
injury on his head.
When the officers
What's a
searched the
liar?
car, which they determined was stolen several weeks earlier, they found a detachable roof-mounted spotlight. The screws were found in Chessman's shirt pocket.
Yeah, that's an odd number.
Other evidence taken from the vehicle was a 45 caliber pistol, a toy pistol, a pen light, hundreds of dollars of clothing, all with the price tag still attached.
Unreal.
Based on the evidence and the identifications provided by Weisler and Letcher, both men that were robbed at the store,
Yep.
they were booked on a variety of charges, including armed robbery, and both were considered prime
Taking
suspects in the
everything
red
down.
light
I
bandit
don't even
robberies
care.
as
Yeah.
well.
I need
So
this to
the
be
day after
empty for a
this, Mary
moment.
Louise Meza came to the station with her mother. Remember, she's 17.
Yeah.
Where she identified Carol Chessman as the man who'd robbed and kidnapped and
Yeah.
sexually assaulted her.
Right.
But told officers she'd never seen Knowles before.
Okay.
So he was not part of that. More identifications were made in the following days, including one from Regina Johnson, who also identified only Carol Chessman as her attacker.
Yep.
Now, upon interrogation, Carol admitted he'd stolen the clothing and to being the red light bandit, but he denied the rape allegations and sexual assault allegations.
Of course.
Later, he would claim, among other things, that the confession had been beaten out of him over the course of 3 days by several LAPD officers.
Doubt it.
He said, I was brutally beaten, denied
Doubt it.
sleep, threatened with further violence, not allowed to see an attorney or my father,
Oh,
grilled to
her quips are so
exhaustion, and
funny.
promised only 2 or 3 counts of robbery charges would be filed if I confessed to the red light crimes. Now, I don't think it's like a hidden fact that the LAPD has a long and unfortunate history of employing tactics
This is
that
true.
are brutal.
This is true.
Especially when it comes to extracting a confession.
Mm-hmm.
Can't get away from that.
Nope.
Can't
In
get
this
away from
case, though, the evidence doesn't really support his claims. Just like the warning shot above his head that he said grazed his head.
Yeah.
There's photographs that prove that's wrong.
Well, they also had so much evidence that it doesn't seem like they would really even need a
Yeah,
confession
it's
to
true.
bring this anywhere.
Well, and there was a lot of photos taken of him after his arrest.
And he was fine.
during this interrogation and after. If he had been beaten and abused as severely as he claimed to be,
You would see.
there would be some marks.
Yeah.
And there was no marks on him.
And this is
Not a
way back in the
bruise.
40s. Like they didn't retouch the photos, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah,
And they
didn't know how
weren't
to do
really
that
shying
shit,
away
man.
from leaving marks on criminals back then, especially. So the fact that he didn't have marks on him was pretty wild. Obviously, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But the evidence points in the direction that he's a lying sack shit.
Yeah. He's also a rapist, so I don't really care what he
That's
says.
the thing. So it's like, regardless of the denials, in late January, Carol was indicted on 18 counts, including robbery, kidnapping, and rape. On March 12th, both Chessman and Knowles appeared before a judge in Superior Court and
Alright, I
pleaded
gotta
not
figure out where
guilty.
I wanna
And a
put
trial date was set for
these
April. By his own
things.
admission, Carol had a very difficult time finding a lawyer who was willing to take his case.
I mean, I could understand why.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of evidence tying him to the red light cases, including the light itself and several victims.
Not
that
the
had
light
identified
itself.
him, like the red light.
They said, babe, we actually have the red light.
Yeah, we have that. Most lawyers he spoke with told him they could try to get him a decent deal and keep him from getting a life sentence, but none believed they had a chance at acquittal.
That
They
makes
were like,
sense, yeah.
Unfortunately, as far as Chessman was concerned, a total acquittal was the only acceptable outcome. So,
Okay.
with the trial date coming up, he made the universally unwise decision to represent himself at trial.
No.
Yeah.
That really is universally unwise.
He later said, "A courtroom and I were not strangers. I was familiar generally with the rules and evidence, and although acquired informally, I possessed a working knowledge of criminal trial procedure." So he may have thought he was familiar with how a criminal trial worked, but when the trial began at the end of April 1948, he showed himself to be less than prepared to be a lawyer.
I always think about like the confidence that it takes to say I'm going to represent myself
Yeah.
in court. And it's like
It's scary.
when you
that
really sit
confidence.
down and watch a trial and all the formalities and all the proceedings that take place, it's like,
Yeah.
you're not equipped to do that if you don't have a background
No,
in law.
you don't.
You're just not equipped.
There's a reason that the LSATs
exist.
are fucking hard as fuck.
Yeah.
There's a reason like that people like are losing their minds
Yeah.
studying for that. And it's like
It's so insulting too to like
It
actual
is.
lawyers who have gone through the process.
Yes. And it's like it's like I know I
Mm.
am not adequately equipped to fully educate my children in a way that a teacher
Yeah.
who went to school for this
Yes.
can do. I would love to be able to do that. I know I'm not though.
But just
it's
like
the same energy.
it's the same energy. And just like with that, there are so many people that think they are.
Oh,
That they are
100%.
equipped to do
That
that.
they can do
and
the
better,
job.
and can do better.
And there's people who make the effort to actually become able to do these kind of
Absolutely.
things. You know, like that is absolutely a thing.
But there's
like
people
me,
who just think they're better.
me, like Carol Chessman saying I'm going to represent myself because I've been in a court of law before.
Yeah, that's
Is
crazy.
me saying I can teach my kids
Because I went to school.
all the shit because I've been in a school before.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing.
No, it's
like
not.
I've not been a teacher before.
not.
It's
And,
crazy.
Like people take years sometimes to
Yeah.
get cases ready.
Absolutely.
Years. Like,
it's not easy.
no.
So it's a real fucking gamble, dude, and it's a
Yeah.
bad one.
yeah,
But sometimes it just becomes such
a farce.
a fucking farce.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and it becomes a circus, and it draws away from like the shit that actually happened, and it can make.
Yeah.
And then the victims' families have to sit there and watch this fucking idiot try to bumble his ass through a whole trial, and
No,
when they
it's
just
true.
want to get to the end, like you see it so many times, and it's like,
Yeah,
these people, they should just be told, shut the fuck up.
they
You
should.
take what you can get.
Oh, here we go. Let's see, is it real or fake? Let's play a game. It's real. Womp womp. Alright, we back.
So, in addition to constantly refusing the assistance and guidance of the public defender assigned to assist him, he submitted a witness list that included a surprising number of people,
Oh, good.
including the LA County District Attorney and several judges, many of whom had nothing to do with the case.
So why were you gonna call them?
Also, while the prosecutor walked the jury through the mountain of evidence,
I remember them talking about them like wanting to do like the music to try to link it up, but then yeah, you know, I'm sure they did their best to try to link it up, but what can you do? Yeah.
implicating Chessman and Knowles in the crimes, Carroll just focused largely on character witnesses. And about a week into the trial, his mother, Hallie, was brought into the courtroom on a stretcher to testify on his behalf.
On a stretcher?
Testified about her son's, quote, genius intellect and strong character.
It doesn't count if your mom says it.
And it's like,
And also, you really made her go through that.
and also, exactly.
It doesn't count if your mom said it.
And it's like, dude, no one's arguing that you're dumb.
Yeah, that's
That's
not the
not
argument
part of
here.
this.
This
Like,
is about
that's
if you
not-
raped a couple of
Yeah.
girls, stole a bunch of things, and
Have assaulted, shot people,
Yeah, robbed people.
like all this
Kidnapped
shit, threatened
people.
to kill people. Like,
this is about a whole lot more than
I
your
don't
level
even
of
know what to
intellect.
I don't
do
care if you're
with
smart.
this.
No.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly
I mean,
not
by your-
smart enough to not make those
Exactly.
choices.
To not be doing that shit. It's like, I don't give a shit if you're a genius. That doesn't make it okay.
Yeah.
So after a 3-week trial, it came to a conclusion with an unexpected closing statement from the prosecutor, Deputy District Attorney J. Miller Levy, in which Miller urged the jury to not only find Chessman guilty, but to also sentence him to death for his crimes.
Okay.
Under normal circumstances, even the most violent of his crimes didn't qualify for the death sentence. But Miller argued, and this is where it gets interesting, that due to several aspects of the crimes, the Little Lindbergh Law was more than appropriate. Now,
I don't like
we
it
have
up
not
here.
covered this, and we will. We're going to cover the kidnapping of the Lindbergh baby.
Yeah.
It just stresses me out.
Yeah.
But we are going to cover it. It's an important place to
Stresses
cover
me
it. It's
out
fascinating.
because it stresses her
Following
out.
the kidnapping and murder
What do you
of the
mean?
Lindbergh baby in 1932, U.S. Congress passed the Federal Kidnapping Act, new legislation that made kidnapping a federal offense and could be eligible for the death penalty.
Okay.
Miller argued that because Chessman had detained Regina Johnson and Mary Louise Meza during the robbery for, quote, immoral purposes,
Uh-huh.
and had transported Mary
Yep.
to a secluded area,
Yep.
he had violated the Federal Kidnapping Act and thus should be held to the same standard as anyone else who kidnaps someone in order to enact violence against them.
That's a valid argument.
Which is a
I think.
valid argument when you look at it logistically.
Yeah.
Like, it is a valid argument.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to many observers, the request for the death penalty seemed like a reach. But after 32 hours of deliberation, the jury emerged and found Chessman guilty on nearly all counts and sentenced him to die in the gas chamber at San Quentin Prison. When the sentence was read in court, Chessman jokingly replied, "I still owe 260 years for violating my parole, Your Honor."
Oh, so this was all just a big
Like,
joke to
damn.
him.
I'm like, dude, you just got
Huh.
sentenced to die.
I wonder if they would have reached that same decision had he not represented himself.
I wonder that too.
I think it is very, very possible that he
No,
pissed
that
people
doesn't
off
work.
during
think
that
he-
whole thing.
Yeah, I think he antagonized.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it was a bad move
kind
on
of
his
sounds
part.
like it.
Now, after the
How the
verdict,
fuck do we
Carol
want this
Chessman was
laid out?
removed to San Quentin's death row, where he immediately started the appeal process. David Knowles, meanwhile, was also found guilty of all but the rape charges and was spared the death penalty because
Right, 'cause it doesn't
involved in
apply.
that. 2 years later, in 1950, Knowles' convictions were reversed upon appeal due to the lack of evidence tying him to the crimes that he was tried for.
The lack of evidence?
Pretty wild.
I thought there was a mountain of evidence.
Definitely against Chessman. I think Knowles was
Just don't want her to put it
less.
too
There was
close to the
some
air
room
conditioning.
for
Well, and I guess he was just
wiggling?
along for the ride. And then who knows who was holding the real gun
exactly
and all that
and how
jazz.
they were able to argue that in the
Yep,
appeals.
yep.
Now, by the time he had been sentenced to death, Carol Chessman had already made something of a name for himself in amateur writing. He had published a few essays about his life in small magazines. The strange and what some saw as inappropriate application of the death penalty in his case also served to build upon this public persona for him.
So
Because
probably
he
could
seized
start
the opportunity
here.
and started writing his first memoir,
That works.
Cell 2345 Death Row. Beginning in the 1950s, the nation was starting to rethink its approach to criminal justice and called into question, among other things, the moral, ethical,
Implications.
there it is. I was like, what is the word I'm looking
Yeah.
for? Of the death penalty.
Yeah.
In that sense, Carol's case came at a pretty politically useful time for him and his supporters and opponents of the death penalty in general. It really all kind of like went together. Given the circumstances of the crimes and the ways in which those crimes had been punished historically, the application of the death penalty in this case, a lot of people thought was cruel and unusual punishment, which I can see that side.
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
I get it.
In his writing, Carroll took advantage of the moment, framing his life story as one that he had been let down by the authorities in his life and by a system that was supposedly put in place to help him reform his criminal ways. But again, remember,
He
this
had
isn't his
every
first
chance.
rodeo. He was given many times to reform his criminal ways. He
Yeah.
was sent 2 places to
Specifically
reform.
for that.
And he
Escaped.
shit in their face, escaped, and then 2 weeks out of there was already starting his new
Yeah,
thing.
so that's not valid.
So regardless of how you feel about the death penalty, it's like him saying like that is just bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, quoting a recently published article in Time magazine, Carol Chessman wrote, "Too many institutions, quote, had become infused with the rot-producing idea that the salvation of the individual, and so of society, depends upon conformity and adjustment." He, on the other hand, thought that he was the real embodiment of the American spirit, a man who
Is
longed to
that
be free
so?
and had simply been abandoned in the...
Okay, sorry. I'm gonna pause it because I feel like this one's pretty good, and I feel like there might be a couple people who might want to listen. So I'm gonna try to be nice and do that for them. Honestly, what's the problem with having all of the storage up top? Honestly, but then it just takes more time for them to get around, and these bitches take so long. They take so long to move. This might be a little cluttered. I don't know. I want all of the plants out here, but I just don't want it to be too cluttered either, because I want to have, this is the moderate stuff, so there needs to be like 8 per seat. So that's just a lot. So I'm wondering if I should try to do like, because 8 in a line might be a little uncomfy. I don't know, I probably could move this upstairs. I could maybe move that upstairs. Like I can move that shelf over there. Oh, because then they can go up those stairs to get to it. And then this guy can go up these stairs to get to that. Is there any music going on in the game? Maybe we can do that for a second. Nothing. I need a jukebox in this bitch. I don't know. We can have that for some storage. That works. That works. And then yeah, these guys can come up here for their shit. So then I could move this. Well, I don't know. Wait. So because we could have definitely we could have another one over there. What all that's in here is this, right? Okay, let's take that. Honestly, this could be up against this because it doesn't need, just needs those corners. And then we can do that. We can have a bunch of storage here. That works. Do we want to move the shrooms? I think that might be a good idea. And we're coming back in 5 seconds. Don't worry, you guys were so good. I'm so proud of you guys. And welcome back, everybody. I did pause it, so if anybody was stuck in an ad break, they didn't miss too much of the story. So let's get back into it.
Rush towards progress.
I think it's a little more nuanced than that.
You rape people.
Yeah.
You know, his arguments, however well written they were, which they were nothing more than an extension of the manipulations he'd been practicing against authority ever since he started, honestly,
Breathing.
his exhibiting antisocial traits when he was young.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, to many American readers, those arguments made sense.
Oh,
and within a short time after his conviction, his death sentence became a popular cause among a lot of American elites who opposed the death penalty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in the years
jeez.
after this, Chessman gained a massive audience and a diverse group of supporters who included famous authors like Norman Mailer, Bradbury and icons like former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt.
You gotta
And Marlon
be
Brando.
kidding me.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
His memoir was
He's a
published.
rapist.
That's the thing.
What? Hello? Hello?
It's like, I get why you're saying like the death penalty might
Absolutely.
is not like appropriate in this situation, but like to support, like I don't know about that. Like,
do
throwing
you
your
think they
massive
supported
supporter behind
him, or did they just support him getting off of death row?
I would assume they must just support him
The
getting off
latter.
of death row.
Yes, I can understand that.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would go out of my way to support that.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think I
Yeah.
would need to know a lot more
Yeah.
about.
because I get the like that the death penalty seems inappropriate in this situation. Like that I can get behind, but I'm like, I don't know. It's a
I
hard
have a really
one to,
tough, and I think we've talked about this so many times. I have a very tough time with the death penalty because sometimes I find it applicable.
Yeah, it's one of those.
And that's
like,
just how I
It's
feel.
hard to.
But at the same time, it's very difficult because we've seen cases where people are wrongfully convicted.
That's the thing.
And that's where it gets hairy.
That's why I like err on the side of I don't like the death penalty.
Yeah. I live
But
somewhere in the
do-
gray.
I can teeter over into the gray. I'm never fully for it. I live in a gray if I live anywhere.
Yeah, I'm definitely not fully for it. That's
Yeah.
exactly how I feel.
That's the thing. Like nothing fix it, and nothing fix
Nothing
it.
fix it.
Nothing fixes it or
Yeah.
like takes away what happened. That's why it's like I just rely on like the victims' families
And what they
to
want.
tell me what they think. You know what I mean? Because I'm like I can't imagine
Yeah,
being that 17-year-old's mother.
Yeah.
Because I think I would want that guy to die.
I think I would too.
But it's like, but is you know what I mean? Like that's emotion, and
Yeah.
that doesn't really like
and then you have that
apply
on
here.
your heart
Well, that's the
too.
thing.
So
It's like
it's so difficult.
and applying emotion into the justice system is a
Slippery slope.
yeah, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So it's like that's why I
Yeah.
can see it when a victim's family is like, I want this guy dead.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I get it. And then it's like, but then when I look at it as a third party outsider, I'm like, I just don't think it fixes a lot.
Yeah.
And I think it creates more issues, and I think it creates more like trauma for everybody involved.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah. It's
So-
hard. It's hard to sit down and really make a decision
Yeah.
about how you feel about
Yeah.
Sure.
And this is just us talking about it. We're not like taking stances or trying to tell you what you should
it.
think.
No, if anything, neither of us
we
can
don't
take
even
a
have
stance.
like that's the thing. Like we're just talking through it.
Yeah.
Like this is just us like kind of like just talking through this as it comes through our mind.
Yeah, and we've done this
So
before.
like this doesn't need to be
Here's the other
taken very
thing,
seriously.
I
It's
still
like
gotta
you should think this.
figure out where to
Yeah,
put all
no,
this
'cause
shit.
I think-
Because you're free to think what
yeah,
you want.
I think everybody's opinion of it is valid
Yeah.
because it's such a nuanced and complicated
topic.
topic
Yeah.
that I think everybody's opinion on it is very
How about
valid
all
and
of
you know
this?
Yeah.
Come with
and
me
so
for a sec.
varied.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we
Yeah,
digress.
this is just one of those
Yeah.
crazy things. But his memoir, which he published in 1954, it was published to great critical and commercial success and was adapted into a successful film the following year.
Oh,
yeah.
what the fuck?
Despite all those personal successes, Carol Chessman's appeals to the higher courts all failed on their merits. The basis for the
Dang it.
appeals varied
Out
and
of the
ranged from
room.
claims of forcible extraction of a confession to prejudicial errors on the part of the prosecutor and the courts to a violation of his equal protection of rights. Among his most frequent complaints was that several witnesses perjured themselves on the stands, and the court record was later amended to cover up those lies. That's what he was claiming.
Okay.
With regard to that, the justices of the California Supreme Court wrote, at no time since the original reporter's transcript of the trial was prepared has defendant made it appear that the transcript does not adequately and substantially reflect the nature of the people's case and of his defense.
Okay.
So they're basically being like, you're just saying that now. You've never
Yeah.
once brought this up before.
Yeah.
Like all
Yeah.
his other unsupported claims, this was flatly rejected. In the decade after this, he continued writing, publishing, and pleading his case to anyone who would listen. He was often persuasive and won over a lot of important people, but none of it was enough to produce the desired outcome. And by 1960, he'd exhausted all his opportunities to appeal.
Well-
On the morning of May 2nd, 1960, after 12 years of fighting, Carol Chessman was executed in the gas chamber at San Quentin Prison and was pronounced dead a little past 10 a.m. One reporter wrote, just as the fatal fumes rose, the 38-year-old Chessman seemed to chuckle.
Oh,
Yeah, which is like chilling.
that is chilling.
In a
Yeah, what
pretty
the
cruel
fuck?
twist of fate to end this story. Just after he was pronounced dead, the warden at San Quentin received word that the state Supreme Court had decided to impose a stay of execution for Chessman while they considered a habeas corpus argument. It gets worse. That morning, a secretary for the justices
Seconds
rushed to get in contact with someone in a position of authority at the prison, but she accidentally dialed the wrong number and was unable to reach anyone. By the time she realized the mistake, Chessman had been executed.
Oh.
And this is why I can't get behind it. They were about to give him a stay
Oh,
to at least look into another argument. Like, ugh. It's just like, oh shit.
that's
Yeah.
I
And then
am
after he was executed,
so
he was
fucked up by
cremated.
this.
And he had requested that his ashes be
Organization.
sent to Forest Lawn Cemetery to be
fucked up.
interred with his parents.
yeah.
Because I gotta
But
also
the
think
management
about
at the
the
cemetery
trashes.
refused to inter him because of the crimes he had committed. So they were instead interred
cleaner.
at Mount Tamalpais Cemetery. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. Until 1974, and then they were disinterred and scattered off the coast of California.
I don't even.
So an interesting end.
I'm thinking it might not be possible to put all of the moderate stuff in here. I'm thinking I need to move something to a different location and then keep it on this side. Like, probably the stash and dash, but I don't know if I should move the shrooms over there or if I should move the meth or if I what do I do?
A very interesting end. I did not see that
Secretary
coming.
Dialing the wrong number is
Clerical
something
errors
you-
are diabolical.
diabolical. Truly diabolical.
Like,
Like,
got like that poor girl
yeah,
probably thought about that every day for the
Yeah.
rest of her life.
that's rough.
Which also sucks because he's a rapist at the end of the day.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold
but
up,
like-
hold up.
That's a huge mistake.
Yeah.
That's why it's so like I just bounce
Yeah,
right back
it's
and forth
tough.
between a gray and an against.
Yeah, it's tough.
I can't. Oh, we could talk about it
I
all
know,
day.
I
We could
just
talk about it
can't
all day.
even- Oh,
Yeah.
That could be
Yeah.
one of them.
Wow, that's a lot to
a wild
process.
story.
It really is.
yeah.
Oh,
In the
shit,
grand
that's
scheme of
right.
things, I really just feel so horrible for the two women that he
Yeah.
assaulted and the men that got
Went
held
through the
up
trauma of all
and dealt
that.
with the trauma.
And had to deal with their girlfriends at the time being kidnapped and assaulted.
Those who did deal with it.
Those who did deal with it. Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a wild tale. I
Yeah.
really thought it was going to be a little more like Bob Haired Bandit esque.
Yeah, you would think, but it got dark pretty quick.
I mean, that case did get dark too, but
Yeah.
this one is dark on a different level. That
Yeah.
ending to that story is
Yeah, the
Wait, is this
ending
not enough?
threw me for a loop.
same. I feel in a tizzy a bit right now.
Yeah,
No, that's
threw
enough.
me
Then
for
there's
a loop.
this in the
Wow,
middle
well, thank
that
you
I
for
could do
that
something
story.
with.
Yeah, thanks
Um,
to Dave for coming up with that one because that was a
Do
Dave,
I?
a Dave original,
A king, if you will.
a king, if you will,
If he will. And he will. And we will. We all will.
So wait, so we can have
And hopefully
D's
something
down
that
here.
you all do is we hope you keep listening.
Yeah, we hope you
Keep it weird, but not so weird that you dial the wrong number. Ooh, yikes. Also, not so weird that you rape people, because that's bigger. That's a bigger deal.
That's a bigger deal for sure. For sure, for sure. Alright, on to the next one. Because it's gonna take me like 500 years to get through this organization. That's like yelling at me, I'm sorry. It was yelling at me. And I don't like super love the listener tales for this time frame. There's a two-parter, Linda Hazard and Starvation Heights. Okay, we could listen to that. They're more tolerable lengths. Maybe there's less banter because this one's only an hour and the next one's only 50 minutes. So maybe let's hope. But we might be coming across
These
something.
long dog days of summer. I mean, we just made it through a heat wave. Mama was
Get me
parched
outta
and
here.
served.
Okay.
Whoa, that sounded a little like the mini morbid
Yeah.
thing. yeah,
it did, sort of.
What did?
I know.
That was like a throwback.
You know, sometimes I want to sing that song and sometimes I don't.
Maybe someday you will
Maybe.
again.
I don't
Okay,
know.
I want to still
Maybe.
do the trash
Who knows?
thing. So let
Not me.
me.
Who can be sure?
Not you.
You know,
No one. It's so fucking hot.
it is. It's hot. I hate summer. You know,
It's a cruel,
it's the same old feeling
cruel
for me.
summer.
I'm ready for fall.
I know.
But there's a lot of exciting things happening.
Tell us.
Monday is the Ghost concert in Boston.
Ooh.
I think I figured it out. I
super
think I've
excited
solved the
about that.
I'm
puzzle.
excited for you.
Very excited to go.
I can't wait to hear how it was.
Ooh, I can't wait. I
liked that.
And
You should do that there.
Oh, I fucked up, didn't I?
I'm going to do that.
Do it, you won't.
Do it, you won't. Challenge accepted. I am doing a book event at Unlikely Story.
I'm excited.
August 13th at 7 p.m. We're going to be posting a link. I'll be posting one on my Instagram. We'll post it
I
on
found
Morbid's.
it.
I think Zando will probably put it on
the
theirs.
weed, and then
Unlikely
we
Story
have
will
all
have it
this
up.
for
All
the
that good
math.
stuff.
Maybe I'll put it up.
Maybe Ash, because Ash is back on Instagram, so she can
For
put it
now.
up. I know. I was going to say, who knows how long.
For now.
But she's there, so maybe she'll post it. And you can get tickets and bring your book. I'm doing a live signing this time, not signing ahead of time. So I'll be doing like a little signing line afterwards. Can't wait to meet you guys.
Hey.
Very excited about it. Very excited about it.
And
is what I
excited.
said, and excited. I know how to speak.
We do it professionally.
We have some really fun stuff with this one too.
Yeah, we actually had a meeting about it today.
So we're going to be doing fun drinks at this one that are themed. And before it's like, oh, well, that doesn't really apply to me or something. Listen,
There's
I'm
something
hitting
for
everybody.
everybody.
I'm hitting everyone. We're doing a themed coffee drink. We're doing a themed mocktail. And we're doing a themed cocktail.
And if you don't like that, you can have a themed water.
Exactly. Whatever your persuasion, you will have something that you can drink. It's going to be really fun. And they're going to be themed for Detective LaRue, for Jeremy Rose, and for my girl, Dr. Rem Mullah.
And there's actually no themed water. I lied.
There isn't, but there's water that we'll name the water.
Yeah,
Okay,
we'll come up with a name altogether there.
Okay,
We're naming the
let's
drinks. I
see.
won't tell you what the drinks are named yet because that'll be like a fun surprise that who knows? It'll probably be released by
We'll
the
need
time
to
this comes out, but
put
I don't know.
who really knows?
Not me.
We'll know soon.
But it was fun to come up with them.
somewhere
It was
as well.
very fun to come up with them, and I think you guys are going to have a lot of fun with them. I'm very excited. They're very yummy drinks. Unlikely Story's awesome. We just
Fucking love
them.
it there. The amount of books we bought there today was ungodly.
Yeah, I can't stop. Shop your
Yeah,
local
let's do
bookstores.
this one.
I was gonna say that.
They're awesome.
We've been saying the
indie
same thing a
booksellers are
lot.
the best. Local bookstores are so good. We love them. They're just iconic. But yeah, so come to that. That'll be fun. What else do we got going on? Oh, fun game thing that just happened.
We got sent Sam and Colby's new collab with Hunt a Killer. It's called The
Okay.
Haunting at Wicker Ridge.
We're very excited. We're already coming up with a game plan to play it with Dave and Mikey at Mikey's house for our next movie night. We're gonna make it a
I'm
game night now.
So excited.
I love Hunt a Killer shit. This is like not an ad, by the way, guys.
No.
We just literally are excited about
I-
this. Like
This
I'm
is just
holding it
fucking
right
cool.
now, and we got excited about it. We should have a morbid since we love them.
Like that.
Okay.
I like the
It's
banter
definitely more
sometimes.
full case, and I
True crime.
super true crime. Yep,
Yep.
convictions happen.
Yep. This is
but
not spooky.
Are we
This is true
going
crime.
to
it's a little
discuss that?
spooky,
Spooky.
but not in the paranormal way.
No.
Please.
But no, it's a very, very awful case.
Okay,
and
we're here
I
now.
can't believe I had never heard of it before.
I have heard of this one. I do not know like the details of it.
You're about to.
Which I know I say sometimes, but it's true. I see a lot of cases. I just don't look into them deeply.
It's pretty fair to say things that are true.
Yeah.
Pretty
Fair to say
fair.
things in general.
It's just fair.
It's just fair. So let's get into it. We're going to be talking about Linda Hazard and what was known as Starvation Heights.
Which is one of the most horrifying names. It tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and that's a nickname, by the
Yeah.
way. So who the fuck was Linda Hazard?
Who the fuck was she?
Well, first, before she was Linda Hazard, she was Linda Laura Burfield, and she was born December 18th, 1867 in Carver, Minnesota. Hate to break it to you, she's a Capricorn. Yeah.
That's not
I
great.
think she is, right? Hold on. Oh, fuck! She's a Sagittarius.
Ha!
Which actually, like,
She's not a
yeah.
Capricorn.
I'm not going to say it makes sense, but, you know.
but she's
you
not a
know.
Capricorn.
She's not a Capricorn. That's important.
That's all that matters.
Anyways, she was the oldest of 7 children born to Susanna and Montgomery Burfield.
Susanna and Montgomery?
You can't say Montgomery
No.
any other way.
No.
Montgomery had been a corporal in the Civil War, and when the war ended, he and his wife moved west and started a life of homesteading in Star Lake Township.
Oh, that sounds beautiful.
I know. From the moment that she could walk and
Star
talk, Linda
Lake.
was super curious. She was super outgoing. She was a very
Falls?
happy child. She was much more interested in nature than she was playing dolls or whatever else little girls did in the 1800s.
Yeah.
Her parents had been vegetarian for years, so she ate a
Needlework,
vegetarian
IDK.
diet as well. But beyond being simply vegetarians, Montgomery and Susanna Burfield held very particular views on health and diet and exercise that, remember, kids are like little sponges.
Oh, they take in everything.
So this would all have a pretty profound influence on Linda's future.
I'm so excited.
Looking back,
Look
she
at
traced her
this.
eventual interest in natural
Things are
therapies to
coming
her
together.
childhood, and in particular to the family doctor, who she said would visit the family to provide annual checkups. She said no one was sick, but he had brought the idea that the medical men of the day could ward off potential problems with their black bag of tricks.
Okay.
So it's like, you don't necessarily
Maybe
need to see a doctor if you're not
actually-
sick with
Yeah.
something.
Like you want your annual checkup? For sure.
Totally.
We do
want
that, in
this.
fact.
Yes,
We do
absolutely.
that.
That's very
here.
important.
Oh,
Go to all
okay.
your, but like, You'll see what I mean in a
Yeah.
Or
second.
should it be
So
like
Linda's father
here?
in particular held a firm belief in the abilities of the county doctor and his
Right in the
strange approach
front.
to medicine that, according to Linda, yielded absolutely
my
nothing
product.
but terrible results. During one visit, the doctor insisted that the kids had some kind of intestinal parasite, and he prescribed a, quote, blue mass pill for all of them, which is a very outdated cure-all that contained, among other things, mercury, like a high level of mercury.
I don't see the problem here.
Lovely.
As a result of taking the pills,
see the
multiple kids in the
problem.
family started having, and this is kind of gross, sorry, frequent and very severe bouts of vomiting and diarrhea
Oh.
that at the time weren't immediately connected to the pills. So the cycle just kind of repeated itself
Oh,
over and over
no.
again because he thinks this pill is some kind of cure-all. So he's like, oh, keep taking it. Eventually you'll stop yakking and shitting.
And it's like, no, but if we're still puking and shitting, it's
Something's
obviously
wrong.
not curing all. Like, there's obviously a
Obviously.
problem here.
Yeah. Linda wrote, and this was a quote, I now know what, of course, I could not then suspect, that this powerful poison did irreparable injury to my intestines, retarding and preventing their development and growth to such a degree that even to this day I am compelled to resort to the enema daily.
A daily enema?
A daily enema is diabolical.
There was somebody on
Once in a life.
there was somebody on My Strange Addiction who was addicted to doing that every day and then got their partner addicted to it too. So that's all I'm gonna say.
time enema.
I've
is
never-
diabolical.
Thank the Lord. I've talked
Diabolical.
about many of a stomach issue on this podcast. I've never had to have an enema.
Daily?
I can't imagine, again, I can't imagine ever
No.
having an enema
No.
daily.
No. No, that's bad. That's really bad.
Ow. So after the family's treatment from the local doctor, Linda and her siblings all really sadly spent years in poor health. They all had chronic stomach problems
mean,
and inability to
I'm
keep most food down.
sorry.
And because of that, they ended up losing
But-
teeth and hair from malnourishment.
Holy shit.
Yeah, very intense. At the same time, Linda, or I should really say Linda's parents,
Oh my
were looking for a
goodness.
suitable man to marry Linda off to when she turned 18.
Because the 1800s of it all.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
That man turned out to be Irwin Perry, the son of a well-off farmer who was 14 years older than her.
Very
Gross.
1800s.
Later, Linda said she didn't really have the heart for their relationship because she was pretty much just solely focused on finding the real cure for what was ailing her, her siblings, and many other people like her.
Yeah.
But it's also possible that whatever potential their marriage had was almost completely undermined by the death of Linda's father just 1 month after the marriage. I'll say it for real this
I
time.
changed
Montgomery
my mind.
had been taking.
I think I should make the people who are working on these stations come up to like one of these, and then the people who are working on all of the seats get to go here, because yeah, that's rip. All right.
An order of logs to the local mill when the strap holding them together broke, and in all the chaos, he was dragged under the mass of logs and crushed to death.
Oh my.
Holy shit. That is the most 1800s way to die.
It really is.
Like, I'm not even saying that to be funny.
No, it literally is. I can't think of a much more 1800s way to die.
Or Final Destination way to
Yeah.
die. Awful.
Holy shit.
Destination
Yeah.
ass.
And this is really sad. A lot of times, the grief of losing her father left Linda just straight up depressed.
I
She
mean,
couldn't
yeah.
get out of bed. She wasn't really focused on anything.
Because you lost your father, but to lose him in that way too must be just. Because you
Yeah.
think that's a brutal way for someone to die.
And she's young, which means her
Yeah.
father probably wasn't that old, you
No.
know? So it consumed any kind of bandwidth that maybe she would have had to focus on her new
Yeah.
marriage. As far as Linda was concerned, Montgomery, her father, was the ideal man and husband, and nobody was ever going to live up to that standard. Definitely not Irwin or any of the men that she was with later in her life.
I mean, have high standards, girl.
Yeah, but still, she did her best to settle into married life. In 1889, she gave birth to their first child, a son they named, I think it's Roland.
Or yeah,
I think it could be Roland,
Roland.
but I like Roland with the homies better.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, they also had a daughter named Nina who came along 2 years later. Sadly, Nina wasn't a big part of her mother's life. Author of Starvation Heights, Greg Olson, who we've talked about before,
Yep.
wrote, as far as most O'Lallens are concerned, Nina Floy Perry was non-existent. No one had ever seen her, and years later, only one out of all the old-timers could recall Dr. Hazard talking about a daughter.
What the fuck?
In fact, by all accounts, Linda, who would become known as Dr. Hazard, and her daughter never had much of a relationship at all. And when Linda died, all she left Nina in her will was $1.
Oh.
That
How
is-
rude.
Like, what the fuck?
It was like obviously some shit happened there.
And it's
between
like, and
them.
it sounds like though that like she never had a thing. Like she never talked about this child.
yeah, never
So
talked
it's
about
like-
her or anything.
So it's like, what could a child have done to deserve that kind of shit?
yeah, there was.
I put that on her.
Oh, that's on
fully.
her completely.
Oh no, I know you were. I
Yeah.
just mean like, what the fuck?
Yeah, $1.
Like a dollar, and
Like
then like
that's being a dick. For
that's
to be
being a
dick.
complete dick.
Yeah.
Like what? The
But
hell?
apparently she was much closer to her son.
so many things in your biome. Sorry, you can't hear what she's saying, and I'm mocking it.
According to Greg Olson, nobody actually really knows what happened to end Linda and Irwin's marriage, which eventually did end. But in April of 1898, she filed divorce papers claiming that her husband had abandoned her and the children, and he left them without any means of support, and she hadn't heard a word from him since.
Damn, Irwin.
I know. Well, it took some time, but in 1902, the court did agree to dissolve the marriage, and they allowed Linda to return to using her maiden name rather than, using the man's last name who abandoned her.
Yeah, I get that.
Once the divorce was finalized, Linda made arrangements for her
cemetery
children to
now?
live with her mother in Star Lake.
Oh.
And now free of her familial obligations, she was finally able to turn her attention back to what she always wanted to pursue, a career as a fasting specialist. Greg Olson wrote that Linda just couldn't be bothered by motherhood, and that she,
fasting
quote, rationalized her
specialist?
decision. She would become a healing authority such as the world had ever known.
Wow.
So, to those who knew her best, her story about Irwin abandoning her without any kind of notice never felt quite right. No one could really say where Irwin had gone off to, but people suspected that it was really Linda who had abandoned him and not the other way around. People who knew her best all remembered that what she was solely focused on was her desire to get rid of her husband and her family because she felt like they were basically preventing her from becoming the woman she knew she was destined to become.
Oh,
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was what she herself referred to as a, quote, woman with a greater purpose, and she would not deny the world the innovations in healthcare she knew existed in her mind.
I wish she would have. I wish she would have denied the world that.
Retweet.
Yeah.
According to Linda, she discovered the miraculous healing powers of fasting in 1898 when she was looking for relief from the stomach problems that had plagued her for most of her life. I want to just say this. I'm not like against fasting, like intermittent fasting or anything like that.
Like
I'm
the
not
healthy, like
I'm not like making a stance on fasting at all.
Yeah.
So like, don't come at me for that. This is not fasting.
Yeah, what she's doing is not the
she's
fasting that they like.
starving.
That people do now. To,
If you want to fast, by all means,
we're not
you
saying
can
shit about
fast.
it.
I don't care. Do your thing.
Yeah.
Like, you're an adult. You can do
Yeah.
what you want to do. So like, please don't come at me.
Yeah.
This is not fasting.
yeah, this method is not okay.
Just to be clear,
If you're doing this, it won't end well.
I'm not going after like the intermittent fasting or anything like that. Whatever.
This isn't.
This is different.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get
This
that.
is
just wanted to get that out of the
no,
way.
good call. That's why I was about to be like, I'm not saying shit.
That's the thing. This just isn't fasting.
No, it's not.
This is cruel and unusual.
That's why it's on Morbid. It's being told as a true crime story.
Exactly.
Like, it's not good if it's being told as part of a true crime story.
No. So she said she discovered the healing powers of fasting in 1898, blah, blah, blah. It's possible that she did discover it back then, but it's also more likely that she probably came across the practice in the early 1900s while she was studying osteopathy while trying to get a nursing job. Around that time, Linda came across The Gospel of Health, a book by Dr. Edward Dewey, who at the time was a very vocal proponent of using fasting as a cure for various ailments across the board. According to his book, he discovered the supposed miracle cure while he was treating a patient for typhus in 1877. He said that the patient hadn't responded to any kind of traditional treatment, so as a last resort, he turned to fasting as a treatment. And he said that just a little over a month later, the patient was fully cured of a disease that would have killed them.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm sure there was probably
that's
other things
crazy.
involved. Anyway, The Gospel of Health, as well as another one of Dewey's books, The No Breakfast Plan.
Oh,
In my opinion, breakfast is the most important
the
meal of
always
day.
breakfast plan.
Always
I love breakfast.
Eating breakfast has changed my life.
I love breakfast.
Eating breakfast has
You can-
changed my life.
You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Again, that's
Yeah,
for me.
That's
I
my
don't care what
stance
you
is
do.
that breakfast rules.
You don't want to eat breakfast? Don't.
I also grew up with a dad who makes fucking bomb breakfast.
Yeah.
So
My grandpa, Elena's dad, worked as a cook back in the Navy
Oh
in
my
the submarine
God.
service, and that motherfucker learned how to make a French toast, a hash brown,
Oh
a
my
fucking
God.
scramble like no other.
when he says,
Okay.
"I'll make you a little breakfast,"
Are you want a
when
little
I go over, I
breakfast?
say, "Oh my, I don't care what time of the day it is." I'm like, "Let's go, girl."
He
Let's
makes
go.
So good.
bomb shit.
Breakfast for life.
His hash browns.
Oh, nothing beats them. Nothing.
So I think the
That I
farm
will take a
stuff can
stance
go
on.
there.
Nobody beats those.
No one. I'll fight you. So the No Breakfast Plan, essentially became the healthcare Bible, and that other book too, both became the healthcare Bible for Linda. And she reached out to Dewey, expressing her support and making a pitch for herself as the ideal candidate to continue on his work. Her appeal to his vanity worked, and he accepted Linda as an apprentice. And their relationship was probably one of the most important relationships she had in her life.
Damn.
But they didn't always see eye to eye on treatment plans. For example, when it came to the treatment for chronic stomach problems, Linda insisted that, quote, the internal bath, aka the enema, was the best
What
course.
a name for that. The
Internal bath goes crazy.
That goes
That does
bonkers.
Internal bath is out of this world.
I love that she's just like, enemas?
the internal bath.
Ever heard of them?
This bitch
You ever
never
heard of
heard
the
of
internal
them.
bath?
This bitch is like dying words were probably internal bath.
Enemas rock.
I love
Yeah.
enemas, she said. Anyway, she insisted it was a, quote, necessary hygienic
crazy.
accessory of the fast.
Oh,
Like, if you're fasting, what the fuck do you have to enema
I was
out of
gonna
there?
say, what do you? You're not. There's nothing in there.
I don't even really understand, like, the whole concept of enemas. It's really just to flush things out,
I
correct?
think yeah, and it's just
Okay.
it's the internal bath. You know.
We might be
Anyway,
able to
so
start.
she was all about that
with
life.
some of
Dewey, on
these
the other
guys.
hand, strongly disagreed, and he told his patients, quote, the bowel should be allowed to function naturally.
I mean, I gotta say that sounds like the better
Listen,
course.
he didn't have a lot of great ideas when it comes to no breakfast, but I'm with this man that the bowel should be allowed to function naturally.
Although sometimes they don't, which I understand.
Sometimes.
I mean, IBS is a thing.
Yeah, hot girls,
You
we know.
The hot girls have IBS.
So I have a shirt that says that. By 1903, Linda, nurse assistant, had refashioned herself as Dr. Linda Burfield, even though she had literally not a medical degree to be found.
Hate this already.
Salad.
But, and this is similar to the story that I told with the Crescent Hotel about Dr. Norman
So-
Baker.
oh, man.
Because of a
More
loophole
about
in
this.
Washington state laws at this time, Linda was approved to practice medicine as a practitioner of alternative medicine. So that's how she got that
there it
doctor
is.
in there. And soon she was promoting her belief that her
There
method
might
of
be more
strict fasting
rockers.
was a revolutionary cure-all for any and all medical ailments.
That's not correct.
I'm like, maybe if you have like worms. Otherwise, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So while she was establishing her medical practice
Maybe
in
I could've put
Washington,
them
she
along the
started
line
seeing
here,
a
and I
man's
can move
named
these
Sam
ones.
Hazard.
that's a cool last name.
It is, and it becomes her last
Not
name.
for a
so-
doctor.
'Cause, yeah,
I
could
would
definitely
never
move
go.
this
You could
around.
be the most acclaimed doctor in the
If your last
world.
name is Hazard,
Dr. Hazard.
it's a no for me.
There
It's a
used to
no
be
for me.
a dentist named Dr. Payne when
Oh,
I was
yeah,
little.
I
And I was
know.
like, no, I'm
Yeah.
not going there.
Mhm.
And then my mom was like, you have to go there.
You have to
Put
go
all
to
the
school.
lockers along
So yeah, she
here.
started seeing this
I
guy,
need
Sam
more.
Hazard, and by November 11th, 1903, they had known
Let's
each other
see.
long enough to get married, and they were married in a small ceremony that took place in her
Poor
medical office in
botanist.
Minneapolis. She took this medical shit seriously. Kinda.
Kinda.
Then,
just need
though,
one
to Linda's
chemist?
confusion, her husband of only a few hours disappeared on their wedding night.
Huh.
Yeah. What Linda didn't know at the time, and would go on to deny until the day that she died, was that her new husband already had a wife, Viva Fitzpatrick. Yeah. And the two had a home in Iowa. So Sam went on to spend the next 4 days in Iowa with Viva before finally returning to Minnesota to be with his other wife, Linda.
Huh.
I bet you didn't see that coming.
I did not.
We were talking about fasting. Now we're
I was
talking
like, wait
about
a second.
philandering.
I was-
See what I did there?
I see what you did there.
So
Jesus.
he marries Linda in Minneapolis.
Mhm.
Then he goes to Iowa to be with Viva for some unknown reason. Then he goes back to Minnesota. And then a few days later, he goes back to Iowa again, this time to tell Viva she's not his wife in any biblical or legal sense, only in common law.
What the fuck?
He said, Viva, you are not the wife.
Viva, you're gone.
Viva, dead. So
That's
he offered her
crazy.
no other explanation other than to tell her he was in fact married to Dr. Linda Burfield.
Wow.
And with that, he quit his job in Iowa and went back to Minnesota to be with his new bride, Linda.
Wow.
A little bit about Sam. Sam
A
Hazard.
little bit about this guy.
A little bit about Sam for you. Sam Hazard had always been and would always be known as a con man.
Cool.
He was actually like a pretty smart guy, smart enough that he would have been able to make his way in any kind of industry he really wanted to. But he really didn't like to work, and he just kind of drifted from one place to another.
Okay.
And when he walked out of his and Viva's apartment after telling her that she wasn't his wife anymore, he probably assumed that would be the last time he ever saw her. But he didn't consider that regardless of what he said about common law, Viva had absolutely no fucking intention of being cast aside for some new bitch in Minnesota.
No way.
And for the first time in his life, Sam Hazard was about to face some consequences.
Oh,
He also
shit.
fucked over the wrong girl because Viva's father, Senator
girl.
Joseph Fitzpatrick,
Oh.
used his influence to pull some strings, and he convinced the Hennepin County District Attorney to file charges against Sam for bigamy. So by Thanksgiving that
Yeah,
year,
fuck
Sam
that
found
guy.
himself standing
Oh, this
before a
could be
judge
moved
in a
over.
packed courtroom.
Damn.
He had a lawyer to assist in his case, but it ended up being Dr. Linda,
Oh.
who did most of the research and legal work.
Dr. Linda.
Not only was she there to provide moral support for her husband, but she also spent a ton of time interviewing witnesses and trying to track down documentation to refute Viva's claims that
Seems like
she
a
and Sam were
conflict of
married.
interest.
You would think.
A little bit.
You would think.
know?
According to Greg Olson, this wasn't just a matter of getting her new husband out of a legal jam. He wrote, Dr. Hazard wanted Viva indicted for perjury.
Whoa.
So she got like a vendetta.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Throughout the trial, Sam's attorney, George Leonard, spent a lot of his time just
Damn.
vilifying and slandering Viva as a woman of dubious moral character. That's a quote.
Honestly, wear it as a badge of honor. Viva.
Dubious.
I love it.
Especially this dude saying it.
I'm obsessed.
Yeah.
A woman of dubious moral character. He said she was attempting to trap an
Dubious.
honest man in an illegitimate marriage. I'm like, yeah, he's honest.
Yeah.
For Viva's family, who obviously was a pretty fucking prominent family, the accusations being made against her were not only slanderous, they were outrageous.
Yeah.
And they understood that while it was
Outrageous.
Sam's lawyer making the comments, it was very clearly Linda who fabricated the entire
Oh, yeah.
defense. It seemed like while Viva may not have been able to find direct evidence of a formal marriage, Linda had gone out of her way to fabricate evidence of a long-standing relationship between Sam and herself, which only undermined Viva's claims.
Yeah.
In the end, all of Linda's scheming proved to be for nothing, though. The prosecutor proved himself to be more than adept, and Viva, the wronged woman, was a very sympathetic victim to the
yeah.
jury. In digging through Sam Hazard's past, the district attorney uncovered a criminal history that included convictions and sentences for burglary, robbery, among other things, that made Sam much less sympathetic to the jury. And to make matters worse, after he was released from jail on one of the robbery convictions, he racked up a huge number of debts in Tacoma and just skipped town without paying them.
So he's just a butt.
Yeah, and they just keep finding like evidence after evidence, fact after fact that makes him
Yeah.
look like the shitbag he is.
Yeah, they're just like, look.
Yeah. So the jury was like, what the fuck? Like,
Kind of sounds like you're an asshole.
yeah.
Is this a fake one or a real one? You guys want to play a game? What's it gonna be?
A day can
Oh,
change
it's
in an
real.
instant.
Womp womp. Oh, 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 oh. All right, we back, we back.
But in the end, it was one of Linda's schemes that was his undoing.
Nice.
In her attempts to protect her husband and slander Viva, Linda sent telegrams to Sam's first wife, Agnes Hadley, in New York. Apparently, when Sam married Viva, he was still married to Agnes Hadley.
Oh no.
This motherfucker is making bigamy
Holy
his job
shit.
of choice.
His full-time job.
Literally, completely aware of this fact, though, Linda, or somebody writing on her behalf, I'm pretty sure it was Linda, sent threatening messages to Agnes, warning her not to testify or to contact the prosecutor. But sympathetic, which is crazy, sympathetic to the situation that Viva was in, because Viva's also the other woman.
That's a girl's girl right
That's a
there.
girl's girl. Agnes sent the threatening telegrams to Viva's dad, Senator Fitzpatrick, who in turn handed them right over to the district attorney.
That is the ultimate girl's girl.
It really
she could have
is.
been so petty
Oh,
and
yeah.
been like, well, you get what you reap
Yeah,
what you
karma comes
sow,
around.
it's coming. But she's like, no, now I feel bad that you're having the same shit done to you.
Yeah.
Because also she might sit there and be like, well, maybe Viva didn't know.
Maybe she didn't know.
And like, I'm, whatever.
Yeah. She's a devil's advocating, you know?
Girl's girl.
She is. All in all, the telegrams were proof that Sam Hazard had 100% committed bigamy, just not with the woman that the jury had originally assumed. So on the afternoon of February 4th, 1904, they deliberated for 5 hours and found Sam Hazard guilty of bigamy, and he was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison.
Bye, Sam.
You would think.
Oh.
What followed was a very bizarre tug of war between Viva and Linda, who were both unwilling to give up this man for some reason.
Oh,
I gotta Google a picture. I didn't. He had to
Yeah.
have been like real hot
Sam has
or like had something going for him. But like he lied to both of them, and they're both still after this man's.
Yeah.
For months, the Minnesota Press published stories about the frequent visits Sam was getting in prison by both women. And in the end, it seemed Viva had won out, not Linda.
Really?
Yeah. Linda, who literally like went to bat, threatening people and like basically doing his, like coming up with his defense on her own.
Yeah.
Then he lands himself in jail and is after Viva again.
Yeah. That's him.
I wish you guys could see my face
that's
right
an
now.
artist's rendering. But
Maybe it's the mustache.
here I am. I don't see it.
It's
but-
not for me.
Yeah.
It's, sometimes it's the personality. He
Sometimes
didn't sound to
it
have a great
is.
one, but
was
he was
gonna
a smooth
say-
talker.
I was gonna say it doesn't sound like he had that going for him either, but
We've all been wronged by a man though that we
Yeah.
were like, damn.
that you look
I
back
let you
and
do
you're
that.
like, what the fuck was I doing?
Yeah. But
Yeah.
anyway, so they're both going to visit him in prison.
Yeah.
And like I said, in the end, it seemed like Viva won him out. After her promise that her father would do his best to get Sam pardoned, he agreed to Viva's demand that Sam tell Linda she was no longer welcome to visit him at the prison.
Damn.
So she's like, I got this nice little thing for
Holy
you.
shit.
Later, he told a reporter, we didn't want a scene. I have made up my mind. In fact, I made it up some times ago as to where my duty and love lie, and it might as well be thoroughly understood for now and all of time. His love lied with Viva.
His love lad.
His love lad. True to his cowardly form, though, Sam never told Linda to her face that he was done with the relationship. Instead, she found out about his affair with Viva when she went to visit him at the jail and found a stack of letters from Viva in his jail cell one afternoon when he was away at a meeting.
What the fuck?
Yeah, which, like, I didn't even know that you went to meetings
I
in
was
jail.
gonna say, what meeting?
Maybe with an attorney or something. But the next day, she received word from the prison that she was no longer welcome there. Like,
shit.
They said, you've been removed from the list.
You've been taken off the visitor list, girl.
In the wake of the scandal and Sam's imprisonment, Dr. Linda Hazard got herself together, though, and despite the humiliation, declared publicly that her affair with Hazard had come to an end and she was moving on to do more important things. She was still focused.
Okay.
Behind closed doors, she was very much devastated, and she held out hope that Sam would come to his senses and return to her, which, like, why would you even want him back at that point?
Yeah.
And her friends were like, girl, you're being foolish as hell to keep this hope alive and even want
Yeah.
this man's. But if there was one thing that could be said for Linda Hazard, it's that she almost always got what she wanted.
Almost always.
Almost always. Sam Hazard might have had two desperately devoted women fighting over him publicly, but despite that, it's really hard to describe him as anything more than a greedy grifter, which is a really
Yeah.
good band name.
Greedy
And I call it,
grifter.
we are greedy grifter. Given how easily Sam was willing to toss one thing over for another when it suited his interests, it should come as no surprise that, once he was released from prison a year and a half later, it wasn't Viva he returned to. It was Linda.
Ah.
So first he fucks Viva over for Linda. Then he fucks Linda over for Viva. And now he's fucking Viva over for Linda all over again.
And it's like, yeah, just kick him to the curb,
It's
everybody.
a vicious cycle, everybody. But so he's back with Linda now. At that time in 1906, he found Linda Burfield living and working in Minneapolis, advertising herself as a specialist of fasting, physical culture, and health home.
Oh.
And they reunited, and Sam became manager of Linda's health home. But 1 year later, the Minneapolis telephone book listed the couple as suddenly moving to Seattle, Washington. Nobody really knows what happened during that year in Minneapolis or what caused them to relocate to Washington.
Suspicious.
Yeah, very suspicious. Years later, though, in an interview, all Linda would say was that she was called to the Pacific Coast.
The coast,
And said,
actually.
okay, girl.
Rang me on the phone.
And said, hello, Linda?
Come to me.
This is the coast.
This is the Pacific Coast.
This is the coast, Colin. Whatever the case,
You
though.
know what to do.
You know what to do. I'm dead. I'm just picturing like a wave on the,
coast.
phone.
The coast is like, Linda, where the hell you been, Logan?
In my mind's eye, the coast has sunglasses
Yes,
on.
absolutely.
He's like a blue wave. with
Absolutely, the
sunglasses.
Pacific Coast has
He's
sunglasses
smoking
on.
a cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh. So whatever the case, once they were settled in Washington in the spring of 1906, Linda opened up her new practice, operating officially now as Dr. Linda Hazard. There were critics, obviously.
What?
Yeah, I know. Can you
There was?
imagine?
Okay,
There's
shut
never
up.
critics.
Critics.
You stop something new. Critics ensue.
Critics?
So I don't know what happened there. But it also at the same time, her business was thriving in Washington, even as her relationship with Sam slowly deteriorated.
Oops.
Mostly due to his inability to remain faithful.
Oh, shocking.
I'm also like, you kind of should have known that.
Yeah, you should have seen that one coming.
But still, as Linda had already proven, she had no intention of letting him go. So she just tolerated his infidelity as long as he continued to come home at night.
Okay.
Yeah.
To each their own.
Yeah, that's not the life I want, but you go, girl. So in Seattle, Linda continued treating patients with her miracle cure, despite having zero evidence that fasting or any of her other treatments were going to provide any relief.
Yeah. Just throw spaghetti at a wall, you know?
Yeah, she wouldn't even give you spaghetti.
No, she wouldn't.
That's way too
the
much
thing.
food, actually.
Yeah.
In fact, it wasn't long after establishing the new practice that she attracted a pretty good amount of negative attention when one of her patients, Lenora Wilcox, died while under her
Oh.
care. In the fall of 1907, Lenora Wilcox's death by starvation made headlines in Seattle, in large part because of the supposed doctor who was treating her was not a doctor at all.
No.
Lenora's death turned out to be just the first of many pieces of bad publicity for Linda, but it's a significant part of the story because it happened right around the same time that they decided to relocate to Olalla, Washington, a small village on the coast. And it was there that Linda's dream would finally be realized. The opening of her quote-unquote revolutionary fasting clinic, Wilderness Heights.
That's when you think of dying by starvation,
It's slow.
I don't think anyone, including me, can conceive
No,
of how painful and horrifying that death must be.
I can't imagine.
Like, I can't even grasp it in my wildest dreams.
And you lose so much. Like you lose like cognitive
Everything.
ability. You
Yeah.
lose like your mind goes
Mhm.
as your body withers away.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah.
It's awful what happened to these people. So while she continued to treat individual patients in an outpatient capacity, Wilderness Heights, which the locals usually referred to as Starvation Heights, offered Linda the opportunity to put her full treatment regimen into practice with those who visited the clinic and would stay for weeks at a time. So before she's just kind of like going to people out and they're
Yeah.
coming and taking her advice and doing it at home.
Mhm.
Now people are coming and staying there under her care.
Oof.
Yeah. While there, patients were put on a strict diet. Most only ate very small amounts of food, while otherwise fasting for as many as 30 days.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
30 days?
30 days.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, it's close to impossible for somebody to go that long without eating. So patients were allowed small amounts of food every few days. But to call them meals would be a massive understatement. In most cases, patients on a fasting plan would be given a piece of fruit every few days. Not like every day. Every few days, they would get a piece of fruit or a dinner of, I don't even want to call it tomato soup, because it was really just like the juice or water extracted from the tomato.
Oh,
Or they would get broth, but that was really just water like extracted from
oh my
vegetables.
god, that makes me gag just thinking about it. I also fucking hate tomatoes. And the juice of a tomato to me sounds like the most diabolical thing.
That's
you
the
could ever
thing, because
feed me.
I wanted to say to like not tomato juice because that has other shit in
No,
it. And like
the actual like water from it.
yeah, tomato
Ugh.
water.
I can't even think of that.
So this practice, according to Linda, allowed the body to purify itself of toxins.
Shut
Oh
the
yeah,
fuck up.
yeah. But
We're
I
not
was
even
just
gonna get
making
into
noises
why that's
anyway.
wrong,
I was just like,
but it
oh,
is.
oh,
Thereby
Lord.
ridding the patient of any ailments or diseases.
That's not how that works.
No. And
My
when they
bad.
weren't fasting, patients were subjected to other forms of supposedly natural treatments that included enemas, of course,
Internal baths.
internal baths, or other hydrotherapies, or quote unquote aggressive massages given by Linda herself or one of the other
What?
nurses, which author Terrence Hines describes as more closely resembling beatings.
What?
They just like punch the toxins out of them,
What?
like slap the toxins
Just
out of them.
slap
This
them
isn't
bitches
working.
out.
It's horrible.
know
What
that.
the
It's
fuck,
horrible.
bro?
That's horrifying.
I can't imagine the shit that lingers on that land to this
Because
day.
seriously, because you also have to think of, like, if you don't eat for like a few hours during the day, you know what I mean? Like sometimes
Yo,
you'll be
thank you
busy
for
and you
the
don't eat, and all of a
follow.
sudden you're like, oh, I'm so hungry,
And your stomach
and you
feels
get
so
that pit,
empty.
and you just like don't feel well, and sometimes you feel like nauseous if you don't eat,
And
like,
then
for a
sometimes
while.
you do eat after that and you like don't feel good then because it's
Yeah.
been so long since you've
Or
eaten.
you've gone over the point of being hungry, so then you don't even know what you want to eat because you're
Yup.
so hungry. It's like that which is the most privileged form of being hungry,
Yup.
like just forgetting to eat and not being able to, you know what I mean? Like just being busy.
Mhm.
That is gross and a horrible, horrible feel. Like I hate that feeling. It can trigger a migraine. It can do all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
So like thinking of anything past that or it being out of my control to feel that way
Yeah.
is beyond the bounds of my imagination. Like just thinking about this, I'm like, and these people thinking it's going to cure them because they're just being told that by a doctor,
Who they
someone
think is
with
a
doctor
doctor.
in front of their name.
And I think one thing that we have to point out, and I will continue to point out, is how desperate these people were
Yeah.
to feel better.
That's the
these
thing.
people
These people must have been
already
so
had
sick.
things that they were struggling with, like stomach problems, chronic inflammation, like this, that, and the other thing that they've been struggling with forever. So when they're sitting there on having a conversation with someone they think is a doctor, and she's telling them this is going to
Yeah.
work,
They're desperate.
they're desperate and they want to see this through.
Yeah. And if you live in like chronic pain or you have like
I can't
chronic stomach
imagine.
issues or anything like that, you know the desperation.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely.
Oh, is this a fake one or a real one? So all of these leaves are gonna have to be put somewhere. Because
This is a paid ad by
Dang it! It was a real one. It happens so often. This shit's so loud in my fucking ear too. I already forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, I need somewhere to put all the leaves, not just stuff that they can pull from. Wondering if I should break them up by side though. And then have... No, because at this point I'm probably gonna need another brick press. There's only so many routes that it could take though, but... We'll see, we'll see. Can you guys hear? You good?
So
You
given
good?
the criticism that she received since opening her practice,
Word.
it's no surprise that Linda was vague and very secretive about the treatments at her sanitarium. But thanks to a detailed diary kept by one of her patients, Earl Erdman, there is some insight into what life was like at Wilderness Heights in the very early days. And I would assume in the early days it was probably a little better, which is crazy.
Holy shit.
In his diary, he describes the process of fasting under her direction, Linda's direction, and how it made him feel.
Oh,
His diary
God.
starts February
I'm
1st.
scared.
He said, saw Dr. Hazard and began treatment this date. No breakfast, mashed soup dinner, mashed soup supper. But I think dinner must have been kind of like lunch
Like
and
an
supper
earlier,
was dinner. February 5th through 7th. That is 2 days.
So 2 full days.
2 full days. 1 orange breakfast, mashed soup dinner, mashed soup supper. 2 days. February 8th, 1 orange breakfast, mashed soup dinner, mashed soup supper. The 9th through the 11th, 2 days. Or really, 3 days, excuse me.
This
1
makes
orange
me
breakfast,
sad.
strained soup dinner, strained soup supper.
So that's just liquid.
It goes on like that for a
Strained
while. And then February 16th, he says,
Wait, did I
1
put
cup hot
salad?
strained tomato soup AM and PM. Slept better last night. Head quite dizzy. Eyes yellow and streaked red.
Bitch.
February 17th, ate 3 oranges today. That's it. February 19th, called on Dr. Dawson today at his home. Slept well Saturday night. February 20th, 8 strained juice of 2 small oranges at 10 a.m. So not even eating
Just
an
the
actual
juice.
orange, just the juice. Strained. Dizzy all day.
I wonder why.
8 strained juice of 2 small oranges at 5 p.m.
And when they say 2 small oranges, I'm imagining those like clementines, those little cuties, like this isn't even a full orange. This is
So just
I'm-
juice.
Yep. February 21st, ate 1 cup settled and strained tomato broth. Backache today just below ribs.
Just below ribs. How's your kidneys?
Yep. Shutting down. February 22nd, ate 2 small oranges at 10 a.m.
Stop.
Backache today and right side just below
I
ribs.
know,
I'm worried about your kidneys,
literally.
sir.
February 23rd, slept but little last night. Ate two small oranges at 9 a.m. Went after milk and felt very bad.
Oh.
So now it's like he tried something heavier and his stomach probably can't even
Yeah.
handle that.
Ugh.
Ate 2 small oranges, 6 p.m. February 24th, slept better Wednesday night. Kind of frontal headache in the a.m. Ate 2 small oranges, 10 a.m.
Kind of
Ate 1.5
frontal
cups hot
headache?
tomato soup, 6 p.m.
Goddamn.
Heart hit up to 95 minutes and sweat considerable.
I don't think it's working,
Jeez,
babe.
no.
I don't think it's working.
February
babe.
25th, we're nearing the end here, by the way. February 25th, slept pretty well Thursday night. Ate 1.5 cups tomato broth, 11 a.m. Think about 1.5 cups. I want you to think about your measuring
Yeah, like think
spoons.
about like look at
Measuring
a
cups.
thing of 1 cup
1.5 cups for a full day.
of broth.
And then 1.5 cups tomato broth at 6 p.m. Pain in right below ribs.
Yeah, I'm sure you have
February
pain.
26th, did
Jesus
not sleep so very well
Christ.
Friday night. Pain in right side just below ribs and back.
Triggers
Pain
warning.
quit in the
Jesus
night. Ate 1.5 cups tomato broth at 10:45 a.m.
Sorry, it's so
Ate 2.5 pump small oranges at 4:30 p.m. Felt better afternoon than for the last week. About 1 month after that last entry, on March 28th, Earl Erdman was hospitalized for malnutrition and died a few hours later.
I am not surprised, and that is awful.
Oh
That's
my
almost that's a full
God.
month of what that man ate.
And it was orange juice and
next
broth.
to I ate more this entire week than that man ate in a month.
I
And
ate
I'm
more
not being
this-
funny, like I'm being
I ate more.
serious.
Literally, I ate more today,
Today.
than I'm pretty sure that guy ate almost that entire month.
Yeah. Like it's
He ate liquid.
so hard to
Holy,
conceive of.
that's
Like-
horrible.
And
the
his kidneys
pains he was
absolutely
having, I'm
shut
like, oh
down.
my god, your kidneys are screaming.
They're
Yeah.
screaming.
So it turned out that the deaths of Lenora Wilcox and Earl Erdman were to be just 2 of many patients who died under the care of Linda Hazard. But there was not much the authorities could do because these patients gave their consent to be treated.
Yeah.
In 1908, for example, Dr. D.D. Whedon and his wife had their 8-month-old baby removed from the home by the Humane Society when it was learned that, at the direction of quote-unquote Dr. Hazard, the couple had been starving their baby.
I want to fucking fight all of those people.
Every single
my
last
That's
one of them.
not even
God.
slightly okay.
Not
Like,
even a little
no,
bit.
no.
According to the press, the conduct of the Whedon family in following the directions of the physician annoyed the neighbors.
Ugh.
And in the belief that the baby girl was being starved to death, the Humane Society was notified.
Good.
It
'Cause
turned out
I don't care. You're an adult. You can make your own
That's the
decisions with what
thing.
you want to do with your own
Yeah, go for it.
body. Doing that to an
baby?
8-month-old baby, what the fuck is that going to do?
And like, what are you giving a baby?
Oh, all
like,
3 of them should have been. Because an 8-month-old baby, I'm like, you're not giving him broth and shit. What are you doing?
that's the thing. Like at that age, babies can't even have a ton of water. So what are you giving
That's the
this
thing.
baby? So it turned out that Mrs. Whedon had been seeing Dr. Hazard for treatment of an unknown illness at that time. And she mentioned that her daughter also seemed unwell. And Linda Hazard then recommended the same fasting treatment regardless of the child's age.
What the
Oh my
fuck?
god.
The baby was obviously placed in foster care, and there's no mention of her after, so hopefully she
awful.
lived. But when the police arrived to remove her from the home, Mrs. Whedon pulled a gun from a desk drawer and aimed it at one of the police officers before he was able to wrestle it
Holy
out of her
shit.
hand. The entire incident, including the attempted shooting of an officer, as far as everyone saw it, was because, quote, the woman, because of the Hazard treatment, had become insane.
Wow.
Like, she's not in her right mind
No.
at all.
Yeah, obviously.
So the public complained loudly about Linda Hazard's clinic in the past, usually with no effect, but the incident with the Whedon baby was a new level of concern among the public. According to press accounts, had no one intervened, it was speculated this girl wouldn't have lived more than a few
Yeah.
days longer, this baby.
Yeah.
On January 30th, 1908,
Jesus
Linda was
Christ.
arrested finally and charged with
About
practicing
time.
medicine without a license. To those who were most concerned about reform, this seemed like a giant step towards stopping the spread of quack medical practitioners. But by the time she went to trial in March, The most the judge could do was fine her $50 for practicing without a license.
Wow.
An 8-month-old baby almost died, was on death's doorstep.
And would have.
and
She
would have
would have
died
killed that
had
baby.
people not
Yeah.
intervened. And she got fined $50,
Wow.
which I'm sure was easy to pay because remember, all of these people are coming to her paying her money for this quote unquote
Desperately
cure-all.
wanting a cure-all.
I'm
Yeah.
pissed.
Despite the court's ruling
I'm
against her,
pissed.
Linda continued to promote herself as a doctor and again found herself before a judge in June of 1908 for violating that same order. The judge said Linda Burfield Hazard can put all the doctors before her name that she wishes to, but this does not imply she's a physician.
Nope. Sure doesn't.
But it's like, yeah, but nobody knows that.
Yeah. And again, these people are desperate. They're seeing a doctor. It's not like back then you could go check their credentials on
Google.
fucking WebMD or whatever the fuck you want to check it on. It's like you just see doctor.
Yeah, someone
and
says they're a
they have
doctor, you
clinic.
believe them.
They have a whole ass clinic.
Yeah, why would you think
Why would
anything
you
else?
think that they aren't?
Exactly. Well, acting in her own defense this time, Linda argued that despite what
hell
the
did that
sign
shit
said,
just
she was
go?
not in fact practicing medicine. She was acting as a fasting specialist for those who gave their expressed consent to receive her services.
Except for an 8-month-old baby and a little girl who couldn't have given their consent, you dumb bitch.
Judges, the local police, and reform activists may have disagreed with Linda, and they would continue to challenge her arguments. But there
Okay,
wasn't a
over
lot they could
here,
do
this is where I
to
need
stop
to
her
be.
from continuing to promote her treatment. Aside from misrepresenting herself as a medical doctor, which, like I just said, only resulted in a fucking $50 fine, there weren't any laws at that time against what she was doing, especially where people gave their consent.
Yeah.
So in the years that followed, she continued to promote Wilderness Heights and herself as a leading expert in the revolutionary practice of medicine. And as a result, people continued to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the summer of 1909, Blanche Tyndall died of starvation while under Linda's care. And on the death certificate, Dr. Charles Ford listed the cause of death as starvation with toxemia and pregnancy.
Wow.
She was pregnant.
Holy
and
shit.
was starved to death.
Oh my God.
In
you
her,
need so much when you're pregnant.
oh my God, you're eating for two
And
is
you-
not
literally.
hyperbolic. You're eating for two.
That's like this. It's like your whole body needs so much extra of everything because you are just running.
Yeah, you're
It's like a
creating
marathon.
human.
Yeah.
In her own statement, Linda strongly rejected the cause of death listed on the certificate and said, instead, Mrs. Tyndall died of organic imperfection. I have nothing more to say. You're a cunt.
Bitch.
Died of organic imperfection.
You're a cunt.
Yeah, that's the cuntiest thing I've
That
ever
And a
is
heard.
so
murderer.
Yeah,
horrible.
straight up.
The
Straight
death,
up.
yeah, unreal. The death of Blanche Tyndall inspired a new round of calls for Linda's arrest.
A new round.
Because one, she was pregnant.
Yeah.
And then a few weeks later, the husband of another patient, Viola Heaton, filed a complaint of manslaughter with the district attorney when his wife died. According to Linda, the claims were simply incorrect and a result of the mainstream medical industry attempting to smear her and her treatments. In a statement to the press, she said, Mrs. Heaton first called upon me Monday, March 22nd, and told me she had for years been a sufferer of indigestion and other ailments. She said, in fact, it was
think
Mr.
I need to
Heaton
do
who
another
suggested
dab
that his
after
wife
this.
visit
Holy
Linda's
shit.
sanitarium in the first place, having read about her successful treatment of a similar patient a year earlier. So she literally, this guy is suing her, and she's like, it's actually your fault because you sent her my way.
Wow, she's diabolical.
She's an asshole.
Like truly diabolical.
And then in the end, she placed the ultimate blame on Viola Heaton herself, who had died, remember?
Oh yeah.
Saying Viola had intentionally skipped the small meals that Hazard had prescribed between the fasts.
Wow.
I'm so sure.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, because she can't defend herself now.
Yeah, she's
so
not here to
say
say.
whatever you want.
But again, the problem was that the state penal codes were
What
not
is my
designed
car
to deal with
doing?
such radical changes to the medical industry.
Who fucked
and
my
there
car?
weren't laws to protect people from quacks like this woman. No one had actually really ever imagined that a person might practice medicine without the proper training or licensure, so nobody thought to establish a law against it in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, why would you think of that?
So Wilderness Heights remained open, and despite the hits to her reputation, she kept attracting new patients, typically desperate individuals willing to try anything to relieve themselves of, like I said, their chronic pain and fatal disease.
Holy
That's
shit.
so
Yeah.
sad.
Between 1909 and 1911, as Linda and Sam continued building the institute at Wilderness Heights, there were many more deaths, including that of Eugene
course.
Wakelin, a patient who actually came all the way to Washington from New Zealand to stay after reading one of Linda's books.
Oh.
In November 1909, while still under the care of Hazard, he actually shot himself in the head on the property.
Holy shit.
The death ended up being ruled a suicide, but there were many in the area who questioned if he actually had ended his own life or there
Oh,
was
wow.
something more there. It was certainly in the realm of possibility that he had ended his own life, but suspicion still fell on Linda Hazard when investigators learned that just prior to his death, Eugene had given Linda power of attorney, leaving her in charge of his estate upon his death.
Hell
And
no.
although she somehow managed to avoid arrest or prosecution for that death, for the first time, the authorities started to wonder if there was something more nefarious than mere neglect, arrogance, and medical malpractice going on at Starvation Heights.
There's
Yeah.
some shit on that property.
And that's where we're going to wrap for part 1.
Holy shit.
When we come back for part 2, I think you're going to be with me and everybody else, like the authorities and the judges and the police and everybody else that thinks there was definitely something more to this.
Some nefarious shit happened. I mean, we already know
Some
nefarious shit is
nefarious
happening, but
shit's
even
going on.
more
Even
nefarious
more
shit.
nefarious shit.
Yeah.
I think maybe she went into this wanting to help people and fucking lost herself along the way when she
Damn.
realized what she could get.
Holy shit.
Because I do think she thought fasting worked in the beginning.
But then when you hear about like, you know, organic imperfection kind of shit,
Yeah, she
Yeah,
lost
what do you
her
that's all I'll
mean?
say about it.
She
It's like,
lost her
wow.
shit. And again, like I just said, like she became very arrogant. And then I think
Yeah.
there were things she saw that she could get away with. And after standing before a judge multiple times and realizing that she was getting away with them, she got bolder and bolder.
And she was just like,
bolder.
well, I can keep getting this shit.
Yeah.
I keep making a name for myself.
And maybe I can get more.
And maybe I can get more.
Because now she's got people signing over power of attorney.
Oh, yeah.
That's
The power
huge.
is coming
That's
into her head.
insane.
And that's where we're gonna pick up in part 2.
Damn,
Power
can't
of attorney is gonna be a
believe
big
that.
theme.
Brutal case.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
awful.
well,
Holy
an ad's
shit.
gonna
No,
start in
we're
like
not.
a
We hope you keep
minute.
listening,
And we hope you
keep
it
weird, but not so weird as Linda Hazard because
I'll
that bitch is
definitely
crazy.
go
She's a
listen to
bitch.
the next
Murderer.
one, but I will let it I'll kind of stall a little bit so that people aren't really missing too much. Actually, I might turn it down for a little bit. Jesus Christ. Oh, there's probably like these outro ads. No, maybe not. There's just intro ads. Okay, so do the question. Well, actually, no. I don't need a third brick press. Because before in the other one, I had a specific brick press for. Well, I had 2 brick presses for all of the 4 strains. So there was like 2 strains that went to one, 2 strains that went to another. And then I had 1 brick press for like the shrooms and meth. And so I was thinking I would do that for this one, but I'm not sure if I need to.
This episode is brought to you by SoFi.
No,
the
I
all-in-one
probably
finance
should
app where you can
because
bank, borrow, and
they'll be
invest.
so
It's time
annoying.
to achieve your got you covered.
If we made
Taxes and fees.
Like it gets backed up so fast.
This is morbid in the late morning.
Yeah, early afternoon.
Early afternoon.
What have you?
Yeah, I had food poisoning last night.
Ew.
So that's cool. Got some funky chicken
So we're gonna
from
listen to
takeout.
this.
Luckily, no one else
for a little
did.
bit.
Funky
So,
chicken.
so I was not doing it last night.
Okay, wait, so yeah,
Um,
so if those
It
are
was a
gonna
rough
be
night,
all for
but I'm here
that,
now,
Hey, you survived.
and I
Then-
survived, and I'm literally
I
drinking.
guess we'll
this is
keep
not an
one.
ad,
We'll
I'm
keep that
drinking
one
liquid
there,
IV
and that can be for
currently.
the shrooms
If you
and the
like
meth.
felt like shit the night before, or like you lost a lot of whatever you had,
Yeah,
Liquid IV is the go-to.
it really. And again,
not
this
an
is
ad.
not an ad. I'm literally just saying this. I am currently. That's my glass. I'm drinking liquid IV.
I got a little bit car sick the other day on the way home,
Yeah,
and I had a
Oh,
liquid
I
IV
have a
after.
little-
and it helped.
a little much
Look
in
at
here.
that. I'm
This
drinking
statement
the
has not been evaluated by the FDA.
I'm drinking the orange creamsicle or dreamsicle flavor.
I need to try that.
One of
Yeah,
those,
I'm
and it's
gonna need
really
an-
good.
a-
I love like creamsicle
another
flavored
one.
anything.
I need another one.
I fully recommend it. It's helped a lot because I
This
felt
one is
very,
empty,
very.
then I want it.
Obviously, this morning when I got up, I felt super dehydrated, and it's like I got up and kids were up, so it's like you have to be on. You can't just be like slugging
So this
around.
is
So
gonna
I
be where the
downed some of that, and I'm
shrooms
like,
and
you know
the-
what? I don't feel that bad.
Boom.
Yeah,
That's great.
And
so
the
here I
meth
am. It
go
vacated
after.
the premises, and now we are back in business.
Lovely.
Back in business. I know
Yeah.
you threw that off really quick. That was actually very impressive because
Okay,
I've had food
let's
poisoning before
start
and
with
been
the
down
cleaner
like the very
dude.
next day.
Well,
as
am I
well.
gonna need
Yeah.
another
It's just one of those.
I mean,
like-
you're also living that mom life.
Yeah,
so.
you're just not. You can't be. It's just like
I'm
one of those
gonna
things.
definitely
Obviously, the
shake
things
things off
that are.
quickly, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
how
usually do.
many?
Yeah.
Do
But
you-
yeah,
Well, that was
You
bad
don't need to do
news.
anything?
Do you guys want some good news?
You
Let's
will.
go.
Don't worry. Don't
There's
worry.
so much good news to come.
You can have
but
6.
for now, we'll just give you
Okay,
one
so
piece.
that's good. So we can have
We are doing a live show
hopefully
and then like a real one.
this
in
one- I don't
person.
know.
You
Yeah.
can buy tickets.
3, 4,
We are going
5,
to be
6. Okay,
at the Wilbur in
perfect.
Boston, like for real this time. Nobody send a
Perfect.
pandemic through the fucking air.
Yeah, don't do it.
Just let us
man.
have one goddamn
Just
live
one.
show, universe.
It's been a
please.
while.
We'll
It's been
have
a
to
long
buy like
while.
3 more
It's
trash
literally been like
cans,
5
but then
years.
he'll be able to
So-
do
Remember when we were going to do a
just
whole
that
tour
one.
and
Yeah.
then COVID just said,
I'll just need the
Yeah,
one.
I could have
dude.
said absolutely not. But
Yeah.
we're
So
doing
let's
this
give
one
him
live
a
show for now.
locker.
yeah.
And we're so excited
gonna
about
give-
it. We've been
Actually,
planning
we're
it,
gonna give
and
him this first
we're gonna
one.
make it like a little different,
Yeah.
but
So
really
that
fun.
We want to make it like
an experience.
Better
yes,
for the
exactly. I was
rest,
going to say an
so
event,
that-
but experience.
event.
We're going to make it an event at
Yes.
RU's.
I'm very excited. We're gonna meet you guys.
Yeah, we're gonna do a meet and greet. That we're gonna do 50 meet and greets. So
Yep.
definitely, if you want to meet us and greet us,
Yeah, we want to meet and greet you.
get those tickets. Tickets are gonna go on sale August 8th. I don't know what time. I can update you. Keep an eye on socials.
Yeah, we'll make sure to update you guys.
And the link for tickets, obviously, we will be posting on our socials.
yeah.
So keep an eye out for that.
That's
and
gonna be fun.
the countdown is on. We're fucking excited, and it's gonna be fall.
It's gonna be fall, everybody. I'm so excited for
We
it.
went to
you also
TJ
need a
Maxx, so
locker.
you should go.
We did. We
today
stopped there.
because they have out their fall decor, and we just summoned Halloween this
We
morning.
did. It felt so right.
Felt so good.
I
You know
got
what?
some
though?
pumpkin pillows.
You just said that like
Wait,
you
so
were
we have the cleaner.
disassociating into a blip.
I
I got
was.
some pumpkin pillows. You just looked zooted off your rocker, my guy.
Oh, did I just
went
override
to
one
a
of the
place of-
lockers? by
I went to a
accident?
place of Halloween.
I know.
You know,
I wanted the Diet Coke Ghost, but I can't
the
find it.
viral Diet
You-
Coke ghost.
I'm looking for the viral Diet Coke Ghost. I'm gonna try another Home Goods later because I'm
Hell
psychotic
yeah.
like that.
Go for it, man.
But yeah, I got some pillows.
Oh, you don't
I got,
have
What
one.
else did we
I think
get?
I
Oh,
accidentally
got a candle.
overrode
Of course,
theirs.
we got a candle.
But of course.
I have a
didn't
stockpile
mean
right now
it.
of Halloween packages, like
Yep.
just
Smell the
decorations that are just in my
badness.
dining room.
Just waiting.
I'm like, come on,
Waiting to be
They
torn
got their
open.
September
shit.
1st.
Let's go.
It's on.
So now we
is.
need.
All right.
September 1st. It's on.
It's on.
So on.
It's on site.
It is
We
on
should do
site.
the
So this is
these
part
guys
2
next, but-
of Linda Hazard and Starvation Heights.
A
This-
horrific tale so far.
Yeah, thank you. That's correct.
Yeah.
This has been awful and it's only going to get worse.
Yay.
So in part 1, we introduced you to the woman who called herself Dr. Linda Hazard.
She's not even a
though-
doctor.
That's the thing. Thank
right,
you.
let's see.
You've taken the words out of my mouth. She had no medical degree to her name.
None.
But, you know, she called herself her doctor. We went over her strange ass partner, husband, Sam, and all the drama surrounding their getting together
So
between
much drama.
I'm gonna
him being
exit
like a
out
big
of
old
this.
bigamist, leaving her, coming back, leaving her again, and then showing back up again once he realized that she had an idea that was going to make some money.
Yeah. People be people in.
People be people in and philanders be philandering. It's
we are
true.
gonna
But
assign
unfortunately, that
you
money making
this
idea was
guy.
pretty bogus because Linda's big idea, if you don't remember, was that fasting, quote unquote, could solve any and all ailments afflicting patients. But her idea of fasting was really just starving people.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't fasting.
No. And
It
I
was
don't want to
just
hear it.
starving.
I don't want to hear
I
it.
don't want to hear
I'm not
it.
talking about fasting.
No.
I'm talking about starvation
Yeah.
here. But that's why she opened the clinic, Wilderness Heights, which eventually, like we remember from part 1, the locals started calling Starvation Heights, right?
Which is really horrifying.
People were dying left, right, and center. And as I said at the end of part 1, that things were going to take a much
gonna
darker
just do
tone
that for
when people
now.
started signing over their estates and power
Yeah.
of attorney to Linda and Sam.
That's when shit feels like it's gonna get really
And give him a
shenanigan because it's
locker.
like once you start signing over property and money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Money is the root of all evil.
Yeah.
It really is.
Truly.
So, given the number of patients who died as a result of Linda Hazard's supposed miracle cure, it
need
would be
this
reasonable to wonder why
hammer
so many people continued to put their
to
faith and
have
their
this
money into her big
guy.
idea.
Yeah.
But there aren't many more things powerful than the fear of illness and death. And for a lot of people living with those fears, the hope that Wilderness Heights represented outweighed the skepticism and reason.
Yeah.
So people all over the world continued to read the books of Linda Hazard and would travel to Washington to seek out her miraculous cure.
It's desperation, man.
It is.
Anybody
Okay,
with
I
chronic
see.
illness or pain.
Yeah,
that
you
they're
can
going
be-
through
That's the thing,
knows.
like on its head, you can say,
Give
oh my God, why
her
would
this
anybody ever
one
go there?
too.
Like, why
Yeah.
would you subject yourself to that? But if you don't have chronic pain or chronic
Oh,
illness or anything
yeah,
like
then
that,
you can't really understand that kind of
so-
desperation.
you just can't. So among
We're
those who sought the help
putting-
out of Linda Hazard in 1911 were Claire and Dora Williamson, two wealthy British sisters who had actually just gotten a large,
Non-finished
or not just
product
gotten,
here.
when they were younger, they received a large inheritance after their parents had died pretty early on.
Okay.
And they invested a significant amount of money in traveling and experiencing the latest in health trends. That was like their big thing.
Okay.
They were like health gurus before
I was
health
just going to
gurus.
say they were like health TikTok girlies.
Yeah.
Before that was a
Yes,
thing.
exactly. They were trying all the latest things.
Yeah.
So the sisters had seen an ad for one of Linda's books while they were staying in a hotel in Victoria, British Columbia. And once they finished the book, they were enamored with the so-called doctor and her quote unquote, quote, revolutionary methods.
Oh no.
Quote unquote.
Quote unquote.
Okay,
Love
so
when I say it like that. Quote
a lot of
unquote.
them
Quote
set up.
unquote. Neither were ever seriously ill up to this point, but they both had a tendency to indulge in hypochondria a little bit.
It can happen.
Yeah, it sure can.
We've all seen people like that.
And they constantly sought out new fast cures for whatever was ailing them. According to author Bess Lovejoy, Dora complained of swollen glands and rheumatic
right,
pains,
right, right,
while Claire had been told that she had a dropped uterus,
Damn.
which I
So
haven't
the
heard of.
stuff from
Yeah.
the chem- oh,
But as
yeah.
enthusiastic followers of the alternative medicine movement,
Destinations
they had
into
both invested
there.
lots and lots of time and money into chasing products that claimed to provide relief, but up to this point, nothing had worked. So from what they read, the sisters envisioned this beautiful lakeside retreat in Wilderness Heights where they could rest and receive treatment for their chronic conditions. But when they arrived in Washington in February 1911, they were very surprised to find Wilderness Heights an unfinished and, putting it nicely, very rustic location.
Well, Wilderness Heights.
Wilderness. It wasn't at all the
Nice,
exclusive
really
modern
clicking.
camp that they had
To that
envisioned.
moment, yes.
Instead of housing them at the sanitarium, though, Linda arranged for them to stay at an apartment on Seattle's Capitol Hill, and she would just go there daily to quote unquote provide treatment.
Okay.
Quote unquote.
Quote unquote.
Thank you.
I feel like they were probably picturing, if I can always bring it back to Gilmore Girls.
Let's go.
If you ever see the first Life and Death Brigade party that they have, that's like in the woods, and it's very like Great Gatsby-esque.
I don't know if I remember that.
But it's like tents and candle lights, and like it's very like
Oh.
everyone's dressed in white. And
I
like,
think I actually, is that when they jump off the thing the next day?
the next day, yeah,
Yeah.
And so I feel like that's what they were picturing when they heard like Wilderness Heights. They were like,
Yeah.
"Oh, this is gonna be fancy.
Yeah.
we're gonna be in these like beautiful tents,
Like,
and
yeah, the
candles
bougie
and
tents
bougie
where they're
and-
like massive
Yeah.
and they have like queen beds in
Yeah,
them.
exactly.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
go to one of those.
I know I was always very jealous of that Life and Death Brigade party.
Yeah,
Like I want to have a party like that.
invite me, I would go.
Yeah, I'll find a wooded area, and you're all invited.
Awesome.
All right, so
Let's
get ready.
go. She just didn't say whether or not it would be
Okay.
haunted.
Exactly.
Come
We
at
gotta
your
load
own
these
risk.
guys up so they actually work. Oh, please tell me this is a fake one.
In every great
God
true
dang
crime
it.
story, there's
God dang it. Boo ads. Oh, please tell me this is the end. Okay. We back.
So, under her care, Claire and Dora were subjected to days-long fasts with intermittent meals of 1 cup of the juice from a tomato a couple times a day.
Oh,
Yeah. When they weren't resting, the sisters would
Ridiculous.
receive, are you ready?
am I ready?
Hours-long enemas in a bathtub.
Hours-long
Ah,
enemas.
Hours-long enemas.
Jesus.
No part of me can
Christ.
conceive of that.
I can't even conceive of like one enema.
Yeah,
I
I
don't even know
can't
how long
conceive
they
of that.
take. I know it's not supposed to be hours.
Hours feels insane.
Hours feels like torture. Like I'm
Yeah.
not even being hyperbolic. That sounds like fucking
No,
torture.
it literally does.
So when the practice became too much on their bodies because it was torture and they would eventually pass out,
Yeah.
instead of stopping, Linda had canvas supports installed on the tub to keep their heads from slipping underwater so
When they
she could
passed out?
continue the enemas. And they're passed out at this point.
Oh my god.
To me, that sounds like
Torture.
torture,
And like,
and that she's going above and beyond to torture.
and she's like depraved.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's depraved,
bro.
exactly.
That's
After
insane.
2 months of treatment like this in Seattle, Linda transferred Claire and Dora to Wilderness Heights now for continued treatment. By that time, they weighed about 70 pounds each. These are grown women that weighed 70 pounds each, and they were so emaciated that neighbors actually took notice of their poor condition.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Others would
yeah.
have been concerned for their safety too if they had any idea what was going on over in Washington.
Yeah.
But according to Lovejoy, quote, the sisters were used to their family disapproving of their health quests and told no one where they were going when they left for the United States a few months earlier.
Damn.
So no one knew where they were.
West
Given past
Bridge.
disapproval from their friends and the discouragement from Linda Hazard, Claire and Dora never contacted anyone during their ordeal until it was too late.
Oh, that's awful.
Mm,
Yeah. So their horrifying experience was finally discovered when their former governess, which is kind of like, it's like a nanny and a teacher
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
like way back when.
Mhm.
But Margaret Conway, she received a mysterious telegram on April 30th, 1911. Margaret had been the girl's primary caregiver since their parents had passed away at a young age. So she was
Makes me
super
so
close with them.
sad.
She was
Yeah.
like the closest thing to a mother that they had. So they always stayed in touch after Claire and Dora had grown and Margaret returned home to Australia. Actually, the sisters were planning to visit her in a few months. So when she got this strange telegram that read, "Come SS Marama, May 8th, first class, Claire." So she assumed that it was a note informing her they would be arriving later than they expected because remember, they already had a trip planned.
Yeah.
She would have set the note aside and probably forgotten all about it if it hadn't been for the strange phrasing. She wondered why Claire would have mentioned that they were traveling first class. Because she knew that the girls were, she knew them practically their entire lives,
Yeah.
and they had never really been the type to flaunt their wealth. So it seemed out of character for Claire to mention that they were, traveling in luxury.
Being bougie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, unable to shake the strangeness of the telegram, Margaret called the steamship company
Yeah.
to inquire about the boat's arrival, and she was surprised to learn that the SS Marama wasn't sailing to Sydney, Australia on May 8th. It was sailing from Sydney to the United States.
Oh, damn.
So she was still confused by the telegram, but she was sure it was some kind of indication that something was wrong and that Claire and Dora needed help. So she booked the only ticket that she could on the boat as a third-class passenger and left for Washington
What a badass.
on May 8th. Yeah,
That's somebody who loved them.
when I say she's
like-
the closest thing to a mom they had,
Yeah.
this woman was essentially their mother.
Yeah, that's like love.
Yeah, big time. So when she finally arrived in the US, Margaret was met by Sam Hazard at the train station.
Oh no.
And they traveled by bus to Margaret's hotel in Seattle. It was during the bus ride that Sam told Margaret awful news.
Oh,
Claire
no.
had died.
Holy shit.
So she had just got this telegram from Claire, couldn't shake it, figured out that like something was up, got there, and by the time she got there, Claire had
Claire
already
died.
died. And
And
according
she didn't
to
even have any health problems before.
no health problems. She starved to death.
Wow.
She literally starved to death.
Wow.
According to Sam and Linda, Claire's death had been caused by a quote course of drugs she had been given in childhood, which had quote shrunk her internal organs and caused cirrhosis of the liver.
No.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding
By the time
me.
the sisters had reached the clinic, Linda said Claire's illness was too far advanced for the quote beautiful treatment to be of any use.
Beautiful treatment.
Yeah. So when Margaret finally reached the mortuary where Claire's body was on display, she was shocked by what she saw. Linda, a once vibrant young woman who she had known since childhood, was a shadow of herself. Claire was alarmingly emaciated. There are photos if you do want
there
to see.
Yeah.
It's horrible. And they're of her living.
Yeah.
And her features, like her face, her hands, the color of her hair, had all become distorted to the point that everything just looked wrong.
Oh,
Margaret did not recognize this girl.
it's true. It's horrifying.
Yeah.
I'm sad.
So the horrifying revelations continued, unfortunately, once they arrived at Wilderness Heights, where Margaret was taken into Dora's room. To her horror, Dora looked like she also might die at any minute.
Yeah.
By that time, she weighed 50 pounds, Dora.
Jesus.
And according to Lovejoy, quote, her sitting bones protruding so sharply she couldn't sit down without pain.
Oh my god.
So she was so small that she couldn't sit down because her bones were protruding.
That's so
through
oh
her
my
skin.
God,
and there's a
I'm
picture of her too,
Yeah.
living obviously,
Like,
and it is
speechless.
horrifying.
No, it's scary. To Margaret, everything about what the Hazards told her seemed wrong, though. She knew these girls since they were little, and she didn't remember them ever having any kind of medical treatment that would have caused chronic problems, like they were saying. And although she wasn't a doctor, she could easily see that Dora was starving to death.
Absolutely.
And she suspected that Claire's death might have also been related to the treatments that she was getting from Linda Hazard. But despite all of that, Dora remained committed to staying with Linda in Washington. In fact, to Margaret's continued horror, even if Dora had wanted to leave Wilderness Heights at that point, it seemed unlikely that she could, because at some point during their time in Washington, both girls made Linda Hazard the executor of their estate, and Dora signed over power of attorney to Sam.
You will never tell me that these people, the Hazards, are not fucking diabolical, evil
Yeah,
fucks.
they're
Diabolical, evil.
You will never
crooks.
convince me if they are having people sign over their estates,
Yeah,
and
literally.
making them have power of attorney over their estates. You're fucking evil.
And just slowly killing people and
Yeah,
watching
and
them wither
torturing
away.
them.
Like, this is so, like, all forms of murder are obviously, like, unthinkable.
But this is such a different,
This is on another level.
like,
This is slow, methodical,
it's so
prolonged
scary.
torture.
Yeah.
It's fucked. So Margaret wants to do something, but she's technically a servant, or what was considered a servant at that time. So she lacked the confidence or the authority to remove Dora from the sanitarium herself.
She must have felt so helpless.
She did, but she wasn't just going to leave Dora there to die.
No way.
So it just seemed that she wasn't really a match for Linda Hazard, because Linda was also known to have a very dominating personality. But in the days that followed, Margaret stayed in Washington, and she just sat there trying to come up with a plan to save Dora.
Margaret.
Yeah.
Margaret.
Yeah, that's a real one. During that time, she was keeping in regular contact with the Hazards too.
I'm going to get more
and she
seeds.
started to notice some shocking things. It appeared since Claire's death that Linda and Sam had helped themselves to Claire's personal items, clothing, jewelry, just all of
I
her
hate
stuff,
this woman
which
so
totaled
much.
nearly $6,000 then and would be over $200,000 today of personal belongings.
They are evil fucking
Oh, yeah, they-
assholes.
they-
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. And,
Did this
evil
shit on
assholes,
purpose.
to add insult to injury, Linda Hazard even gave Margaret an update on Dora's condition while she was dressed in one of Claire's robes.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
She's evil.
No, she's truly
She's
evil.
straight up
Yeah,
evil.
straight up evil.
I don't think she ever had the plot to begin with, but if she did, she
She
lost
lost
the
it.
motherfucking plot.
That is evil.
Evil. So knowing there was nothing she could do to help Dora herself, Margaret decided to reach out to the girl's uncle, John Herbert, who luckily lived in nearby Portland, Oregon at this time. When he received word, he immediately traveled to Alala and was equally shocked to find Dora in the state she was in. But when he demanded that he be allowed to take her away, he was met with the same challenges that Margaret had run into. Dora was
Jesus.
technically there of her own free will. And even if they argued that she was in no condition to make that decision for herself, Sam Hazard had power of attorney.
Oh yeah, they made sure they
Jesus.
covered every base.
Yeah. In the end, after much arguing, Herbert agreed to pay the Hazards $1,000 in order to be allowed to remove Dora from Wilderness Heights and take her to a proper hospital. So
Also-
this is all about money.
Well, that's the thing. These are adults.
Yeah.
The fact that they have to pay these people $1,000 to take another adult out of their care
Yup.
shows you how fucking diabolical they are.
And
That's
shows you
insane.
not only how diabolical that they are, but the fact that this is just all about
it's
money.
all money.
It's all money.
Yeah. The fact that she's wearing her Claire's clothing.
Yeah.
Like, get the fuck out of here.
While she's sitting there telling everyone about Claire's
saw
sister's
someone like go
condition.
through
Yeah.
something starvation wise.
So in the past,
and
legal challenges to Linda's treatment had failed, like we know, because the prosecutor couldn't get
got a
past the
taste for it or
protections that
some
Linda
fuck
and Sam
shit.
were hiding behind.
Mhm.
And it seemed like the death of Claire Williamson wasn't going to be any different. But this time there was an element that Sam and Linda hadn't counted on. Claire and Dora Williamson weren't her typical patients.
Nope.
They were extremely wealthy. And while Dora herself might not have been able to mount a campaign to get any kind of justice, there were several other powerful people behind her who were now very eager to pursue this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Take them down.
good, yeah.
So the
get her.
uncle, John Herbert, went to the district attorney to see what could be done about this. And he received the same answer that everybody else had, where we really can't do anything about this. But he was like, yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah,
that.
fuck
So after
that.
getting nowhere with the district attorney, he went to the British consulate
Hell yeah.
and sought the advice of counselor Lucian Agassiz. And after doing some digging, Agassiz discovered the large number of deaths connected to the Hazards
Yeah.
and the suspicious detail that several of those patients had signed over their estates to Hazard right before they died.
Exactly. You can't ignore that.
Not even immediately,
real.
right before
Right
they
before.
died, which goes to show you she's starving these people to tell them that they're going to be cured of their ailments,
Yep.
but they're getting so foggy in their mind because they have no fucking sustenance.
Exactly.
That they're like, oh yeah, like, okay, I'll sign.
It's part of torture. Like that's literally part of torture is like lack of sleep, which is going to come
Yup.
with being starved, starvation, like deprivation of all those things that you need because it makes you loopy and will make you either say things you don't actually mean
Yep.
or
Sign
sign
things you
away
don't wanna
things that you
sign.
don't know what you're even signing.
Exactly.
Like they were diabolical with this.
Yeah.
They really were.
They were diabolical and methodical. Very methodical.
Disgusting. Okay, please let this one be a fake one. Let this one be a fake one.
Every bold
God
journey
dang
starts
it.
with
Y'all. They're making up for the times that they just gave us this
So
fake
obviously the
ones.
problem was in order to push for an investigation, Agassiz would need a living victim
Literally.
to make a complaint, and Dora wasn't in any condition to do so. She weighs 50 fucking pounds at this time, and she's sitting in a hospital bed. But luckily, within a few days, he ended up finding the wife of a man who almost died at Wilderness Heights, and the two of them were willing to make a complaint.
Yes.
Please.
Let's
So,
go, girls.
On August 6, 1911, Linda Hazard was finally arrested, this time for manslaughter in the death of
Finally.
Claire Williamson, and she was placed in a holding cell in Seattle. She told a reporter, "I'll get $10,000 bail, all right? The doctors have been angry because I've been successful with my cure, and when Claire died, they thought they had a great chance to get me out of the way, but they won't do it."
Oh, go fuck
Oh
yourself.
my god.
Also charged in connection with the case was E.R. Butterworth, the owner of a local
She's
mortuary, who was
relentless.
alleged to help Linda cover up their crimes.
ER.
E.R. Emergency.
ER Butterworth.
Emergency.
You don't
Okay, I
deserve
think
that
this
last
is
name.
finally
No, you
set
don't. That's
up.
cool.
I
That's
don't-
not
this
sweet like
this
syrup.
area is
No,
finally
you're
set up. I don't even think I'm gonna
gross.
do
You're
anything to the other spot
mean.
except for maybe
Rude.
get more seeds.
I'm too tired.
She
I'm
had,
gonna
food
come up with
poisoning.
a
She had food poisoning, and I'm in the middle
I
of the
guess
story.
we'll
okay?
go back
Yeah, so fuck
to
that. So after her arrest, Linda and Sam did
the
everything
seed
they could to
man.
dominate and control the narrative. She said that Dora was mentally
Get some more,
incompetent.
get
She claimed that
stiff.
Claire explicitly asked the Hazards to take over care of Dora once she was gone, and even signed over the estate to cover any costs associated with
Oh, look
Dora's
at
care.
that.
Claire wanted this, she said.
Oh, yeah.
She said Claire wanted to be sure I would be paid for my services if she died. Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. She
Who
even
gives
tried.
a shit about that?
Yeah.
After I die, I don't care what happens.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't care what happens
And
to
also,
you,
even
Linda.
if I doubt Claire said that, even if she did, she was delirious because she was
Exactly.
starving.
Yes.
But of course, Linda even tried her usual tactic of domination during the grand jury, but it proved ineffective on them. They were like, yeah, we're not starving and we think you're an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
During Dora's testimony, she eventually became well enough where she could give
Oh, shit.
testimony. She gave detailed descriptions of the horrors that she and her sister suffered at the hands of Linda and Sam. And during that,
shit, I should've
Linda
put
would
that in
quote,
the trunk.
blaze hate and defiance at her prosecutor, her voice shrill and high, ringing through the courtroom.
Oh, she must have been such. Oh,
Yeah, she was definitely,
I can just hear it.
definitely domineering. But after hearing the extent of of the testimony and witnessing Linda's behavior, she really didn't do herself any favors there.
No.
The judge allowed the case to move forward to trial.
Hell yeah.
So the trial started on January 15th, 1912, to a courtroom packed with curious spectators and
Yeah.
Hazard's critics, who had
Hell
been
yeah.
around for years at this
Yeah.
point, just fucking waiting for something to happen. Among the 39 witnesses planned by the defense, more than a quarter were medical experts who would
shit.
testify the harm caused by Linda's fasting program.
Yes.
The state's case was led by Thomas Stevenson, and it was pretty simple. It was designed to demonstrate criminal intent rather than just negligence alone.
Yeah, because this isn't just negligence.
No, once you, it's,
It's,
like
just
we've
pure
been,
criminal intent.
it's like we've been saying all along. Once you get the money into this,
Yeah,
it's clear what you were
it's
doing.
clear what was happening.
And he argued that. He said Linda and Sam Hazard lured the two young women to Washington with the intention of swindling them out of their inheritance and just allowing them to starve to
Yeah.
death. The defense, on the other hand, had nearly twice as many witnesses, but mostly patients who had received care from Linda and would provide a counter narrative about how their lives had been saved thanks to her.
Oh,
which most haven't.
jeez. Yes, spare
The most
me.
compelling testimony came a few days into the trial when Dora Williamson told her story of life under Linda Hazard's care. She told the jury, "I was quite well before going to Washington, except for a slight attack of indigestion, and am, as a rule, very healthy. Claire was also very well, except for a weakness peculiar to a woman, which had troubled her for more or less than 5 years." And she went on to
Peculiar
explain
to a
that Linda's
woman?
methods were unlike anything she had ever experienced and involved, quote unquote, vigorous slapping,
Oh, yeah.
starvation, and hydrotherapies where female patients were bathed by young male attendants.
Oh, so now we're getting even worse here.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Cool, Linda.
Yep. According to Dora, the sisters told Linda that they were planning to leave in late April or early May and that they had intended to go on a visit with their former governess in Australia. And Dora said, "She told us that her treatment would do us a great deal of good and that we would be wonderfully benefited." But it became clear to both of them that things at Wilderness Heights were not what they expected them to be.
For real.
And that was when Dora said, "I began to live in fear of Dr. Hazard. Often she was harsh and unkind to me, especially when I cried because of my weakness."
Oh my God, what an asshole.
Yeah.
What an asshole.
And what a scary individual.
what an Dr. Linda Hazard, you're an asshole.
Mhm.
Cross off doctor. Linda Hazard.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Quack.
Quack.
Linda Hazard.
Quack, quack,
Quack.
asshole.
Like
You suck.
fuck.
Yeah.
Like harsh because they're crying because she's torturing them. Like
Are these still all set up pretty good?
what the fuck?
You have to be.
I'm not shocked though. Didn't she like abandon her children?
like
She just
every-
had
everybody
no
here is
intention of
still
taking
good.
them
Who
down.
knows what happened to her
So I
first
don't see
husband?
any
Whatever you
instinct
got.
of being kind to another human being there.
No.
Those, okay.
So testimony was also offered by the girl's uncle, John Herbert, who told the jury that he had serious concerns that the body in Claire's coffin wasn't even her body.
Whoa.
Wasn't even her.
Whoa.
He told the jury the
The
body in the
fuck?
coffin did not resemble Claire. In Claire's hair was brown. The being in the coffin had hair and eyelashes of a lighter hue.
the being in the coffin.
The being in the coffin.
And so her hair is lighter now?
Her hair was lighter. And remember, Margaret said
Oh
that
my
too.
god.
Shit, maybe it wasn't.
It might not have been. And if you think about it, she had to deal with somebody at the mortuary.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might have just
Oh
been.
damn, I think they were doing that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But it's also like, why?
That's the thing. I'm like, where is she?
Where is she?
Did she look worse?
Probably.
Like there might have been evidence of more abuse.
Absolutely.
On her.
I think so.
Oh god.
But he also explained that he was prevented from taking Dora away from Wilderness Heights by the Hazards, who managed to get her to sign over power of attorney, and how he suspected them of having stolen much of their wealth with a plan to steal more once Dora died.
Hell yeah.
Because they got
that was
half
their
of that
plan.
inheritance. And remember, Dora was 50 pounds when somebody
Oh
finally
yeah, they
got
were
there.
working on that.
As expected, the defense denied charges against Linda, offering several witnesses, many of whom
Jesus.
worked at the sanitarium.
I want to be
Yeah,
done with
that's
this
not
night.
So it's like, good, hello.
I've been on this
And they
one night
testified
for
that the young
3
women were
hours.
not being starved or mistreated. One nurse told the jury, "We felt sometimes that we were even giving the patient too much food.
Wow, let's look into your background too now.
One extra cup of
Are you
tomato
fucking
water a
kidding
day?
me right now?
That's really gonna tick them
Yeah,
over.
for real.
How do
What
they
the
find this
fuck?
many fucking assholes to work in one place and sit there and be like, yeah, I thought I was overfeeding them when this grown woman is 50 pounds
It's insane. It's insane.
and people are dying left and right of being starved to death and you're like, I thought I was overfeeding them.
Yeah.
How did they find you? How did you all find each other? Shit.
You can't even conceive of it.
No,
You
I
really
can't. I can't conceive of that way of thinking.
And I,
I
hope
really
that
can't.
I've never met anybody who's capable of this.
No, it's so scary.
But the defense wasn't just looking to reject the charges. They were actually looking to frame Linda as a victim of the state. She was the victim here.
Oh, yeah.
my
According
God,
to
you gotta
them,
be
she had
kidding me.
offered life-saving treatments to patients who suffered long-term from previously untreatable illnesses. And for that, she was being persecuted by the medical industry.
Wow.
Wah, wah, wah.
Wow.
Call the ambulance.
It's because she's not part of the
Oh,
medical
wait,
industry.
boy.
Exactly.
Oh,
If you want to be
scam
part of the medical
artist.
industry, go get your fucking degree.
Yeah, you're a
Okay,
scam
let's
artist.
over
You're not
this.
doing shit
Put all
medically.
these shit
But
to
she
be
and
in
her
the
defense
middle.
attorney explained that Claire had not died from starvation, but from a previous illness, so it was impossible to hold Linda accountable for something when it was well beyond her control. Wrong answer. Thomas Stevenson had expected the tactics used by Hazard's lawyer, and he was ready for cross-examination. And not only did he highlight the ways where the defense's
Why do I want
witnesses'
my fucking
testimony was
doors open?
directly contradicted by the evidence, he also accused several of them of having been coached by Linda in terms of what to tell the jury.
Yeah.
And in the case of Watson Webb, a patient and sometimes assistant at Wilderness Heights, it was revealed that he had been instructed to form friendships with other patients to get personal and sensitive information from them, which could later be used to keep them compliant.
You gotta be
What
kidding
else do you
me.
need to know?
Yeah.
What else?
Literally.
Yeah. By the
Wow,
beginning,
they're so fucking evil.
and again, so methodical.
And the worst part is these are they are preying on people who are suffering.
Sick and suffering.
Like desperate, in pain, sick, and just like desperate to feel better.
Yep.
And they're going this far into manipulating and torturing and hurting
For
these
money.
people and scamming them. Like,
For money.
what the fuck?
Where do I want to put this?
How
And
do you
she
do that?
claims that her whole thing was that she wanted people to be relieved from these
You didn't want that
ailments.
shit at all.
It's like, no, you didn't.
You wanted their money.
Exactly. By the beginning of February, though, both sides had rested their case and prepared for closing statements. And Stevenson told the jury, "This case is of unusual significance. We are not here to avenge the death of Claire Williamson, but to protect the public, not only from Mrs. Hazard, but from others like her. There are other Claire Williamsons all over the U.S. who may fall into the clutches of a woman such as this. When Dorothea and Claire first came to Mrs. Hazard, she thought they were just ordinary patients coming to be plucked.
Wait,
But
they all
when
need
she
to be
found out they
put
were women of
into
great
the
means and she had them in
thingies.
her power, she developed the criminal intent.
Right.
She allowed Claire to die friendless and alone, but she could not get rid of Dora, so she did the next best thing. She had herself appointed as Dora's guardian.
Yeah, she's evil. She's
Yeah.
a monster.
She is.
Ridiculous. Okay, please be fake. I can't handle another. Come on. What is this?
Every bold journey starts.
Kill me. It wasn't even that long ago. Right.
As expected, Linda's lawyer, E.D., she has a thing for like E.
Yeah.
E.
They're
period
always
names. Carr argued against nearly everything the prosecution said. He told the jury, "The real reason for this prosecution is that Mrs. Hazard is not a college graduate. Her offense consists of not having been educated in the school of hard knocks."
Take every single fucking seat in the courtroom, sir.
Like, shut up.
Every single fucking seat. This is not a snobby, she doesn't have her medical license and
People
that's why we're
have
mad.
died.
She's literally actively torturing and killing and starving people and stealing their money.
And it's being proven.
Like, can we not pretend that we're just poor fucking Linda didn't get a degree?
Stop
Shut
it.
the fuck up.
Stop it. It's also been
Be so
proven
for
at this
real.
point that she's coached her witnesses
Yeah.
on her side of the thing
Mhm.
and that she hired people to get personal information to use and hold over the heads of people
To
she
get
was stealing
compliance.
from. Exactly.
Like, we're really pretending poor fucking Linda, she didn't get a fucking degree.
Yeah.
Too bad.
I think it's okay,
Be so
Linda.
for real.
Be so for real right now.
Holy shit.
He went on to address the charges, though, saying, "She's lost some patients, but
Oh.
where is the physician who is not?
Wow.
Indeed, punishment, should it be necessary at all, could be handled by the market itself. If she isn't doing good, her practice will dwindle, and she will
Where
have
do
to
I
go
wanna
back
put
to that
these?
garden."
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm like speechless.
Okie dokie. Cool. Anyway,
Oh
the
my
jury
God.
deliberated for 20 hours, which is
can't
far too long in my
watch.
opinion,
Yes.
before emerging to finally find Linda Hazard guilty of manslaughter.
Bye.
All of these need to go up to storage.
In fact, when the jury was polled, 5 members were in favor actually of finding her guilty of first-degree murder.
I would have been counted among those 5, to be
Same.
quite honest.
Same. I would have been counted among all 5.
Yeah.
Me, I would have been all 5.
Would have
of
taken
them.
up all 5 of them.
Yeah. But unfortunately, they were in the minority. Minority. So the lesser charge was applied. At least there's a fucking charge. that got
Thank
applied
goodness
this
there's a
time.
charge, but like kind of kooky that it wasn't a higher charge.
Truly. When the verdict was read, Linda had a complete breakdown in the courtroom.
Get the fuck over it, Linda.
And she was removed. This is so interesting to me. She was removed from the courtroom
the
and
fuck
placed in the
over it,
home of a
Linda.
local woman who had been approved to care for female prisoners between verdict and sentencing.
I have never heard of that.
I have never heard of that. And who
Now
applies
I'm
for that
very
job?
interested in that.
Yeah, I
feel
got
like
2 gold pistols
That's
actually.
so many implications come with that. I'd be
Absolutely.
like, are you going to hold me hostage?
Who's this local woman?
She's brave.
Someone should interview her.
Brazen, in fact.
She's probably fucking. She's probably like a brick shit house. Like, don't
She's
fuck
gotta
with
be.
her.
She's got to be.
Like, you got it. Like, she can kick your ass. I guarantee you. She's
Yeah.
not scared of anything.
Yeah, she's not little
What do I
or
wanna
frail.
put where?
Frail.
Or flail.
Or flail.
She won't flail, and she's not frail.
I'm gonna
Frail.
need-
Quote,
Like,
unquote.
I've lost the ability to speak. I don't.
Same. Same me as well. We're
I'm
gone.
just very interested in this local woman now.
I know. No, so was I. We need to give her a backstory.
I need to learn more about her.
Local woman, who are you?
Who are you?
Show yourself. So later that day, reporters were told that Linda was in no condition to speak.
Oh no.
Us either.
Poor Linda.
So her husband, Sam, spoke on her behalf.
Frick, where do I put these?
Sam told them that her collapse, quote, resulted from the shock of the verdict, since Linda had been fully fully confident that she would be acquitted.
Oh no, it was the consequences of her very fucked up actions.
Can you
It
imagine?
was so sad for her.
He added, the most unfortunate thing was the statement made in court tonight that Mrs. Hazard is at the end of her rope financially. She has ample funds as soon as she can get at them.
Yeah, she stole them from the people that she's been starving to death.
Exactly. I also love that he was like, the most upsetting thing was that they said she was poor.
Yeah, they said she didn't have a lot of money.
She has so much money from those dead people.
Like, damn.
Like, Jesus Christ, Sam, get it together.
Get it fully together.
But of course, true to form, with his wife facing a very lengthy jail sentence, his biggest concern was the insinuation that they were poor.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah,
he
like
doesn't
I
give a fuck.
can't, I
He's like,
can't
"We're
handle
not
that
poor."
part.
A few days later, Linda Hazard was back before the judge, where she was sentenced between 2 and 20 years of hard labor at the state penitentiary in Walla Walla, which is a fun place to say.
Walla walla.
And her license to practice medicine in Washington was permanently revoked.
Bye.
Bye, bitch.
I also love that her husband was also like, he's like, how dare you say we're poor, because now I won't be able to get lots of ladies because they're going to think
exactly.
I'm poor. Like,
Yeah.
that was his only thought there.
I'm not poor.
It was not even
Probably.
like, don't say my wife is poor. It was like, don't fucking say I'm poor.
Yeah, don't spread that around.
Don't put that around. I'm gonna go out and date.
Yeah, what am
now.
I to
She's
do?
gone for a while. I'm out.
My girl's at hard labor.
Yeah, that's Sam for you.
Exactly. He was out anyway, even the whole time they were
Yeah.
married. So Linda would maintain her innocence forever and
Okay.
claim that she had always been working in the best interest of her patients.
Babe, no one believes that.
Was that when you were vigorously slapping them?
Yeah, none among us.
She would say that death
Literally.
was to be expected in a sanitarium. And in fact, she had lost far fewer patients than most surgeons.
She has some.
She has some gall.
She has
She
the
has.
most insane complex
Yeah.
about actual medical professionals.
sure
That
does.
I'm like, you should stop.
Yeah.
Because it's so obvious how jealous you are.
Yeah,
And how
jealous.
inferior you feel to actual medical professionals.
Yeah.
Like, you should stop.
You
Just
gotta stop, girl.
She's like, surgeons kill people all the time.
It's like, and so do you.
They're not starving people though.
No.
They're not.
It's a little different.
They are actively trying to save people's lives.
There are accidents.
Yeah.
And there are
And then there's
crimes.
straight up starvation.
Yeah.
And vigorously slapping people and giving them hours long enemas
And
through
allowing
them passing out
young
Yeah, that's-
female
it's
patients to be
insane.
bathed by,
by male attendants.
attendants.
Like, let's not. Do you want to keep talking about surgeons some more?
She did. She sure did.
Jesus.
She said any financial compensation she received directly or indirectly was merely to cover the costs of patients' health care,
No,
or given as thanks for having provided them relief where others had failed.
of course.
Doctors had failed.
You
What
should
do
always tip your
you
doctor
mean
for
by
saving your
that?
life. Saving your life.
Yeah, totally. That's
Tip
how that
them.
works.
Yeah.
As a show of commitment to her own treatment, she frequently spent long periods fasting in her cell in Walla Walla in order to prove the value of the practice.
Go ahead, girl.
Yeah, go ahead, girl.
Yeah.
Go ahead, get down. Linda Hazard was released on parole on December 26,
fuck?
1915, after serving only 2 years.
What the
gotta be
fuck?
kidding
2
me.
years. Yep. For reasons that remain unclear, everybody. Just 1 year after her release, the governor at the time, Ernest Lister, gave her a full pardon. She got a full pardon.
Why?
What was going on with them?
Big things.
What was going on?
That was my immediate thought as well.
What the fuck was going on with them?
Luckily, though, he was unable to return her medical license. Later
Ernest,
that-
what the fuck is wrong with you?
yeah, something was definitely going on. Why?
Damn.
Why give this random hoe a full
Like,
pardon?
literally.
Like, I'm sorry.
Why?
I reserve those words for women like this.
Yeah. What?
What?
I need to. That's one of those times when you go, you come out here and you explain. You explain to me.
It was fucking.
You explain to me why the fuck you are not only fully pardoning her, are you kidding me? But two, trying and failing to get her medical license back?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. If you weren't fucking, that's canon now because you made it certainly seem like you were.
You made it so weird.
There is no conceivable reason.
Ernest, be
you would
so
do
for
that.
real right now.
Truly earnest.
You are not earnest.
No.
So later that year, Linda and Sam
we'll
moved
have
to
to
New
move
Zealand, probably because Sam was like,
Cool.
I can cheat on you, but you can't cheat on me.
Yeah, no.
And
We
she
can move
continued to promote
that.
herself as a doctor there and offered services as an osteopath and a dietitian.
Wow.
Yeah, awesome. When the authorities in Auckland became aware of the fact that she did not have an actual license and was not even a doctor, she was arrested again and fined in a scene that was reminiscent of her early days of practicing in Minnesota.
Awesome.
Homegirl just spent forever
Yeah.
in jail,
Yeah.
but not long enough at all.
But yeah,
in
not long
1920,
enough at all.
she and Sam moved back to Olalla, Washington, where she was determined to rebuild her sanitarium,
Girl, give it up.
which she dubbed a school for health.
Give it up.
She didn't.
Just name it what
reopened.
it is.
And there she continued to treat patients through a quote unquote variety of alternative health practices, which remained a legal practice thanks to the various loopholes in law.
Ridiculous.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
She oversaw operations of the Institute until 1935, when it burned to the ground due to unknown causes.
I don't know if those causes are completely unknown, everybody.
It burned to the ground.
I'm going to go out on a limb. and say the causes are not entirely unknown.
One thing about me
Okay,
is
let's see.
I love that.
One thing about me is that's karma.
One thing about me is as long as no one is hurt,
Yeah.
that's a-okay.
Yeah. Get everybody out.
Yeah.
See that building burn.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Then in her early 70s, Linda's health
her.
began to fail.
Oh no, but
And
she knows how to fix it. Thank goodness.
Yeah, she turned to the same treatments that she once provided her patients.
Yeah, she has a
spending
miracle cure.
long periods fasting in the hope of curing herself.
Cool.
But in the end, those hopes were dashed.
What?
On June 24th, 1938, in the most ironic twist of fate,
Hmm.
Linda Hazard died from starvation.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
Linda Hazard died from her miracle cure, which was really just starvation.
That's
That's prose.
Well, I have
Period.
one trash can.
that's just period.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you reap what you sow, my
You
friend.
sure do.
You starved other people claiming it was a miracle cure,
You stole their shit.
stole all their shit, lied to their family members,
Yeah.
possibly
Oh, look at
working with a corrupt
this.
mortician.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. And the saddest thing is, nobody even knows how many people died under her care because not everything was documented.
yeah.
And she
even
got away,
worse.
she got away with it a lot.
Yeah,
of the
that's why
time.
she was doing it.
That's
for
why
so
she
long.
continued to do it. So that is the story of Linda
Mhm.
Hazard and her fucked up life.
That is horrifying.
The fact that she died of starvation, though, is just like full circ.
That's
Okay, so all of these.
I
are
mean,
gonna go
I just-
here,
I could never. I could
and they'll go
absolutely
up
never.
there,
No.
they'll go there.
I just can't. I can't imagine any of this. I literally
No.
can't imagine any of
It's
this. And
gonna
again,
need to go to another
the
one.
knowing that these people were like literally desperate to just feel even slightly better,
Yeah.
and they went to this place thinking that it was someone
With
who
high hopes.
genuinely
One.
wanted to help them feel
Give
better,
me one of these.
and they put all their faith and all their everything into them and all their trust. And these people were the worst fucking people.
Yeah, this was a nightmare facility.
Like to go through chronic pain, chronic illness, whatever they were
Oh,
going
word.
through, and then get to this place and be literally starved and tortured.
That's the thing.
like-
That's even more pain and suffering that they dealt with on top of whatever conditions they had.
Like while they're already feeling horrible, now they're being tortured and starved on top of it.
Yeah.
And abused, apparently,
yeah.
like hit.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
shit. Like what?
Yeah, this whole, I had never heard of this before. This shook me to my core.
I had heard something very I don't remember where I heard it, but I heard like a super quick like thing about it once and I was like, what is that
Yeah,
about?
it's messed up.
Yeah.
It's just so sad. I just don't know how people are capable of
It's
these
awful.
things. I really don't.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
crazy.
do something kind
That is
today.
Yeah.
crazy.
Don't-
Truly. Don't
Don't be a shitbag.
don't hurt people.
Don't hurt people. Hurt people.
It's true.
And you're not hurt.
Oh,
You're not. You're
okay, so
fine.
these
You're
are
doing
all-
great.
You're good. You're awesome. I
They all
believe
have
in
their
you. You're gonna be
destination.
doing awesome things.
Yeah, go get yourself a treat.
Yeah.
I had a donut this morning.
Get yourself a treat.
Yeah.
Whatever a treat is to you, get it.
Yeah.
It can be anything.
anything.
Yeah. If you think a fucking bowl of strawberries is a treat, go
Mm.
get a treat.
A bowl of strawberries is a treat.
It is, especially fresh strawberries.
Fresh strawberries, you put a little bit of sugar on
Press.
top.
Ooh, a little whipped cream.
Bitch, you
Little
took the
whipped
words out of my
cream.
mouth
Yeah, go get yourself a little treat.
And then just, you know what? On top of angel food cake.
Oh,
Just make it a strawberry
Yeah,
shortcake
do
moment.
that.
Okay, we're
absolutely
leaving
do
you on that.
Yeah.
We love you, and we hope you keep listening.
And we hope you
keep it weird, but not as weird as Linda and her Starvation Heights fucking project
Yeah.
from Nightmares.
That's
Yeah, she
crazy
sucks.
work.
She is a cuckoo bitch.
So does Sam.
So Sam's
They all
like,
suck.
everybody's horrible. in
Yeah.
this. Nobody's good except Margaret.
Yeah.
and Uncle.
All right, I think I'm gonna switch to some music because I'm probably gonna head out soon. But I still need to do some stuff in the games. But I'm not sure if I'm feeling up to like a whole nother episode. So let's start with this. Hopefully it's not too loud. Let me know if it gets too loud. But let's see. Yeah, we're gonna definitely need more trash cans for all this shit. We might even need 2 trash cans for up here. For this. Does it get, because I don't think it gets the whole thing. Yeah, hopefully that's not an issue. Oh, I gotta set all these destinations. I have a feeling we're not even gonna need this many. This is all gonna be Coke. We'll see. I mean, it could get used, but do we want? So the destination for these is gonna be down here because they'll be ready to press. I feel like I should do the other set. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. So all of them are set to be the Coke Seed. They're all set to go to the Leaves one. And then I'll need... Okay. We need to figure out where to put the lockers. And we'll have to get rid of this. Also, how many people are even... How many people? Because maybe I might adjust some of the storage room to hold that stuff. Oh, see, I can't do that, but... Dang, bro. Okay, wait. Does this have anything? It's got some stuff. Yeah, what if we actually left it like that? Because that fits there, and then we put the lockers here. Perfect. Okay, 2 left. How many people do we have here? Let's start assigning them stuff. Alright, let's start with the cleaner. Where is he? Can't see where. Okay, he's all the way in the back. We'll give you a locker. It's gonna be this last one. Alright, we got him out the way. I'll do your locker in a second. So you're... Oh my god, yeah, no, we have supplies. We have supplies. It's this one. What are we doing? This is literally taking like all day to do. And I knew it was gonna be an annoying thing to do, but it'll be worth it, I hope. Start with your locker. Your supplies. Here. Oh, and then I'm gonna need more botanists for the drying racks, aren't I? I think this one. I think I'm gonna have to hire another botanist. Will this place even handle another person? I think they're the only one. The supplies. Okay. These guys. Okay, word. Well, oh my god, I don't have another botanist. I need another botanist at the warehouse for the shrooms, don't I? Because I never set that one up. Solid. Okay. It looks like... Oh. It looks like you are gonna be... the other dude. So wait, so you're gonna be grabbing leaves from here. And you're gonna be doing the drying racks. That's why I only wanted to do the first couple. Okay, and then you leaves. Okay, the chemist, the handlers. Cause yeah, unless I do shit with the other stuff, it's not gonna matter. I think I'm gonna need more room for lockers. Is he even assigned? Oh, I didn't put down the freaking brick. Oh, I did. So, one of its routes is gonna be from this to there. And was I gonna ask him to do anything else? Alright, we can come back to him though. He's at least got some shit set up. And we're definitely gonna need both of these people for all of this stuff. Okay. We're gonna need to reevaluate what's in here. Well, let me put these things in here, and let me just move all of these guys. Because then I can move them all down to this one, to the press. And then... Infinite. Infinite power. Okay. So then these are for the two chemists, and then I think I might need to hire another botanist. Now let's talk to him. Let's transfer him. Where do we want to put him right now? The barn's already at max capacity, that's fine. We'll put you there, and we'll just see what happens next. Okay, but let's talk to you. You need this locker, and you are going to be assigned. I think you should be assigned all 4 of these. Oh, right. Oh. Right, I should do that one at a time and just have that go across. I think I may need a set. Wait a second, I think I just fucked that up. Shouldn't all the— oh my god. Because this is the finished product. I think I just messed up. All of this shit should go to the press to be pressed. And then... whoopsie. I think I messed up her thing. Well, no, because she's still assigned to those things. Okay. But these each have a destination that goes across that. Yep. I think I messed up. I think I did need that handler. Maybe, maybe not. I can just fill up the gas. So all of these have their destinations, all of them have theirs. Do I need to— I don't— it's only got one recipe, it's not like it needs me to tell it. Okay, so then this person is gonna have that last blocker and be assigned the cauldrons. And yeah, I guess I could have used that handler to keep this filled up. Have like gas or something here. I don't know. I've been staring at this shit for so long that I can't even think right now about what I even have going on. So, like, low-key, I'm even gonna leave this up and then go eat dinner and then come back and make sure everything's all good before I start the next day. So, hopefully I don't jinx anything by doing nothing crazy. But, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. It was quite a day. We got a little bit of a change up of the seat. Although it had its own struggles too, I will say, you know, so we'll see what happens later on. But yeah, I'll probably end up finishing this organization, and who knows, I'll probably end up crocheting because I want to finish the hood. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. I will see you again tomorrow. Good morning, good evening, good night, or whatever time it is for you. Make sure you stick around for the raid, and I appreciate y'all. Bye!